But beyond that, before the weekend actually sets in, we're gearing up for the best event in the business news space that you will see this Diwali. And that is NDTV Profit's Ignite Diwali Special Edition. That kicks off at around 3 p.m. today. We'll ring the bell for the closing of trade today, and that will usher in, of course, the preparation that you will have to ignite a new somewhat of prosperity. And we've got the who's who to speak to you today about how you should position yourself. The likes of Ramesh Damani, Manish Shokani. In the mutual fund space, you have Nilesh Shah, Sandeep Sikka, as well as S. Naren speaking to us this evening. In the corporate panel, which I think is quite interesting, you have the likes of Blue Star to talk about the GST implications, a few more as well. And then we've got a lovely panel in the evening with Mr. Vijay Kedia and Vivek Oberoi to talk about investing from their own different lenses. One looks at the market and the other is a successful entrepreneur, having had a career in Bollywood before that. So we've got a lot lined up and we'll be live through the evening. I'd encourage you to check out all of that over the course of the day. And of course, participate in the comment section and let us know that you're there. For now, let's turn to the equity markets this morning, and we're seeing gains after a bit of a wobbly start, and this took place yesterday as well. I wonder if we'll hold out for another session. We gained for 5 out of 6 sessions over the course of the last few days, and we're gaining about 0.4% right now, and well above that 25,200 mark. In fact, venturing closer to that 25,300 mark. The broader market's keeping pace. Mid-cap index up about 0.4%, small-cap index up about 0.5%. Yesterday, you had the mid-caps that took the cake, so to speak. It was up about 0.8%, that index, and the small-cap index underperformed to a certain extent, about 1/3%. The market breadth was split down the middle. I wonder how it is today, and it's a pretty wide gap. And the advances overshadowing the declines quite considerably. You have the IT index that's not doing too much despite the TCS numbers that were ahead of estimates. A few concerns perhaps there about diminishing return on equity if the new business line is to take off, which is in the data center space. They're going to spend a lot of money over the course of the next 5 to 7 years setting that up. Prospects are there, but then the stock is down about 1/3%. It has run up heading into the results, and perhaps to a certain extent some profit taking is in evidence. A few other pockets as well you want to highlight before we go to the first query of the day?
Sure. Let's try to pull up the BSE 500, and that will give you an exact picture as to how the stocks at the broader end of spectrum are doing. There you go. Tata Communication up 7.5%. Some Tata names buzzing in trade today. Yes Bank up 6.8%. Something like a Reddington, GMM Pfaudler, UCO Bank, Mahindra Life Sciences also doing fairly well. But something that's seeing profit booking today includes counters like Hindustan Copper, which has seen a significant rally in the past few days. Hindustan Zinc also seeing profit booking. Manappuram Finance, Graphite India, SAIL and Motilal Oswal, some counters in the red. But with that, let's also welcome in our guests for the day, Sameer Dalal of Natwalal and Sons Stockbrokers, and Gaurav Bissar, Senior Vice President at Incred Equities, joining us now. Welcome to both of you, and a very good morning to you, the both of you. I'll take up the first question, which is from Govind Kumar, who is writing us from Hyderabad and asking about Chambal Fertilizers. He's purchased 500 odd shares at the levels of 570 and wants to know whether he can continue to hold for the next 1 to 2 odd years or book his losses at present. He's sitting on a loss of around 34,000 odd rupees right now. Sameer, do you have a view on Chambal Fertilizers? If not Chambal Fertilizers, any other counter that you're looking at in that space?
We do look at Chambal Fertilizers and we have a slight positive view on the counter. You look, the valuations are not so expensive. It's just that it caters to a segment which is very, very dependent on monsoon and government subsidies, so that is why some of the reasons that these counters don't trade at very high valuations and probably will continue to do so. But if we look at it, the opportunity for Chambal, along with all the other fertilizer stocks in the space, is there for growth. We think the opportunity is still large. Government incentives will continue to come towards the farm sector because that is eventually the vote bank for the politicians. A good monsoon right now will also lead to decent uptick in their fertilizer. So we think the Q3 numbers would actually, Q2 also, but Q3 numbers will show a lot of positivity. I suggest continue to hold, maybe average a little bit, and then when it gets closer to 570, what you bought at the lower level, you can probably sell, so you bring your cost down, and then hold on to the original stock for maybe a year or two, and you probably get about 650, 700.
Okay. We've got a question on TCS, and I want to take both a fundamental and a technical view because it is arguably the stock of the day, though the stock is not doing too much. It's down about 1/3%. But in terms of news and the update and what it means for both the company as well as the space, it is quite important to track. And incidentally, we've got a question from Padma, who's writing in from Bengaluru and asking about this. She's been holding TCS from IPO, which is incredible. And she hasn't given us the quantum of shares that she's holding, but then just the sheer gains that she would have made from holding for so long would be incredible. I want to first go to our technical expert on this one. Gaurav, what do you make of the TCS move today? Do you think it's a case of sell the news, so to speak, and some profits being taken off the table because of the recent run?
Good morning. Thank you for inviting the show. See, when it comes to TCS, one needs to see how it has performed or how it has behaved in the last few trading sessions. So yes, today we are seeing a good and robust upside, sort of speak, in a couple of days. But overall, if you see, there has been bouts of lower tops, lower bottoms. So the stock has as such not performed. And if you look at the weekly chart, we are first time we are seeing signs of reversals. If TCS were to close at the current juncture, the current price of 3050, then I think a small reversal pattern is in formation and it can head towards the level of 3300, 3400. So that is only for short term I'm talking about. On long term charts also, it is showing signs of reversal. May take some more time for time correction, but overall the structure remains positive.
Okay, overall it's positive. And a lot of brokerages coming out and being more positive than negative, but there were a few outliers and a few others also. We spoke with a couple of people earlier today and they said that they were not too enthused. I wonder what Samir thinks about TCS and this whole conversation about preparing to bolster their presence in the artificial intelligence space. Samir, do you buy into that statement, the amount of money that they will spend, $6-7 billion over the course of the next 5-7 years?
So I think that is the need of the day, unfortunately, that they need to spend more for the AI piece, because that is where a lot of the focus is going to be, and that is going to be the future of IT services also. So it's imperative that they do it. It's better late than never. They are late to the party, as the stock prices are telling you that the shift has happened away from just the traditional IT services to more focus on AI. So they needed to do it, and they've done it, thankfully. Now, coming to the numbers, what you rightfully said, I was from the camp that was not too enthused by the numbers. Yes, there was a marginal uptick in top line from expectations that the street had. But if people are telling me that a 3% growth in top line, and if we adjust for that one-off, of the 1,300 crores that they had for the employee and for laying off these employees, the profit would have been about 8% growth. I don't think that is too enthusing when the stock is trading at 22 times forward earnings. Secondly, when you look at their traditional businesses, it requires employees because they charge per hour on the work kind of done, right? If you're laying off these many people, it obviously sends an indication that there is not so much work that is required by these companies anymore. And hence you're actually reducing your workforce, right? So it sends a kind of slight negative picture that growth is, as much as the order book is there, I think the growth is not going to be that phenomenal in the near term. So would I go out in a rush to buy the stock based on these numbers? No. Is the company a good long-term play, maybe over 5 years? Look, if you are looking at returns of maybe 12 to 15% with good dividend, including the dividend, then I think TCS is a decent investment at this point of time. However, don't expect it to, give you near-term returns. It's more of the dividend payout that you should be playing for in the short term, and in the long term, as the AI capabilities improve, of course, that we'll need to keep reviewing how they're doing on that front. But if that improves, then yes, TCS can become a buy. But for me, there are better sectors, better stocks in the market, so I would not be buying into a TCS.
All right, so that's the view, in fact, holistic view on TCS, both fundamental and technical is what we got to you. We've got our next caller. Srinivas is calling us from Hyderabad. Srinivas, hi, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Hi, very good morning. Good morning. you all. Actually, I'm holding Vedantu at 516 from past 1 year, I think. So can we hold it or exit?
Okay. All right. Got your question, Srinivas. And I'll take this up with Gaurav quickly. Gaurav, with everything that's happening around this counter, what are the technicals level indicating right now? Is it a hold or maybe add more or sell right now?
For me, it is going to be a hold. If you see in the last 1 year or so, it has been in a consolidation. There has been time correction, but all this while it has managed to take all the shocks that we have seen in the market so far. And that's a positive sign. Even the last few weeks have been an outperforming ones for the stock. Nifty Metal Index so far is looking good. So I think the setup individually looks good. The sector itself is looking quite strong. So in my opinion, the gentleman can hold for some more time. Maybe 1 or 2 months of time correction can be seen, but overall, I think the structure remains positive and a breakout can lead to a very strong upside going forward.
So one of our viewers yesterday, Chandrasekhar, posted a question and he says that we forgot. But now that I think about it, I think we did take Praj Industries and I did ask about it. Yeah, we did take it in the rapid fire. But having said that, let me ask it anyway. 635 is the buy price. He's seeing a huge loss at this point, Praj Industries. And there are various reasons why this company has seen erosion in capital and the drop that it's seen. The last couple of quarters have been quite difficult because major clients have postponed capex spends. Of course, the company itself believes that that worst period might just be over. I wonder what Samir thinks though. Samir, if you bought at such elevated levels, does it make sense to sell if you got 24 shares, or would you just hold for the prospects of better performance down the line, especially in a situation where ethanol does not seem to be going anywhere? The government seems to be quite firm on the fact that it wants fuel to be mixed with ethanol to be sold at the pump.
Yeah, absolutely. So it seems the government is quite hell-bent on that. Whether it's good for the car or not, it doesn't matter. The reports that we're getting is they're not very helpful for some of the older cars. But anyways, having said that, look, Praj Industries is the company that sets up these ethanol plants for these various sugar companies. They have the technology, the EPC and all of that. So if the blending continues, then obviously there will be orders coming for Praj Industries. And you rightfully said, in the recent past, it's not been very great because there was a lot of capacity already. So we've reached the 20% blending, and I don't think we've fallen short of ethanol in any which way. But what the advantage is that there are going to be various different sources of now creating that ethanol, which Praj has the ability to do. So can they get orders? Yes, they can. Valuations, a trailing 12-month basis is trading at about 24 times, but this year we expect the top line and bottom line growth to be relatively muted. So I don't think it's going to change FY26 projection. I mean, valuation multiples much. So the question now again asked is, should you sell after such a big fall? The answer would be, if you have something that can probably move up more than you think Praj could move up in the next 1 year, yes. But if you are willing to hold for a 3-year position, I think you can continue to hold because the company will definitely get orders, not only from India, but from overseas as well. And the counter can go back up. The problem is you bought it when the frenzy was on, and now you're probably stuck with the stock for a while. So if anything, if it goes down, average it. Otherwise, if you have something better, sell it and buy the better stock. But yes, I think the stock could probably in the next year and a half go back to 450 levels.
All right, so that's with regards to where Praj Industries is concerned. With that, viewers, it's time to slip into a very, very short break, but we'll be right back answering all your queries on the other side. So do stay tuned.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल। तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17 to 18th October on the NDTV network.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल। तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
Hi, welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit. It is time now to continue the questions. And by the way, we didn't mention this at the start. There are two ways that you can get in touch with us. Either you can call us on the number on the bottom of the screen, or you can call us on that number right up there. No, don't call us. Sorry, you should message us on that number. I forgot. I got my numbers mixed up. But we've got Karthik, who hasn't mixed up the numbers and called us on the landline number. Karthik, thanks so much for calling us. How can we help you today?
Good morning, Alex. Good morning,
Good morning.
Mahima. Good morning, the panelists, and great fan of your show.
Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So my query is on Force Motors. So I have 3 shares, which I bought it around 18,065 per share. So wanted to know, is it a good time to add more? So I'm looking for a long-term view for 2 years, 2 to 3 years. So looking, just want to know if I can add more, or can I switch into M&M or Hero Motor?
You've actually bought at the peak, Karthik. So you bought it based on the fact that it had run up so much, or did you look at the business fundamentals and decide that you absolutely had to own the stock?
Yeah, I looked at the fundamentals. So I've been owning this share. So I bought it around 20, but I averaged it out for 18. So
Understood.
That's how.
Understood. Samir, this is a stock that has defied all expectations and gravity as well. Would you say that you should hold out and wait for the prospects going forward? Because ultimately, there's a reason why so many people are enthused by this company.
Yeah, so we don't have active coverage, but I've studied the company, so I'll give a basic this thing. So where the change is happening is not only the buses that they are, of course, making, or the vehicles that they are making, but they're also supplying engines to certain German companies in India, right? And that is where the real story lies, because the expansion in these growth in the international companies that is happening in India is driving the profitability quite a bit. The EBITDA has been improving, even though the top line growth has not been that. It's been good, but not that enthusing. But we don't have active coverage. But if this growth trajectory continues, and the stock is not at very, very expensive valuations based on its historical, if they may be able to grow at 10 to 15%, I think the stock would probably move back higher. Might make sense to average it a little bit more. He's already done some averaging, but might make sense to maybe buy 1 or 2 more shares and then wait for the bounce. I think he will get a chance probably to go up. But like I said, I don't have it under active coverage, so I don't have a target pricing.
We have to slip into a very quick break, unfortunately, but we'll be back on the other side to take more of your questions. Do have patience with us, and we'll be back before you know it.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit. Let's dive straight into the queries then, and we've got our next one, and this is on WhatsApp, and we've got Interglobe Aviation. Ramana is writing in from Bengaluru, bought 25 shares at 5,639. Guy, what we'll do, Samir and Gaurav, we'll run through a few questions quickly if we can. This one's for you, Samir, though. It's longer term, 2 to 3 years. Would you hold or sell, and why?
Sorry, which is the stock?
Interglobe Aviation.
No, so I'm not a big fan of aviation. Although I believe the growth is going to be there, I am not invested, and I would probably not suggest, because over time we've seen that certain things happen where aviation, once you go past a particular size, start losing money. For me, it's an avoid.
Okay, Kiran is calling us from Hyderabad. Kiran, hi, a very good morning to you. How can I help you today?
Good morning, ma'am. My query is regarding KPI Green, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm holding 250 shares at 452 rupees, ma'am.
Okay.
Actually, I liked Samir Dalal sir's analysis and I purchased this share, ma'am.
Okay.
Regarding the stock, I have got good information from sir, ma'am.
Okay.
So, should I take this as an opportunity and should I add more, ma'am?
Okay.
For holding it for the next 3 months? Or should I shift to something like Godrej Properties where a lot of FIs are adding, ma'am?
Okay, for 3 months. All right, okay.
In the short term.
Got it,
Kiran. 52 rupees, ma'am. Could I expect good targets? What sort of returns could I expect in 3 months? Is my query, ma'am.
I got your question, Kiran. I'll take this up with Gaurav. Gaurav, your quick view on the charts for the next 3 months for KPI Green?
If you see KPI again today is the first candle where we have seen a positivity sort of happening, and some divergences are also there. I would not keep this stock for 3 months. It's been continuously falling from June onwards, lower tops and lower bottoms. So for me, it's always better to switch to a better structure to make returns in the near term.
And of course, Sameer's advice on the fundamentals is generally not for the short term, so bear that in mind as well. The next question is from Guru, who's writing in from Bengaluru, and he's got Quest Corp at a price of 313 rupees. He's looking at a 1-year time frame. Quick view on this one, Sameer?
No coverage.
No coverage. Okay. Let me go across to you then, Gaurav, on the one-year time frame. Would you hold if you bought at levels of 313?
I would hold. The charts are not looking extremely fantastic, but I think there are certain divergences on lower time frame, which means that the worst might be, or we'll need more confirmation. But as of now, I would recommend to hold.
All right, so that's with regards to where Quest Corp is concerned. We've got our next caller. Venkat is calling us from Tirupati. Venkat, hi, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Hi, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning to the NDTV panel for conducting such a good program.
Thank you so much, Venkat.
Yeah, I hold these shares, 100 shares at 206 rupees.
Okay.
Now, I want to know the 6 months target for the stock. And another thing is, so the stock can hold for a long term, like 2-3 years?
You're talking about Shanti Gold International, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, Venkat, I got your question. Do you want a fundamental or technical view? Quickly tell me that.
Yeah, fundamental.
Because you've mentioned both. Okay, all right. I'm not sure if Sameer will have a view on this one because it's a very small company. Sameer, any view on Shanti Gold International?
Sadly, again, no coverage.
Thought so. It's a very small company, and it's that's a fair call. But Gaurav, your view with regards to where charts are concerned, slightly longer term perspective?
As far as the charts are concerned, again, I would not be into keen. The charts are again very limited. The price history is too small, so I would not be able to comment.
Okay, it is time for the rapid fire round, the first of two, and let me kick things off with a question on Eternal. Robin has got 1,000 shares at a price of 63 rupees per share, and he's wondering whether to hold for the next 15 years. Sameer, what's the view?
15-year view, hold.
Okay, we've got our next question. This is from Prashant. We've taken Prashant's question? No. Okay, Prashant is asking about Relaxo Footwear. He's got 22 odd shares, bought at the levels of 939. Sitting on a loss of 11,000 right now. Wants to know if he can hold or average at the current levels. Gaurav, your view?
Hold, but don't average.
Okay, you generally have a view only on stock, Sameer, but I'm going to try and ask you this. Would you buy gold or silver right now?
No. Definitely a no.
Definitely not.
Okay, Central Bank is the next one. 3,000 shares is what Rahul is holding. Wants to know if he can continue to hold because he's sitting on losses. Gaurav, your view on the charts?
As far as Central Bank is concerned, I would recommend to switch over. I would not recommend to hold.
PCBL is the name of the counter. Philips Carbon Black. And Prakash Babu is writing about this and asking whether to buy at this point. Sameer, what's the view?
Yeah, he can add. Counter is doing well. And this company is doing well.
Okay, Ixigo is the next one. The person has bought at the levels of 315. 1 month target on the charts, Gaurav?
For 1 month, he can play for targets of 330.
Okay. Hind Copper in the metal space, probably seeing cuts today, if I'm not mistaken. Raza wants to know whether to hold or to buy at the current level. What's the view on the charts, Gaurav?
Hold, don't buy.
Okay, Keynes Technology, Kishore from Hyderabad is asking whether he can continue to hold or wait for some correction to average out. What's the view like, Gaurav, on the charts?
Hold, don't add. It's seen a good breakout.
Okay, not sure if we have a view on ADF Foods. 7,500 shares at a price of 165. We can pull that up. Gaurav, on the charts, Narsimha wants to know whether to hold.
Hold, but be careful. It will be weak below 190.
Okay, IFC is the next one. The person is bought at the levels of 194. Wants to know if he can continue to hold or not. Sameer, your view?
I would find a better stock to invest in, sell.
Okay, Sula bought at levels of 451. Would you hold or sell? View is a long term. Gautam wants to know. Sameer, any view?
So recently met the management, came out quite a little bit underwhelmed. I would say sell it off.
Okay, Sundaram Finance is the next one. The person, Mahalakshmi, is holding 45 shares at the levels of 5396. On the chart, 6 months, your view, Gaurav?
I would say hold.
Keynes Tech, last share of this segment. Calicut is where the question is coming from. Jay Krishnan wants to know, would you hold for the medium term, Samir?
You could hold on.
Okay. Okay, Gaurav, thanks so much. I understand that you have to leave us. A pleasure having you on the program as always. Samir, we'll see you on the other side of a very quick break. Viewers, we'll be back on the other side to take your questions, so do stay tuned.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit. For viewers who are just tuning in, you can either call us or WhatsApp us on the numbers that will be flashing on your screen right now. We're also joined by Rajesh Bhosle of Angel One joining us on this side of the show. Rajesh, hi, a very good morning to you. I'll take up the next question from Sanjeevi, who is writing us and asking about Exide Industries. She's bought at the average price of 530. Wants to know as to how are the charts indicating from a daily frame perspective. Rajesh, I'll quickly come to you on this one. Your view with regards to Exide Industries on the charts?
So hi, good morning. So overall, if we see the charts of Exide Industries, during the month of August, we had seen a bullish breakout with strong volumes, and post that the prices have corrected gradually in low volumes. So as of now, it's at the origin point of the rally. So expecting a bounce from current levels. So around 385, 380, we are seeing strong support, and stock prices are likely to bounce towards 420, 430. So can hold on to it.
Okay, all right. The next question is from Harjeet, who's writing us from Mohali and asking about Shalby and Artemis Health. Wants to know if both of these counters or maybe one of these counters are the right pick in the space. Samir, your view?
So for me, in the Shalby is something we've looked at. The other one we haven't even looked at. But for me, if you want to make an investment in the healthcare space in a large hospital kind of a business, the one to be investing in is Apollo Hospital, for the simple reason that you're going to get the demerged different entities, which is one is going to be the hospital, the other will be the pharmacy business, and the third will be the diagnostic business. And the expansion that they have lined up in the various verticals is also great. So for me, that would be the pick. We looked at Shelby. It's okay, but the other one we haven't even looked at, so I don't have a view on that one.
Okay, all right. The next one is on Bank of Maharashtra. DJ Rao from Hyderabad is asking this question. Wants to know, he's bought 20,000, by the way, 20,000 shares at the levels of 56.6, and wants to know from a 1 to 2 year perspective, what are the fundamentals indicating? Samir, your view on Bank of Maharashtra?
So the fundamentals for Bank of Maharashtra are fine. Their gross and net NPAs have been improving. The provision coverage is decent. But if you had to take a play in the space, I would rather play, I mean, he's taken quite a sizable position. I would rather play it in slightly larger PSU banks. For me, Canara Bank right now, we've been saying for a while that it's looking good. They're getting this valuation unlocking that's going to happen from the two subsidiaries that will be listing. The bank's gross NPA, net NPA. So for me, Bank of Maharashtra is fine to hold, but I think superior returns will come in Canara Bank. So if you want to stay put in Bank of Maharashtra, I'm sure you'll make returns. Decent ones are there, but if you want to make probably bigger, better returns, I think Canara Bank is the way to go.
Okay, we've got our next caller. Praneeth is calling us from Hyderabad. Praneeth, hi, a very good morning to you. I believe you have a question on SW Solar.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you, Praneeth, loud and clear. Go ahead with your question.
I'm having 160 shares of SW Solar at 258. I want to know the long term for the 2 to 3 years outlook.
Okay.
And then can I add more at which price?
Okay, all right, Praneeth.
If I need to.
Sure. I'll take this up with Samir then. Samir, your view with regards to where SW Solar is concerned, and would you recommend him to maybe average out going forward for the next 2 to 3 years?
Oh, absolutely. I've been very positive on Sterling and Wilson Solar. It's part of the Reliance Industries group of companies. Reliance is still not really, they just talked about the kind of expansion that they want to do in the solar space. Once they actually do it and the orders come through for Sterling and Wilson Solar, I think you will see a great bounce back. Like your caller, me too, I'm sitting on a much higher price. My actual purchase price is probably closer to 350 to 400. So you bought it at a much lower level than me. I have been averaging at these prices. And I do want to bring my cost down. So I am working on that. Disclaimer, so I own it and I'm buying it. My view is that in the next 3 years to 4 years, this stock will probably go back closer to its lifetime high of 700, cross that and probably move towards 1,000. And my view is based on the fact that the order flow that's going to come is going to be very strong. They already got decent orders. Execution will pick up. Operating leverage will play out because for the kind of employee strength that they have, they could probably do 2x or 2.5x the volumes of setup that they're doing at the moment. And once all of these things start playing out, you'll see a big run up in the stock. That's my personal view. I'm holding it. And I would say average, but yeah, please take your own decisions.
Okay. All right. So that's with regards to where Sterling and Wilson Solar is concerned. We've got our next question from Krishna, who is writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Dabur. He's got 10 odd shares bought at the levels of 544 and wants to know if he can continue to hold till the end of October. Rajesh, I'll come to you with regards to where charts are concerned for Dabur.
So a very short term short-term outlook is expected for the Dabur, and in fact, if we see this stock has been an underperformer, it's at a support level, so can hold on to it, but somewhere around 505, 510, there is a significant resistance of 200 DMA. So as of now, hold, but exit around 510 levels.
All right, we've got our next caller then. Praveen is calling us from Chennai. Praveen, hi. A very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Yeah, good morning, madam. This is Praveen from Chennai. So I would like to ask the REC Limited shares who wanted to buy a bulk quantity with the amount of 2.5 lakh. So is it right time to enter? Because I don't have any quantity at the moment, and also wanted to have it for another next 1 to 2 years.
Okay. All right, Praveen, I got your question and I'll take this up with Samir. Samir, REC is the counter from a longer term perspective of 1 to 2 years. Would you recommend him to add right now?
Yeah, you can definitely buy it. Valuations are not that expensive. We believe the growth that's going to come through from the power sector is going to be very robust, especially funding the renewable space, the thermal space expansions are happening. So it's a good stock to invest in. I'll just put in a small thing. If you want to invest in a more holistic company in the same kind of space, I prefer PFC over REC, because when you buy PFC, you also get 50% of REC, but PFC also is doing certain other, apart from just power sector, they've diversified a little bit into, more into the railways and things like that. So the growth that's going to come from there is going to be also very good. So for me, PFC over REC, but REC is also very, very good.
Okay, with that, viewers, it's time to slip into a very, very short break, but we'll be right back on the other side, still answering all your queries. So do stay tuned.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17 to 18th October on the NDTV network.
Welcome back. You're watching us Profit here at NDTV Profit. We've got our next caller. Avi is calling us from Australia. Avi, hi. A very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Hello, good morning to all of you as well. So I've got 1,000 shares of Shipping Corporation of India, bought at 223.80.
Okay.
So I was just wondering, if I hold it for 1 year, what could be the target? Maybe Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Avi, you saw the fundamentals while buying this counter or the technicals?
To be honest, like recently, I've seen a lot of all this hype about like investments gonna come in the shipping sector. So that's the reason I bought it. So I just thought like. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Avi, all right. Got your question. I take this up with Samir. Then Samir, your view with regards to where shipping corporation stands?
So valuations are attractive. The stock has really not done much over the recent past, but it has good prospects. Government is talking of investing in shipping corp as well to, do the expansion of their fleet, and once that happens, obviously the profitability will increase. So there is scope on the upside, but it's been a bit of an underperformer. And for me, I'd much rather buy something else. But if he's already bought it, I think you can hold on to it. You could probably make a 10% return over the next year, maybe, yes.
Okay, we've got our next caller from Anil, who's writing us from Jalandhar, and he's a regular viewer of Ask Profit. So thank you so much for that, Anil. He's holding Petronet LNG, bought 5,800 odd shares at the levels of 320. So he's sitting on a significant loss of around 2 lakh rupees. Rajesh, he wants to know if he can continue to hold for the next 6 months to 1 year to see recovery in his losses and maybe see some profits as well. Is that the right thing to do, or should he book his losses right now?
So as of now, we are seeing a base formation somewhere around 265 to 270 levels. Both on the daily and weekly charts, we are seeing some kind of reversal. So possibly the stock prices can bounce back towards 310 to 320. There we are seeing a stiff resistance of 200 DMA. So we need to recheck around 320. But as of now, hold on. 265, 270 is a very strong base for the counter.
Okay, we've got our next caller then. Raj is calling us from New Delhi. Raj, hi, a very good morning to you. How can we help you today?
Good morning, Naima. So I'm starting something afresh for my household staff.
Okay.
We're starting in SIP, but I'm going to contribute about 50%. What I've done is I've taken I've taken 75% over 3 mutual funds, 25% allocation to each.
Okay.
Now, what I want to know is 1 or 2 stocks for an SIP. Allocation is about 25%. Time period would be about 15 to 20 years, but please bear in mind it's critical for, this is household stuff. So, this money is really critical to them.
Correct.
So I need safe stocks which can give them good compounding as well there.
Okay, and stable returns as well. Okay, Raj, got your question. I'll take this up with Samir. Samir, what 2 or 3 stocks that you would recommend an SIP in for the next 15 to 20 years? That's quite a longish period that he's looking at, but he wants a stable return because this is for his household purposes. Your view?
So I think then the safest bet for me is playing Reliance Industries as one of the stocks, for the simple reason they have certain businesses that are expanding and which will never go out of being relevant, which is the telecom and the retail space. So that is one. Of course, the oil and gas is also there, which is the cash cow, but they're also getting to clean energy. So Reliance would be one of them. For the other one, I'd take a slightly more defensive kind of a view, because like he said, he wants safety, something in the FMCG space which could grow at a steady pace with low volatility, something like a Nestle or a HUL. Yes, valuations are rich in both of these counters, but given the fact that these counters will probably see growth picking up in the future with new launch of new products and things like that, I think they might be a safe investment to go. You won't find too much volatility and you will get decent returns from either one of these two.
Just a quick one out of curiosity, Samir, would you recommend him to do an SIP on maybe ETFs also? Something like a Nifty 50 or Nifty Next 50? Safer bets comparatively?
But then he's buying a mutual fund. He said he's already got the mutual fund,
that is true.
right? So by buying the ETF, you're pretty much just buying the index or the sector that is following the ETF.
Fair enough. Okay, all right. So that I hope that answers your query, Raj. We've got our next question then from Rahul, who is writing us from Bengaluru and asking about Siemens. He's got 10 odd shares bought at the levels of 5158. And he's saying that after the kind of split that the company has seen, he's sitting on a loss of around 20,000 rupees. Wants to know if he can hold, average or sell at the moment. Rajesh, on the charts, what would you recommend him to do?
Last 6 months, if we see the stock prices have done nothing, it has consolidated within a range of 3,000 and 3,400. So as of now, I would suggest to hold on a bounce. 3,400 would be the immediate levels. And once 3,400 is crossed, then a potential 3,800 to 4,000 levels will open up. So as of now, don't expect immediate outperformance, but the stock is consolidating, can hold on to it.
Rajesh and Samir, it's time for the second round of rapid fire. In fact, on this edition of Ask Profit, try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one is from Kushal, who's writing us from Mumbai and asking about Abbott India and wants to know the view on this particular counter. Rajesh, on the charts?
Can exit. It's an underperforming counter.
Okay, Aditya Birla Lifestyle Brands is the next one. Manav Chawla from Gurugram wants to know if he can continue to hold for more than a year. Samir, your view on this one?
Yes, continue to hold. I think they're doing well and they'll keep doing better.
Okay, the next one is on Yes Bank. Hariom from Karnal wants to know if he can buy or sell Yes Bank at the moment. He's not given us the quantity, but Rajesh, on the charts, your view?
The stock has picked up momentum, definitely can buy.
Okay, Hindustan Copper is the next one. Gautam from New Jersey wants to know if he can continue to hold for the next 12 to 18 months. We're seeing profit booking, Samir, today. But from a 18 months perspective, would you recommend him to buy right now?
No.
Okay, the next one is from Anthony. He's asking about a slightly smaller company. Siddhi Cots is what he's asking about. Not sure, Rajesh, if you can pull this up on the charts. If yes, what's the view like?
Not tracking this counter.
No worries. WeWork Engineering is the next one. Is this the right time to make an entry is what the viewer is asking. Naveen from Bangalore, in fact, is asking this question. Rajesh, your view?
Yes, can buy.
Okay, JSW Energy is the next one then. Aman wants to know if he can make an entry right now and average out the holding that he's had. He's bought at the levels of 600. Rajesh, your view on the charts?
Yeah, so we are expecting 600 levels, so can, yes, add.
Okay, Vodafone Idea, your view, Samir, the person is holding 5,000 odd shares.
Sell.
Okay, ITC Hotels is the next one. We don't have the name of this person, but he's bought at the levels of 229. 52 shares is what he has in the portfolio. Samir, your view?
You can continue to hold. Prefer Indian hotels in the space though.
Okay, Murthy from Bengaluru is asking about Infosys. He's got 50 odd shares at the levels of 1743. Wants to know if he can sell or hold. Rajesh, on the charts?
Yeah, hold on to it.
Okay, Vari Renewables is the next one. Viresh Yadav, quickly your view on this one. Samir, should he enter right now?
No, I think it's a little richly priced right now. Wait for corrections to launch.
All right, that brings us to the end of this edition of Fast Profit as well as the Rapid Fire round. Samir and Rajesh, thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking with us.
Mahima, have a good show today in the evening, please.
Yes.
Unfortunately, not going to be able to attend, but have a lovely time.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Samir. Rajesh, I hope you can make it to the show for sure. But thank you so much for that, Samir. For viewers, just to give a context, NDTV Profit is going to host Ignite today from 3 p.m. onwards, and that's going to bring a lot of stalwarts in the markets as well as in the industry. You will see names like Ramesh Damani, Vijay Kedia, Manish Chokhani, S. Naren, as well as something like Sandeep Sikka, as well as Nilesh Shah, and a lot of names from the consumption space to talk about the GST 2.0, as well as the festive season kicking in as to how things are shaping up. And of course, we're also bringing in Screener founders to talk about how the entire Screener's journey has been like for Screener. And of course, we'll also have Vijay Kedia in conversation with Vivek Oberoi as well. But with that, viewers, we are completely out of time on this edition of Fast Profit, but do stay tuned.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत।
Hello and welcome to KYC. I'm Hiral Dadia and with me is Anushi Vakaria. The company today on our radar is Bondada Engineering, a 4,000 crore market cap company is what we're talking on. But the migration to mainboard is something which is a key question here. Interesting company with the kind of growth that they've achieved, Anushi, and the sustainability and the guidance that they've given becomes the key in terms of how execution pans out. Basis this, let's understand the key questions in terms of what we want to know at NDTV Profit. First up, the timelines when it comes to migration to both the exchanges, and that is what we've been talking about right now because it's already become a 4,000 crore company. Secondly, they were projecting 2 times revenues for FY26, and the guidance for FY27 is also very strong. So what is it that will actually drive to this kind of a number? And thirdly, the margin trajectory when it comes to the changing product mix. What changes when the product mix changes? Is it going to be margin accretive or will it dilute margins from here on? Those are the top 3. Anushi has the rest.
Right. So apart from that, we also want to understand on how the working capital is going to improve, considering that there have been a couple of fundraisers now which have taken place. So this is one question that we need to ask, along with improvement in cash flows as well. Now, we've already spoken about the opportunity in terms of product mix, but now they're also foraying in other verticals. This includes Indian Railways as well. What's the kind of revenue uptake that we are seeing is another question that we want to understand. Order book also, Hiral, 8,000 crore is the projection by FY26 end. So how will execution shape up for this? What's the kind of inflows that we are looking at is another question that we should be addressing, right?
Right. Interesting ones. Let's quickly understand about the company from here on, what the company does. First up, a company that was just established in 2012. It provides services to 3 segments: telecom, renewable energy, and the Indian Railways, as you can see on your screens. Overall, if you see in terms of products as well, Anushi, very interesting mix.
Yeah, absolutely. So for now, last FY24, we had seen that telecom was the highest contributor, but now the focus is shifting towards solar EPC services. Of course, battery energy storage systems also making a big comeback in terms of big foray in terms of how the order wins are going to shape up for this particular product. Other products includes manufacturing and supply of LED lights with building materials, products and motors, as well as other key segments that we are looking at. But it's the order book positioning which is an interesting one that we are panning out for. The opening order book is around 5,044 crore. They are projecting around 6,000 to 7,000 crore of inflows by FY26 end, which would take their overall, if we see the FY26 end figure, around 8,000 crore is the figure that we are seeing. That implies about a 2.5 times of a book-to-bill ratio, given that, you know, they're also seeing a 2x jump in terms of where the top line is concerned.
And what is the order book mix looking like? Because that is again a key when you talk about their value-added products.
Right. So if you look at the renewable energy side of it, that contributes to about 3,589 crore. Then comes the telecom sector, which is another important vertical for the business. 1,089 crore is the mix that we are looking at. And other products, 136 crore. So how Indian Railways would be, Indian Railways is 228 crore, while other products is 136 crore. Want to understand how Indian Railways mix will improve going forward.
And if you see in terms of the revenue mix as well, in terms of various segments, solar and telecom, 2 segments, the way solar has jumped from 28% to 58%, telecom has actually reversed the same trend. That's what the mix is looking like, and hence the concentration when it comes to the overall mix and the expansion when you talk about the solar business. Secondly, when you talk about their Vision 2020 as well, the renewable energy solar EPC model, they're looking at 800 megawatt commissioning in FY25. FY26, this is going to increase to 2.1 gigawatts, which is the key over here as well. So you're talking of nearly or more than doubling in terms of capacity. If you talk about BESS, which is battery energy storage systems, FY26, they're expecting almost 800 megawatts overall. In terms of solar IP as well, 2 gigawatts is from the government of Andhra Pradesh. And secondly, 9,000 acres of land is what they've already mapped, and their pooling has already commenced. So that's with regards to their vision. Anushi, in terms of any recent developments that you've picked so far?
A couple of them so far. So they've just recently commissioned about 78 megawatts of solar projects in Tamil Nadu as well as Maharashtra is what we are looking at. Apart from this, we are seeing order wins also on table. They've received about a 14 crore of worth of orders for solar projects. Apart from that, we are looking at another 64 crore of an order from government of Bihar as well. Now, if you talk about battery energy storage system, there have been developments in particular regards to this as well. Apart from that, they've also raised around 163 crore through preferential issue and share warrants is what we are seeing. Now, this is expected to improve the working capital also for the business. So, outlook on this is something that we'll quiz the management later on.
Okay, so those are a few of the recent developments that we're talking about, but very quickly, let's look at all the rating parameters from here on that one should be watching out for. From the income statement to the balance sheet, cash flow, return ratios, absolutely the obvious. On the next set, we have shareholding. valuations and the outlook that we will be looking at. But first up, let's look at the income statement as a whole. It's a very strong revenue growth that the company has seen, because the revenues actually have nearly tripled from FY23 to FY25. If you see in terms of margins as well, they have been improving. From a 8%, you've come down to 11% in FY25, so good growth coming in there. So either it's better pricing or improved costs or better economies of scale. One of these factors that are actually helping the company achieve these kind of numbers, and hence a thumbs up.
Also, the increasing mix towards the solar side of business is also ramping up that top line growth that we are looking at. In fact, if you now, that's on the income side that we are seeing, but if you look at the balance sheet also, we've given this a thumbs up. Just on the other equity side, we've seen a significant uptick in terms of where the FY25 number is concerned, 425 crore. Of course, this is aided by higher profitability also coming for the business. Borrowings also, if we just take that in context with what's happening with the book value, about 0.4 times is the kind of ratio that we are looking at in comparison with FY23, where the debt to equity was above 1 times of levels that we are seeing. Cash in bank at the end of FY25 at similar levels at versus FY24, 41 crore is the number that we are looking at. So overall, we have given this metric a thumbs up.
Okay, let's look at the cash flow statement as well. Now, the cash and cash equivalent have dropped, especially in FY25. If you see the operating cash flow from a 54 crores in the positive, it's actually become negative to 167 crores. Likewise, if you see in terms of the net cash flows as well, a 10 crore downtake. Now, their cash reserves are what is getting used up, even with financing inflows. The company has been ending with less cash than what is needed. There is working capital stress, is what you can see. The drop in the operating cash flow in FY25 suggests that the working capital has increased sharply. There is dependence that's coming in on the external financing as well, because of the negative operating cash flows combined with high investment requirements when you're talking about newer businesses. And the company is becoming more dependent on external funds to sustain the growth. If you talk about the profit versus cash discrepancy as well, the income statement actually shows that your revenue and your net profit has been increasing significantly in FY25 versus FY24, but the cash flow from operations is negative. This mismatch is actually indicating that the profits are not being converted into cash due to non-cash items or the working capital drains that could be coming in, and hence we've given it a thumbs down.
Okay, so that's with regards to cash flows. Of course, receivables did go up subsequently in FY25, 331 crore is the kind of figure that we are looking at. But coming to the return ratios, strong numbers that we are seeing, 30% at the end of FY25. ROE also with more than a 35% plus number that we are looking at. And it's a significant uptick that we've seen from the levels of FY23. 26% was the number there by the end of FY23 is what we are seeing. Of course, increase in profits also aiding to this kind of growth that we are looking at. So overall return ratios, a thumbs up is what we've given. But here, shareholding,
a neutral rating on the shareholding. Now let's analyze that. Promoters have remained stable in that 63 to 62 kind of a bracket. FI is also pretty stable, and likewise with the public. In fact, what's interesting is there are no DIIs or no domestic investors who are holding the stock, and hence a neutral rating on the shareholding pattern.
Well, street cred, if you're just talking about the investors who had put their money in the listing, they've got more than 10 times of returns that we are seeing if that held on to that from the 2023 levels that they'd held in September. But in the last 1 year period, there's been some bit of that pressure on the stock. It's seen about a 36% of a downtake year to date. So, but considering the longer term picture, we've given this a thumbs up.
Okay, very quickly in terms of valuations, a neutral rating is what we've given it, because if you talk about the 2-year average, that's at around 36 times versus the current PE 38 times. Now, pretty much in line with where it's been trading in terms of averages, but if you have to look at the industry is in that 20-22 times kind of a bracket in terms of price to earnings, and hence a neutral rating when it comes to the valuations.
Now coming to the outlook and guidance, this is where the main story lies. If you are just looking what the company is aiming for, of course in 2026 it aims to be listed on both the exchanges, is what we are seeing, even move to the main board side of it. But revenue growth projections are quite strong. FY26 2x growth over FY25. In fact, by FY30 it aims for around 7x growth, wants to be a $1 billion company by the end of it. Of course, they've also upped their target in terms of their solar power commissioning 10 gigawatt to 25 gigawatt is what they're saying. They're also eyeing for inorganic growth opportunities to aid that kind of growth going forward. Apart from that, they're also anticipating a 6,000 to 7,000 crore worth of inflows and expect to close this year with an order book of around 8,000 crores. So strong outlook is what we are looking at, Hiral.
Okay, so let's look at the overall ratings picture from here on, what that looks like, because it's very strong. 3 thumbs up, income statement, balance sheet, return ratios. Your cash flow is something which is a downward move. Your street credentials outlook very strong, neutral in terms of valuations and shareholding. That gets you to a 6 on 8, which is a very good rating when you talk about KYC. But let's quickly slip into a short break, and before that we'll have Raghavendra Rao, Chairman and Managing Director of Bondada Engineering, who will be joining us on the show just in a short while.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
Welcome back to Know Your Company. We have Raghavendra Rao, Chairman and Managing Director at Bondada Engineering, joining in. Mr. Rao, welcome to the show and a pleasure to speak to you as always. My first question coming to you is, what are the timelines that you're looking at with regards to migration on the main board exchanges? And secondly, the drivers that will lead to this 2 times growth.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, and this Dr. Bondada Raghavendra Rao. The first question, that migration will happen in 30th August 2026 because as per SEBI guidelines, they have given us for SME scripts 3 years. So now 2 years, 2 years completed. So another 10 months we have to wait. Growth is this company started with the telecom infrastructure services, but slowly converted into the renewable energy company. Way back 2017, we have started this renewable energy projects. Now, huge orders are there in the market, solar EPC orders, and also we are planning for 2 gigawatt of IPP and even BESS also. All these segments are giving us a huge order book. As of now, our closing order book as on first half is around 5,000 crores. And we are expecting almost another closing order book of almost around 8,000 crores by this year end, this financial year end. So with this kind of order book, we have to deliver the projects on time. So this is the market. Market is driving us because we are in right segments like renewable energy and
Sir Rao,
telecom.
just
And
on
even
that 8,000 crore of order book that you said, want to understand where's the current order book is at and what's the kind of inflows that you've seen so far?
Yeah, current order book, as I mentioned, is a 5,000 crores current order book, and in which actually we will consume something by this financial year end. And already we are L1 in around 2,600 crores, L1 in 2,600 crores, and around 10,000 to 11,000 crores of tendering is going on. Our winning ratio as of now anything between 20 to 25%. Even if you calculate that one, it will add to us around 2,500 to 3,000 crores. With all, if you add all these numbers, I think we are expecting around 8,000 crores of order book by this financial year.
Okay, so if you're talking about 8,000 crore order book and the kind of change in product mix that has happened towards solar, what happens to your margins from here on? Because you've already come to 11%. What's that threshold that you're aiming for?
I think we are going to maintain this year also, because actually for all these projects, budgets are already finalized and projects are going on right direction, because we are not expecting any delays in the projects. So we are going to intact our margins, maybe 1 base points maybe up, but otherwise whatever that margins we have done in last year, I think we are going to maintain these similar margins or maybe 1 base point up.
Mr. Rao, you said that for FY26 the margins will remain at similar levels, but want to get your outlook in terms of the next 3 years story because of the changing mix that we are looking at towards solar EPC side. Now Indian Railways is also another segment in which you are seeing higher opportunities. Firstly, what's the kind of product mix that you see in these next 3 years, and what's the uptick in terms of margin profile also? This is in 3 years context that I'm talking about.
Yeah. So as you know that actually we are in the right segments, that is the renewable energy segment and telecom, that is Digital Bharat, the telecom segment, and even Indian Railways also. We have other products also. All these three segments have huge potential to grow in next 10 years, not even 5 years. But we have the very clear vision for next 2030, which we are going to make almost 10,000 crores of revenue. So this year, our CAGR is going to be 100% compared to last year, and maybe next year we are going to do almost around 50% CAGR. From there onwards, 30-35% CAGR we are going to manage. So yes, solar EPC, there are
so Mr. Rao, that's very ambitious when you're talking about the kind of numbers that you're giving out and the compounded growth that you're looking at. How would you manage the working capital? Because that's where the stretch is. I know you've done a preferential issue, but will that suffice? Because there is a concern on that aspect.
Yes, till FY 2026 we have planned entire our working capital requirements till FY 2026 numbers. Then 2027 onwards, of course, actually we need more cash flows, more capital requirements are there, because most of these are the working capital requirements. When we ventured into the IPP projects, then definitely we will use that equity rising that time, maybe in 2026 or 2027, 2026 ending or 2027 beginning. But as of now, till 2026, my working capital arrangements are already done with banks.
So how much, Mr. Rao, how much will you need to raise for FY26 and for the next 2 years after the fundraise that you've already done?
Yeah, by 26 last quarter and 27 first quarter, we are going to start first phase of our 2 gigawatt, maybe around 500 megawatt to 750 megawatt, for which actually we may require around almost 1,500 crores, and debt portion is around 1,250 and equity portion is around 250 crores is required. Equity portion, I think we can manage with internal accruals and with our balance sheets, and debt we have to see that whether it is we are going to raise the equity or maybe debt with financial institutions.
Okay, so just want to understand, your current debt is around 182 crores. This is as of end of FY25 figure that we are looking at. So by FY26 or 27 end, what would be the debt that we are seeing on the books?
Yeah, 250 crores is the sanction limit. We are using only the 180 crores at this point at time. I think by 2026, the similar numbers are going to be intact. It is sufficient by end of 2026.
Okay, so that's in regards to the debt scenario that we are seeing. Apart from that, any talks in terms of geo circles to acquire more of that telecom related contracts that we are looking at?
Yes, right now we are efficiently managing Telangana circle, and recently our team has discussions with Geo, and they are talking about 2-3 circles in south only. Maybe during next 1 or 2 months, actually, that is going to be materialized.
Okay. Mr. Rao, my last question, at what levels do you see your return ratio stabilizing? Because right now, pretty strong, but where are you seeing normalizing and stability coming in?
No, with this product mix, because actually, okay, solar EPC has some margin pressures, I understand, but actually maybe 2026 end and 2027 onwards, we are also getting into the annuity tariff-based annuity models of our BESS. BESS has huge potential actually. That is the reason even my vision is also changed from 10 gigawatt to the 25 gigawatt because of, as you all know that actually, with increase of renewable energy, India needs BESS heavily, battery energy storage system heavily. Already I got 200 by 400 megawatt of our best project from Tamil Nadu. We already set the benchmark. So we are more focusing on best projects. These best projects give us the good IRRs, and so that actually my PAT levels are going to increase, and also we are expecting annuity revenues from my IPP projects of 2 gigawatt from 2027 onwards. I think we are going to improve our margins. There is no doubt in actually a reduction of our margins or pressure on our margins.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Rao, for joining and sharing that kind of outlook in terms of what's happening with Bondada Engineering. Hiral, the key takeaway is, of course, the main board listing that will be happening in next year, August around. Correct. So that is something that we'll look forward to for the company to move there. In terms of the guidance also, strong guidance that we've seen, the question now remains in terms of margin uptake, as Mr. Rao was just speaking about. 8,000 crore is the order book that we are looking at. This is with additional inflows coming at, and of course, what's happening with the telecom space in regards with new circles also is something that we should be anticipating.
And the 1,500 crore fundraise that the company will need.
That's
so lots to watch out for. But completely out of time. But that is a wrap on this edition of KYC from Anushi, the team that put that show together, and myself. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है। चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूँ, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. She is a ballerina who defies gravity.
The Nifty index, after a shaky start, is now trading with gains of 100 points, jumping to close to 25,280. The Sensex is up over 330 points, taking the index above the 82,500 level. Companies like Power Grid, ONGC and SBI are among the gainers. Proposal to withdraw any of nominees from Tata Sons is not on the agenda of the Tata Trust's board meet today. Sources say that the meet will focus on the utilization of 1,700 crore rupee dividend from Tata Sons. And TCS beats estimates in the second quarter as numbers show operational resilience, reports strong deal bookings with $10 billion in new orders but refrains from sharing guidance and attrition.
हमने 2030 तक
इसे दोगुना करने का लक्ष्य रखा है।
Prime Minister Modi addresses India-UK CEO Forum, sets the 2030 target for India-UK bilateral trade at $100 billion, charts the roadmap for shared progress of both the countries. Meanwhile, the UK government announces a defence deal worth £350 million with India, set to deliver UK missiles for the Indian Army. Good afternoon, you're watching Markets at 12 with me, Shreyansi Singh, and this is the show where we get you updates on the top buzzers and news updates at noon. But first things first, let's take a very quick look at how the markets are faring at this point in time. And it's a good day in trade coming in as far as the Nifty 50 is concerned. A gain of about 100 points, Nifty 50 managing to hold up above that 25,200 levels. In fact, quite close to that 25,300 level as we speak. And when you take a look at Sensex, that has in fact jumped about 300 points. As we speak, let's also take a very quick look at the sectoral picture as well, tilted very strongly in the favor of green as we speak. So it's realty, PSU Bank, Pharma, Bank, Energy, exactly in that order. Those are your top sectoral gainers. What's not doing so well and is on the back foot is metals. That's the entire pack that is on the back foot at this point in time. But let's also take a very quick look at the list of gainers from within the Nifty 50 pack. So it's Cipla that makes it to that list. 2.5% gain coming in on that counter. SBI, IndusInd Bank, Axis Bank, SBI Life, Wipro and Dr. Reddy's, some of your top gainers from within the Nifty 50 pack. What's not doing so well and is on the back foot is Tata Steel, TCS, Hindalco, JSW Steel, Shriram Finance, as well as Tata Motors and Tech Mahindra, some of your top losers from within the Nifty 50 pack. So that's largely the picture as far as the market is concerned, and that's largely the kind of outlook that you're seeing coming in. So those are some of your counters, select few counters, the likes of Tata Motors that are on the back foot. Let's also take a very quick look at the list of advances as well as declines. When you take a look at the most active stocks right now, of course, from within the Nifty 50 pack, there's a Vodafone Idea, Yes Bank, Reliance Power, JP Power, Suzlon as well. Those are some of the counters that are trading in terms of the active stocks. But let's also take a very quick look at a very important story then. Air travel during Diwali will be a pain to consumer pockets. In fact, you do have Danish Anand who's standing by with an important update on this one. Danish, take us through the updates when it comes to airfare.
Well, if you're planning to catch a flight this Diwali, then be ready to shell out more money from your pockets, as due to enhanced air travel demand, airfare has jumped across various routes across the country. Well, as exclusive data provided by Exide and Ease My Trip to NDTV Profit, we are seeing that air travel demand has increased between 60 to 70% in Diwali 2025 versus Diwali 2024, and this is also creating a huge impact on airfare, especially from metro to metro routes and from various metro to non-metro routes. Just to give you an example, airfare between Hyderabad to Delhi has almost increased by 50%. Similarly, airfare from Hyderabad to other metro cities has also increased between 30 to 50%. Whereas if we compare the overall air travel demand, it is also high. For example, if you talk about Ayodhya and Varanasi, which are major religious sectors, over here we are seeing airfare and the air travel demand increasing sharply. And as far as the demand is concerned, Ayodhya and Varanasi are seeing at least 100% jump in air travel demand. So all in all, if we see, if you want to travel from metro to non-metro, you'll also have to shell out more money. And despite that, even if you want to travel from a non-metro to a non-metro city, even over there, you'll have to spend more money from your pockets for catching your next flight.
Alright, and so be prepared to shell out more money if you're traveling on those routes that Danish just talked about, and that's the update coming in as far as airfare then is concerned. But let's get you a very important update on a very important news story. Let's take a closer look at the ownership and what got the Tata Group here in terms of the tussle. We'll talk about the tussle in just a bit, but before we get to that piece of the picture, Charu in fact is standing by at Bombay House with more details on what the dispute is and about what really deepened the rift as well. Charu, over to you.
So we are currently outside Bombay House in Fort area, where most of the major important meetings and governance decisions of Tata Group come about. Currently, as per the people in the know, we've been told that the meeting is going on in a hybrid form. Some key individuals of the board are present inside the Bombay House, while some are joining virtually. While we know that removal of any of the board members is likely not to be, accomplished or presented in the board meeting today, but the results are still awaited, and the meeting is likely to go on until 1 p.m. if not till later. Then we are here and looking at what other developments are rolling out. That said, to add some context and background to what the entire issue is about, we must understand that there are two Tata trusts which make the consolidated term Tata Trust. These are the Dorabji Trust and the Sir Ratan Tata Trust. They together hold over 66% of stake in Tata Sons. Now Tata Sons in turn handles over 30 businesses of the Tata Group entities across sectors, that is consumers, durables, several other products as well, that is Air India and Tata Motors, TCS, etc., etc. Now, since most of the governance is taken care of by Tata Sons and Tata Sons governance is taken care of by Tata Trust in an indirect manner, there are issues about the decisions taken in the board of Tata Sons. What kind of decisions are being taken? Are they transparent or are they ambiguous? So there are two factions in the Tata Trust board, which are, the Noel Tata faction and the Meli Mystery faction. Both of them are having issues regarding how the decisions of Tata Sons board are taken and how the appointments to the board of Tata Sons are, taken and how they come about. So decisions are going to be taking place in the meeting today. What we also know for now is that government consultations were also a key, detail of this entire issue, since the market cap of Tata Sons is huge and it impacts the Indian corporate story. Government was also involved. They also consulted with the important members of the board, and the likely resolution was discussed, and it was discussed that there should be a smooth resolution to all the conflicts and issues that have arisen. We'll keep you updated with more details shortly.
Well, absolutely, Charu. Thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. We'll trust you to get us more details as and when they unfold. And that's one board meeting that we're definitely keeping an eye on. Tata Sons, of course, owns Tata Trusts owns 66% of Tata Sons, and you do have that overseeing about 30 companies. And we got you that update on why the legal battle is currently underway. But as promised, let's get you some more important updates. India's corporate crown, like we told you, is caught in a tussle. We're talking about Tata Group that is in the spotlight at this point in time amid a boardroom feud. And is there a resolution right now that is in sight? What are sources telling us? In fact, sources close to Meli Mystery have dismissed speculation, say that there's no interest in a Tata Sons board seat and no pressure to exit Tata Trusts as well. We do have Nisha Podar, who's NDTV Profit's executive editor for corporates, joining in with some more details on this one. Nisha, over to you.
It's a crucial day in the Tata Trust feud that we have been reporting on. It is the first time that Tata Trust Committee members are really meeting after the conflict within the trust members regarding the board seat of Tata Sons really came to the fore a few weeks back. So the two factions, one by Noel Tata and the other by Meli Mystery, seem to be showing some signs of truce just ahead of the important meetings today. Now, that is a factor or has been impacted by two important aspects. First, the government intervention, and so second, the key milestone of the group, that is Ratan Tata's death anniversary yesterday, which also brought to the fore the questions of whether the stakeholders now can carry forward the legacy that was built by late Ratan Tata. On this matter, while speculations are rife on what turn could this conflict take as the trustees meet face-to-face in the committee meeting, well, we have sourced, or we have spoken to the sources who are close to Meli Mystery's camp, and we gather that there is a huge softening of stance from Meli Mystery's side. In fact, we do gather that Meli Mystery is not really keen on any board position anymore in Tata Sons. There was a discussion on that. It didn't go in his favor, and he's ready to move on and forget about it and follow the usual course of business now at Tata Trusts. It is also speculated whether Melly Mistry will be under pressure now after this conflict to really relinquish his position or distance himself from the trust. We do gather from the source directly linked with Melly Mistry that Melly Mistry has had no pressure to step down from the trust, nor has this thought really crossed his mind. Going forward, it is expected from Melly Mistry's camp that it will be business as usual and be smooth functioning of the philanthropic activities of the trust and the administrative decisions that need to be taken by the committee members. Now, why has this particular matter caught the attention of the entire country and the government? Well, it is crucial because remember, Tata Trust owns 66% stake in the large conglomerate, business conglomerate Tata Sons, and therefore also has control over the key strategic decisions of the group. Remember, Tata Sons has over 30 companies under its fold, spanning from manufacturing in different areas to consumer goods to even airlines, Air India, and several global outfits as well, like Jaguar Land Rover. So considering the criticality of this matter, enormity of the matter, and smooth functioning of this trust and Tata Sons is very, very critical for the country, and therefore the top cabinet Minister Amit Shah as well as Nirmala Sitharaman also stepped in to really call for a truce and to help resolve the matter. And therefore, it's going to be critical on the outcome of the crucial committee meeting of Tata Trusts today, and the big question, whether or not the legacy of late Ratan Tata will be upheld by these stakeholders.
All right then, thank you so much, Nisha, for getting us that update. So no interest in a board seat, no pressure to exit Tata Trusts, and that's what sources are telling your channel. But lots that is yet to unfold when it comes to this story. Time now to slip into a very short break. More on the earnings fine print on the second quarter of TCS on the other side. Stay tuned.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders.
Welcome back. You're tuned into Markets at 12. And as promised, time now to get you an update as far as TCS Pen is concerned. In fact, IT giant TCS has released its Q2 earnings with results that have beaten street estimates. And in an unusual move, though, you do have TCS not announcing its attrition rate as well as the total headcount figures. But for now, you do have Puneet who's standing by with an update on the brokerage verdict. Puneet, take us through what the brokerages are saying about this counter.
Well, thank you for that. It's definitely been a quarter that's been beating estimates. And the key aspect from this one is that, the stock is still down in the red. That's largely led by, what we've seen a couple of key parts. One is that there has been a significant reduction in the employee count for the company compared to the previous quarter by almost 19,700 personnel. Versus, and this headcount has now slipped below the 600,000 mark. And the second key aspect is investing in AI infrastructure, and that's what multiple brokerages have said as well. You can see the target prices on your screen right now. We've seen an upgrade from Avendus Spark, but largely all the other brokerages maintaining their view and slightly adjusting their prices on the upside. The other aspect is that TCS has decided to invest in data centers while they will be making an incremental investment of $6 to $7 billion over the next few years. This is going to be a dilutive in terms of the return on capital employed business because the data center business has lower ROCE versus the traditional IT services business as well. And that's something that JP Morgan has echoed as well. They've said that the AI co-location business appears to be an unrelated distraction. A similar notion has been maintained by a few other brokerages as well, while Nuvama feels it's a balanced approach in terms of new investment criteria as well. So there are multiple key aspects. What's also interesting is that the attrition number of 13.3% is what the company has released this morning via Bloomberg. A story has been broken out. So 13.3 versus 12.3% on a YOY basis, but largely employee reduction as well as a new venture is the negative part, and probably those factors are impacting the prices today or the stock price today of TCS on the market.
All right, then. Thank you so much, Puneet, for joining us with that update there. So JP Morgan is talking about the AI model. You do have Nuvama, in fact, feeling that it is, in fact, a balanced approach at this point in time. And you do have largely attrition being the key negative. And that is, in fact, as you can see on the screens as well, 1.5% downtick coming in on TCS. That is largely, as Puneet pointed out, weighing on the stock as well. In fact, on that note, we in fact caught up with K. Krithivasan, who was the MD and CEO of the company. And he's also talking in great detail about the total contract value and what is also giving the optimism when it comes to financial year 26 that is expected to be a better year. Let's go across and listen in.
So first on TCV, definitely we had a $10 billion TCV supported by strong increase in BFSI in our consumer business and spread throughout the world. And it also has a good mix of renewals as well as new projects. So we are very comfortable with the TCV, and it puts us in the right place for future growth. In coming to the other point related to will FY26 be better than 25? See, we had a weak H1 and we believe based on the conversations we are having with the customer with the TCV we are signing, we believe our H2 will be better than H1. And by that token at this time, I'm quite hopeful that FY26 could, international revenue of 26 could be better than 25.
All right, and there you go. That's the word coming in from the MD and CEO of the company, saying that the second half of the year is going to be better than the first half of the year. But let's move on to another important story then. And the Appointments Committee of the Cabinet, in fact, has approved revised guidelines for appointing whole-time directors, including chairpersons, CEOs, MDs, and executive directors in the public sector banks and state-run insurers. The move opens the door for private sector professionals to apply for top leadership roles in public sector banks, including the MD post at the SBI. This is a first in Indian banking history. NDTV Profit broke the story first, and now the government has officially issued the notification confirming that this landmark reform in banking appointments is something that we're looking at. And my colleague Shrimi, in fact, is joining in with all of those very important details. Shrimi, over to you.
Well,
Well, absolutely, landmark move. The government has opened the door for private sector professional to apply for top leadership role in public sector banks, including the managing director position at State Bank of India, a first in Indian bank history. Now, the reform marks, of course, a major shift in how leadership positions such as MD, CEO are selected across India's public financial institution. This decision is, of course, a part of a broader efforts to promote transparency, competition, and merit-based hiring at the highest level of the banking system. According to the communication reviewed by NDTV Profit, the Appointment Committee of Cabinet (ACC) has approved the revised consolidated guidelines for the appointment of whole-time directors, including chairpersons, CEOs, MD, and executive directors in a public sector banks as well as state-run insurance companies. Now, under the new framework, private sector candidates can now apply for the SBI MD position provided they meet certain eligibility criteria. Now, applicant must have at least 21 years of professional experience, including a minimum of 15 years in banking, and must have served either 2 years at the board level or 3 years at the highest below the board. Now, the Financial Services Institution Bureau, FSIB, the body responsible for recommending candidates for top financial sector appointments, has been empowered as well to engage independent HR agencies to assess private sector applicants. And notably, the government has kind of set aside the traditional appraisal report from the evaluation process, signaling a major shift towards a modern and performance driven the assessment model. Now, the Department of Financial Services under Finance Ministry has formally communicated these new changes to public sector bank and state-owned insurer, outlining the revised appointment procedures. The official said that move is expected to attract top talent from both public and private sector, fostering greater professionalism and accountability in public sector banking leadership.
All right, thanks, Shrimi, for getting us that update. So a couple of things have happened. The government has opened PSB leadership roles to private sector talent. And as we told you earlier, the SBI MD post is going to be open for private sector candidates as well, which is a landmark when it comes to Indian banking's history. But speaking of India and the UK have inked a defense deal worth £350 million. And this, in fact, deepens the strategic partnership and boosts jobs in both the countries. This contract will see the supply of UK-built air defense missiles to the Indian Army. In fact, let's take a look at some of the salient features of this contract. And for more on this, Anushi is standing by with that update.
As we were just speaking about, it's a big development that we are seeing for both India and UK in terms of this £350 million of defense deal that we are looking at. Now, what's essentially taking place here, that UK will be building lightweight multi-role missiles, and this would be manufactured there is what we are looking at. This would, of course, enhance overall India's defense capabilities as well. But the question mainly is, what is the opportunity that we are looking for the Indian defense players, since the manufacturing is happening in UK? Now, if you are looking at that, the possible opportunities for co-production technology transfer opens up for India. Along with that, they may also require support infrastructure for integration of these subsystems and components that we are looking at. This is where the Indian defense companies will play a role. Stocks in focus here is Bharat Dynamics, of course, which is the manufacturer of majority of missiles in India, is what we are seeing. Along with that, Bharat Electronics, which does create the support infrastructure for missiles and subsystems, is another stock this in radar. Along with that, Astra Microwave and Solar Industries, a couple of other counters that we can watch out for. But in a related deal, we've also seen an initial commitment of collaboration of around 250 million on electric powered engines which will be built for the naval ships as well. This is where all these shipbuilding companies also will play a role in terms of refits which will be happening. So your Cochin Shipyard, Garden Reach or Masgao Dock, a couple of stocks that could be on your radar. So this is the overall perspective in what's happening with India and UK's defense deal, and which are the stocks that we could keep on our radar.
All right, then thanks, Anushi, for getting us that update. So there you go. Those are some of the counters to keep in mind when it comes to defense. In fact, you do have Garden Reach Shipbuilders that is down about 1%. Some of those counters under pressure as we speak as well. But that's all the time that we have on this edition of Markets at 12. Thank you so much for tuning in. You don't go anywhere, because Profit Buzzers takes all of the action forward.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है। ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
अरे और रहमान सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV.
Hello and welcome to Profit Buzzers. This is Hiral Datia. Before we take a look at what markets are doing at this hour, the Pharma pack continues to remain in focus, and this is on the back of US, which has gone ahead and passed the US Biosecure Act. Now, this was under discussion in the US Congress. What is the Biosecure Act is what we need to know. Firstly, the US law proposes to safeguard biotech as well as health data, and it bars the US government and contractors from working with certain foreign biotech firms. In fact, it focuses mainly on Chinese companies because they see that as a security risk, and it promotes securing US biotech capacity. Now, if you talk about who are the beneficiaries on this, companies like Adivis Laboratories, Syngene International, Newlin Labs, Jubilant Pharmova, Piramal Pharma, Laurus Labs, these are the ones which will benefit out of this act, on the back of which, if you see all the counters as well, which have climbed to the day's highest levels. What they've said is that this aims to limit the investment in sensitive Chinese industries. Apart from that, the Senate is targeting Chinese biotech investments in the defense bill as well. And if you talk about the companies, in terms of the kind of reaction that we saw, a lot of positives that do come in on this front. Firstly, if you talk about Syngene International, they've clearly indicated that the people, even if they've got great partnerships with some of their Chinese vendors, they don't want all of their supplies coming from one geography, particularly large cap companies. And that is what is taking much more seriously from here on. All of these companies trading at the day's highest levels on the back of the US Biosecure Act that has been passed as well. I'll just quickly take you through the companies which actually reacted from 25th of Jan 2024 to the 5th of December 2024 when this entire commentary had started. Divis Laboratories, Syngene, Newland, Jubilant, Pyramid Pharma, all of these counters saw gains in the range of almost 70% to almost 193%. So if you look at a long-term chart also, that will tell you the entire story. But clearly, if you have to look at the lines, a clear positive coming in for the CDMO companies in India. The Senate has said that they are targeting biotech investments in the defense bill as well. The new Biosecure Act will ban US funding for certain Chinese companies, and the US government may still grant a one-year waiver to Chinese companies in special cases. Now, this aims to limit the investment in sensitive Chinese industries. This becomes a key positive for the CDMO sector in India. And that's the reason why you're seeing this kind of a jump that's coming in terms of the pharma names as well. I will get my colleague Varsha to join in to tell us more in terms of how this benefits, because clear beneficiaries, if you can just have the charts yet again. Divis Laboratories is one, Syngene, Newland, Jubilant Pharmova, Pyramid Loris. Before that, let me just actually get in Raghvendra Kedia from Prosperity Advisors. Raghvendra, a clear positive because the US has gone ahead and passed the Biosecure Act, which is a clear positive for the CDMO companies. A good spike coming in terms of the counters as well. Your quick commentary and what would you have to say?
Good afternoon, Hiral. Broadly, yes, this is definitely a welcome move, and we would say better late than never, where the pharma companies, specifically the large cap with their footprint in US, would benefit. So this is just a start. We expect more positive announcement to come in the next few weeks. So it's a positive, and then a bullish undercurrent would continue in the large cap pharma names. So we are upbeat on this announcement and expect few more to come in.
Stay with us. Let me get in my colleague Varsha to tell us more about this, who tracks this space pretty closely. Varsha, we've been talking about this since September, when we already mentioned on NDTV Profit that the US Biosecure Act is back again. Yes, there have been certain tweaks, and we did see those gyrations that did come in terms of pharma names as well. What is the key details that you're picking up so far? And two, the kind of impact that the CDMO companies would see, because all of them actually shooting up in trade right now as we speak.
Yes, absolutely. So finally, US has passed this Biosecure Act. Now, if you see, the key provisions of this act will be they're going to ban use of Chinese biotech firms tied to the military in US government contracts, and the rules will be effective within 60 days, and they'll be fully enforced in up to 32 months. Now, there have been certain, changes when it comes to Biosecure Act, because earlier, if you see, they had given specific names that these Chinese companies will be banned, but now they're going to revive annually which all Chinese companies will be banned. So the more Chinese firm can be added yearly, so there will be annual additions and deletions that would be made by US, and the existing contract get a 5-year relief period. So this is all when it comes to the provisions for the US Biosecure Act. Now coming to the companies, all the CDMO companies will actually be benefit from this. You have Syngene International, you have Loris Lab, you have Divis Lab, Ceneris Pharma, and Newland Labs. All these companies will actually be benefited, and even in their in their Q4 FY25 con call, they have mentioned that they are actually getting the inquiries when it comes to US companies, because US actually want to diversify their supply chain from China, considering the risk that the US faces. So overall, a big positive when it comes to CDMO companies.
Okay, this is a clear big positive when it comes to CDMO companies as well. Varsha, thank you so much for that. Raghavendra, you just mentioned that this is just the beginning, and from here you will see a lot of other good news that would be coming in. Pharma as a sector right now has been slightly subdued. Would you be a buyer of CDMO players at this point in time, seeing where valuations are, what's expected from the earnings as well? And if so, which would your top picks be from the CDMO players?
So, Hiral, we are looking at the pharma space with a positive bias and with a fresh look. And as I said, there might be more positive announcements. We believe that the strength in the US dollar would also be a positive catalyst. So that's another comforting factor. And the valuations, in light of the recent corrections, are slightly beaten down versus the other sectors. So there is a catch-up play also. So with dollar strength, a catch-up play, and this positive announcement, we believe that the pharma sector, specifically the large cap names, would benefit. Our top picks continues to remain to be Divi's Laboratories and Sun Pharma. Overall, we believe that they would actually augur well in the next 3 to 4 quarters. That earnings also, if the management has hinted on the commentary, would do well. So we believe a 50 to 20% upside in Divi's Laboratory and Sun Pharma from current levels, considering the global headwinds getting cleared in terms of positive announcements, dollar strength, and catch-up play in terms of some new, fresh investment inflows coming in this sector.
Okay, so that's with regards to where the overall pharma space goes. All of these counters seeing strong moves in today's session. So probably there is some bit of momentum that is coming back in terms of the pharma sector. But moving on. The Appointments Committee of the Cabinet has approved revised guidelines for appointing whole-time directors, including chairpersons, CEOs, MDs, and executive directors in the public sector banks and state-run insurers. Now, the move actually opens up the doors for private sector professionals to apply for top leadership roles in public sector banks, including the MD post at SBI, a first in Indian banking history. All this while, we've always seen the PSU leadership who then after retirement moves to the private banking space. Now it is going to be the reverse. How many takers is the quick question from here on. NDTV Profit broke this story first, and now the government has officially issued the notification confirming the landmark reform in banking appointments. Shrimi, what are you picking up?
Well, absolutely. In a landmark move, the government has opened the door for private sector professionals to apply for top leadership role in public sector banks, including the managing director position at State Bank of India, a first in Indian bank history. Now, the reform marks, of course, a major shift in how leadership positions such as MD, CEO are selected across India's public financial institution. This decision is, of course, a part of a broader efforts to promote transparency, competition, and merit-based hiring at the highest level of the banking system. According to the communication reviewed by NDTV Profit, the Appointment Committee of Cabinet, ACC, has approved the revised consolidated guidelines for the appointment of whole-time directors, including chairpersons, CEOs, MD, and executive directors in a public sector banks as well as state-run insurance companies. Now, under the new framework, private sector candidates can now apply for the SBI MD position, provided they meet certain eligibility criteria. Now, applicant must have at least 21 years of professional experience, including a minimum of 15 years in banking, and must have served either 2 years at the board level or 3 years at the highest below the board. Now, the Financial Services Institution Bureau, FSIB, the body responsible for recommending candidates for top financial sector appointments, has been empowered as well to engage independent HR agencies to assess private sector applicants. And notably, the government has kind of set aside the traditional appraisal report from the evaluation process, signaling a major shift towards a modern and performance driven the assessment model. Now, the Department of Financial Services under Finance Ministry has formally communicated these new changes to public sector bank and state-owned insurer, outlining the revised appointment procedures. The official said that move is expected to attract top talent from both public and private sector, fostering greater professionalism and accountability in public sector banking leadership.
Okay, thank you so much for getting us all the updates, Shrimi, but we'll quickly slip into a short break. We'll be right back. Lots more lineup on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है। ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17 to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
Welcome back to NDTV Profit. Clearly, the markets are trading at the day's highest levels. Let's quickly pull up Nifty 50 and then we'll see what's happening with Bank Nifty as well. There you go, at the day's highest levels with gains of 0.5% coming in there. 25,300 is what you're tracking on Nifty 50. Let's pull up Bank Nifty and see what is firing on Bank Nifty as well right now. 0.8% higher, so clearly outperformance coming in from the banking majors as well. Let's look at the sectoral heat map to see who are the gainers and who are the losers in today's kind of trade, and then we look at the broader markets as well. Except metal and IT, all the other sectors are trading in the positive. Metals, yes, clearly seeing profit booking, but IT, after the 2 consecutive sessions of run-up that we saw ahead of TCS numbers, I think the street is not really happy with the commentary that's coming from the management as well, and the kind of pressure that TCS's investments into the data center business is going to put in terms of their return ratios is what the street probably is concerned about. And you're talking about the one-time impact coming in on the back of layoffs, and your wage hikes will come into effect only in the third quarter. So that is what could probably put pressure on your margins as well. And I think that's what the street is not happy about when it comes to TCS. Let's look at the contributors on Nifty 50, and then we'll look at the broader markets as well very quickly. There you go, SBI, HDFC Bank, Axis Bank. So clearly it's the banking majors which are contributing to the kind of gains. TCS, yes, putting pressure. Clearly it's your Tata Group companies which are actually putting pressure on the markets, from a TCS to a Tata Steel to a Tech Mahindra, all of them down in trade. Let's look at the mid-cap and the small-cap index as well, because that's where the juice in terms of the action is. Again, at the day's highest levels, pretty much in line with what Nifty 50 is doing in trade. And overall, if you see in terms of individual counters, pretty interesting names that do pop up. For the likes of a Subex, that stock is seeing gains of 10%. Tata Communication is another one that we will be talking about during the day. Marksons, Jyoti, CNC are also seeing some smart moves. Astra Micro trading under pressure. From the metal pack, you have Hind Copper, Hind Zinc also down in trade. Graphite, HEG, both these twins are also trading under pressure in today's session. So that's what the market mood check is looking like. But one stock that did see some good moves, KPI Green. They've received a power trading license from GERC, enabling it to trade electricity directly on exchanges and the short-term markets. On the back of which, the stock is seeing gains of 3.5%. In fact, overall, this will authorize them to trade electricity in the open market and to optimize the returns from the 6+ gigawatt renewable portfolio that they are sitting on. It means that they have enhanced market access, and secondly, the revenue realization will absolutely be pretty strong for this company. So that's with regards to KPI Green. But let me ask Raghvendra. Raghvendra, your view with regards to KPI Green Energy on the back of the power trading license that they've got from GERC?
Definitely, this license will augur very well in terms of boosting the order book. Already, the company has reported excellent earnings in terms of the revenue going up by 55%, PAT going up on a full year basis by 60%. Broadly, we expect with this order book kind of visibility and order wins, the company KPI Green can easily report a full year earnings and EPS of around 20 rupees. And we give a moderate P multiple of around 30 times to a 20 EPS, which gives us a target of around 600. So that's a comfortable 35% upside in a 12-month investment horizon. The shareholding pattern has been steady at 49%. The company has a generous dividend policy and broadly a good management. So it becomes a natural partner to the government with its renewable expansion plan. So KPI Green at levels of 435 is a good investment for a 35% upside for levels of 600, considering the re-rating in terms of the EPS and the P multiples at 435, 600 target.
Okay, so that's with regards to KPI Green as well. But let's quickly slip into a short break. We'll be back. Lots more lined up on NDTV Profit. Please stay tuned.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
अरे और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल। तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक। ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change.
Welcome back. You're watching Profit Buzzers on NDTV Profit. Now, some of the stocks that are buzzing in trade today, from a Subex to a Natco Pharma, Sona Comstar, Lloyds Engineering. Mahima joins us with all the details. Mahima, what's the buzz? Strong moves on these names.
Absolutely, Hiral. Strong moves is what we're seeing on all of these newsmakers. I start with Subex first. It has won an contract with Dutch telecom operator, which is onwards of US $6.62 million. And in terms of what is this contract about, it's going to be building a single platform for MVNO billing and wholesale settlement. The contract is for the next 6 years, and the option is there to extend it for further 2 years as well. The next one is Natco Pharma. It's won the case against Roche in Delhi High Court. The court has dismissed Roche's appeal on SMA drug patent. The idea was that Roche, Swiss multinational holding healthcare company, had filed a suit against them, and now that the decision is in their favor, the company will be allowed to launch the drug that is used for spinal muscular atrophy. The drug is priced around 15,900 in terms of MRP with extra discounts if need by. The next one is Sona Comstar, where there's a strategic collaboration that has taken place jointly between Sona Comstar and Neura Robotics, and this is for development of advanced technology components and sub-assemblies, industrialization of robots and humanoids in the Indian economy, and they believe that the world is entering in a new era of intelligence automation. That is why they've done this contract. Just a brief about what Neuro Robotics does. It basically was founded in 2019 by David Edger. It specializes in AI and robotics. The last one on my list is Lloyds Engineering, where the company has signed an MOU with Fly Focus, and this is to jointly development and manufacture Defender Signet UAV. So all of these counters buzzing on significant order wins or contracts or some decision from the court in the favor.
Okay, so that's with regards to the buzzers in trade today. Raghavendra, anything from the list that Mahima mentioned fits your bill where you see action and a good investment opportunity?
Well, we do like Subex. It's more of a contra call, and they are moving into the telecom AI software business, which very steady path. So that could be actually a wild card where the stock has corrected from levels of 24 to 12, and then with this today's spike of around 10%. We still believe that there is a significant juice in Subex for a one-year investment horizon of around 30%. So we are looking at levels of around 15.5, 16. It's Subex considering the high margin business and order book visibility. We also like Sona Comstar considering their foray in automation and advanced analytics, which would actually be the new age business verticals for the company. So slow and the whole realization and the management commentary about how they would actually invest heavily in the advancements for Sona Comstar is actually also very comforting to us. So considering the buzzers of today, we do like Subex as a contra call and Sona Comstars considering their foray in advanced high margin businesses.
Okay, so that's with regards to where the buzzers go. But now moving on. The way silver is seeing a rally, you have Kotak Mutual Fund, which has temporarily suspended the lump sum or switch-in subscriptions in Kotak Silver ETF Fund of fund global silver markets. In fact, they've experienced a sustained demand-supply deficit over the recent years, driving prices upwards. In light of this trend, they have been advising investors to consider allocating funds to silver as a part of a diversified portfolio. In fact, the domestic silver is currently trading at a significant premium compared to international prices, and this is due to the acute scarcity in India's physical silver market. In fact, Kotak Silver ETF, what they've said is that the widening price spread between international landing prices and domestic silver prices is pretty strong, and because of which they've stopped taking any lump sum when it comes to ETFs as well. You can see the kind of trend that you're already seeing. They've paused flows in silver ETF, citing high spot premium, and temporarily suspended subscriptions in silver ETF as well. Raghavendra, any quick view with regards to silver?
So if you are invested, continue holding the stock. Any dip can be taken as buying opportunity. The rally in precious metals has come after 40 years. So there is more leg to the rally. It could continue for another 5 years. Stay invested. Any dips should be taken as buying opportunity in silver, gold, platinum, palladium. We are upbeat on precious metals. Should be a significant proportion of your asset allocation.
Okay, buy on dips is the strategy. But stay with us, Raghavendra. We'll be taking a quick break. Be right back on NDTV Profit with lots more.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV.
Welcome back. You're watching Profit Bazaars right here on NDTV Profit. My name is Puneet Zaveri. We've seen, some key aspects of the market over the last half an hour or so. The US Biosecure Act has some of the key updates that Varsha also covered. But one of the key important news flows is that India's corporate crown is caught in a tussle. Now we're talking about the Tata Group that is in the spotlight amid a boardroom feud. Is it there a resolution in sight? Sources close to Mehli Mistry have dismissed speculation say that there is no interest in a Tata Sons board seat and no pressure to exit the Tata Trust as well. My colleague Nisha Podar, NDTV Profit's Executive Director for Corporates, joins in with more details on the same.
It's a crucial day in the Tata Trust feud that we have been reporting on. It is the first time that Tata Trust Committee members are really meeting after the conflict within the trust members regarding the board seat of Tata Sons really came to the fore a few weeks back. So the two factions, one by Noel Tata and the other by Melly Mistry, seem to be showing some signs of truce just ahead of the important meetings today. Now, that is a factor or has been impacted by two important aspects. First, the government intervention, and so second, the key milestone of the group, that is Ratan Tata's death anniversary yesterday, which also brought to the fore the questions of whether the stakeholders now can carry forward the legacy that was built by late Ratan Tata. On this matter, while speculations are rife on what turn could this conflict take as the trustees meet face-to-face in the committee meeting, well, we have sourced, or we have spoken to the sources who are close to Melly Mistry's camp, and we gather that there is a huge softening of stance from Melly Mistry's side. In fact, we do gather that Melly Mistry is not really keen on any board position anymore in Tata Sons. There was a discussion on that. It didn't go in his favor, and he's ready to move on and forget about it and follow the usual course of business now at Tata Trusts. It is also speculated whether Melly Mistry will be under pressure now after this conflict to really relinquish his position or distance himself from the trust. We do gather from the source directly linked with Melly Mistry that Melly Mistry has had no pressure to step down from the trust, nor has this thought really crossed his mind. Going forward, it is expected from Melly Mistry's camp that it will be business as usual and be smooth functioning of the philanthropic activities of the trust and the administrative decisions that need to be taken by the committee members. Now, why has this particular matter caught the attention of the entire country and the government? Well, it is crucial because, remember, Tata Trust owns 66% stake in the large conglomerate, business conglomerate, Tata Sons, and therefore also has control over the key strategic decisions of the group. Remember, Tata Sons has over 30 companies under its fold, spanning from manufacturing in different areas to consumer goods to even airlines, Air India, and several global outfits as well, like Jaguar Land Rover. So considering the criticality of this matter, enormity of the matter, and smooth functioning of this trust and Tata Sons is very, very critical for the country, and therefore the top cabinet Minister Amit Shah as well as Nirmala Sitharaman also stepped in to really call for a truce and to help resolve the matter. And therefore, it's going to be critical on the outcome of the crucial committee meeting of Tata Trusts today, and the big question, whether or not the legacy of late Ratan Tata will be upheld by these stakeholders.
Well, thanks so much for that, Nisha. But, the festive season is upon us, and always we do track airfares, which is a key focal point for a lot of passengers as well as customers. Now, airfares for Diwali 2025 have surged sharply, with rates on key domestic routes up over 50% on a YY basis. Demand for flights to spiritual hubs, especially like Ayodhya as well as Varanasi, have more than doubled in this particular time frame, while major metro cities are also witnessing record high bookings. Now, is India all set for its most expensive Diwali yet? My colleague Danish now joining us to give us a report on all of this. Danish, over to you.
Well, if you're planning to catch a flight this Diwali, then be ready to shell out more money from your pockets, as due to enhanced air travel demand, airfare has jumped across various routes across the country. Well, as exclusive data provided by Exide and EaseMyTrip to NDTV Profit, we are seeing that air travel demand has increased between 60 to 70% in Diwali 2025 versus Diwali 2024, and this is also creating a huge impact on airfare, especially from metro to metro routes and from various metro to non-metro routes. Just to give you an example, airfare between Hyderabad to Delhi has almost increased by 50%. Similarly, airfare from Hyderabad to other metro cities has also increased between 30 to 50%. Whereas if we compare the overall air travel demand, it is also high. For example, if we talk about Ayodhya and Varanasi, which are major religious sectors, over here we are seeing airfare and the air travel demand increasing sharply. And as far as the demand is concerned, Ayodhya and Varanasi are seeing at least 100% jump in air travel demand. So all in all, if we see, if you want to travel from metro to non-metro, you'll also have to shell out more money. And despite that, even if you want to travel from a non-metro to a non-metro city, even over there, you'll have to spend more money from your pockets for catching your next flight.
Well, thanks so much for that, Danish. But Raghavendra, let me come to you. What do you make of all of this impact on actually stocks like Indigo, in the travel space, the travel booking space, Exigo amongst others? Do you have any top picks from this space which get a huge benefit because of this?
Good afternoon, Puneet. Broadly, we believe that this is pure economics in terms of a demand supply. And so we would continue to stay invested in Indigo, Intergroup Aviation at levels of 5750. Believe that their overall occupancy and the fares would actually augur well. Correction in crude prices would also augur well in terms of margin. So Interglobe Aviation could be the best play to play this big jump in airfare prices. And also believe that the aviation minister should not intervene and put a cap. It's pure demand supply economics. We have similar pricing in Ola, Uber in terms of peak pricing or Tatkal or premium Tatkal tickets in railways. So why can't the airlines also do it? So it's simple demand supply economics, and the government should not intervene significantly and try to dent the margins. And if that continues to be the case, Interglobe Aviation would be a very good pick.
Got that, Raghavendra. But we are seeing the flashes on the bottom of your screen. We have the Amphi data released for the month of September. It seems to be that we have seen decent inflows at this particular point of time. Overall, the equity schemes have actually seen an inflow of about 30,000 crores in this particular month. Overall net inflow has been 43,000 crores versus a net inflow of about 52,000 crores in the same time last month, which we were tracking. The net AUM of the mutual fund industry has now increased to 75.6 lakh crore, and we'll start breaking those down as well with our guest who will be joining in a couple of minutes. But overall, when you look at some key aspects, let's pull up the FlexiCap data first. That's been one of the key categories that has had a lot of investor interest and a lot of investor build-up as well. We've seen roughly in terms of inflows last month, it was 7,679 crores. This month as well, it's continued to have a strong push of about 7,029 crores. In terms of the other funds that have seen decent inflows, we've seen the mid-cap fund actually see an inflow of about 5,000 crores in this particular month. And you see the trajectory of the net equity inflows as well. Let's pull up the chart again very quickly because it gives us a perspective of how this number contracts with the last few months and that number as well. So let's look at the net equity inflows is the one which I'm talking about, and pull that on the screen very quickly because we have seen the net equity inflows being quite positive. It's starting to see some deceleration compared to the highs that we saw sometime in June, but it's still a strong number to say the least as well, and get some more perspective across the funds. What was interesting, we also had the new fund offers in this particular month. Roughly about 2,000 odd crores is what we had. And in the large caps as well, that's the other one. From the lows of about 1,200 crores on a monthly basis in the month of May of 2025, this month we are close to 2,319 crores. So roughly about 30,000 crores is what we've got on an equity basis. In terms of the hybrid schemes as well, we've got a subtotal of 9,300 crores, and majority of them have actually been in the multi-asset allocation scheme, and that's a lot to do with what's happening with gold as well. So, but to talk more about this as well as a lot more, I'm now being joined by Mr. Ashish Somaiya. He's the CEO at White Oak Capital AMC. Mr. Somaiya, thanks so much for joining in, and a very good afternoon to you. I hope I'm audible to you, sir. Let me first ask you of what you make actually of the equity inflow number of about 30,000 crores. Is it largely in line with what you had estimated with the performance that we've seen at this time?
Yes, so thanks for having me. I think there's clearly one nuance out there which we need to point out, which is that if you see, for example, I always break it up into gross flow, redemption, and then net flow, because all of that will tell you a different perspective. So if you just look at net inflows in the month of August, the net equity inflow was say 33,400 crores. In September, it is 30,000 crores. So on the surface of it, you might say, okay, it's just 10% up and down. But if you actually break it up into subscription and redemption, what you will find is that in the month of September, subscription has gone up by nearly 10%. So 61,000 has become 66,000. It's 66.5. So it's nearly 10% up. So despite a higher subscription, the net number has actually gone down, which means the redemptions have accelerated. So if you actually look at it, in August, the equity funds redemption was 27,500 crores. In September, the equity funds redemption is nearly 36,000 crores. So one thing you can see if you open the lid and go below the net numbers, you look at redemption. I think September over August, redemptions have gone up significantly. I mean, 27,000 becoming 36,000 redemption is not really a small number. And I think not in the same way, but some of that is visible even in the hybrids. But hybrids, fine, it's not a big change. But I think in equity, the key thing is that redemptions have gone up. It might have got to do with the fact that, you saw subdued markets and then now you're seeing some recovery in markets. Maybe that could have led to that. But for me, one takeaway is that, yes, redemptions have gone up.
Fair point, Mr. Somaya. Thank you for pointing that out as well. You mentioned that, some of the reasons might have been that there has been some underperformance in the market, people taking some money out. But we've also seen, key aspects in the month of September, which was the GST-led reduction. And that's actually boosted a lot of consumption in key sectors like air conditioners, electronics, autos specifically as well. Do you expect that this positive momentum could lead to a lot of, inflow in the month of October as well?
See, generally we expect and we set expectations whereby people should be longer term investors, and like you are rightly pointing out, that they should be forward looking investors. But unfortunately, recency bias generally plays very heavily on people's minds. So what has happened is, if you look through August and September of 2025, and then you compare it with August and September of 2024, in last 1 year the return is zero. Depending on which fund you are. I mean, if you're in a fund which has done well, then you would have got low single-digit return. If you are in index, you would have got zero return or marginally negative return. And if you're in a fund which has not done so well, then you would have got negative return also. So one has seen that, people do tend to become a bit edgy when 1 year return becomes zero, or, in recent times people are not making money, then, you would expect that they become a little edgy about performance and about numbers. The other thing which, you may have noticed is that, for example, in the month of September, you can see clearly that gold ETFs got more than 8,500 crore nearly 8,500 crore of net flow. Whereas in August, it was barely 2,000 crores. So it is all, while you would expect people to be forward looking, it is all recency bias which is playing havoc. Otherwise, if you see, how do you add up that redemptions in equity have gone up and net flow in gold has actually gone up? So people are definitely doing some bit of rear view mirror driving is what I can say.
So, you made a very interesting point of the redemptions of almost 36,000 crores. And, I can see the data that sectoral as well as thematic funds out of that was almost 9,946 crores. Do you expect that a lot has been, in terms of churn has happened in some of the key sectors, and that money would have moved to what you highlighted in terms of gold funds amongst others?
Yeah, it's possible, right? Because in the last couple of years, people would not feel disappointed if the sectors and themes that they had bought, if they had been contrarian, then they should have bought banking and healthcare. But we know that in last couple of years, people have bought all defense, railway, PSU, infrastructure, energy, power, and now the 1 year return will be anemic or maybe zero even, right? So yes, I'm repeating myself, but it's the past performance which is playing heavily on people's mind. Otherwise, what explains suddenly 4x the net flow in gold ETFs, right? I mean, that's also an indicator.
Got that. Mr. Somaya, thanks so much for joining in, giving us perspective across the amphi data as well. And, it came at a very timely aspect. So while we have seen inflows in equity schemes of about 30,000 crores, Mr. Somaya, very quick to highlight that the redemptions in the equity scheme have actually been higher compared to the last month, so almost 36,000 crores as well. So we'll keep bringing you some more data as we break down the amphi data on the bottom of the screen as well. But time for a very quick break. We will be right back. A lot more lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch Ballerina.
Welcome back. You're watching Profit Buzzers right here on NDTV Profit. Let's quickly pull up what TCS is doing right now, because it's a stock that was expected to be the talk of the town. Results largely in line with the estimates that we were working with, but the stock is negatively reacting today in trade, and that could be because of a couple of potential reasons. One, that they have seen significant reduction in headcounts by almost 19,700 personnel compared to the same time last quarter. And the other aspect is what we got this morning. The attrition number of almost 13.3% is much higher than the number of 12.3% on a YY basis. Brokerages also largely maintaining their view. If you can pull up the brokerage plate as well very quickly, it highlights that barring Avendus Spark, who's actually upgraded the stock this morning, we've seen most of the other brokerages maintain their rating as well as slightly increase or decrease their target prices. So something like a JP Morgan slightly increasing the target price to 4,050 rupees per share. They also highlighted that the company's venture into the data center space, an investment of $6 to $7 billion, while positive because of the high growth sector, is going to be dilutive on the return on capital employed ratio compared to the current traditional business. And hence, there could be some gains, but some losses as well to watch. So let me go across to Akshay first very quickly on this one, because Akshay, firstly, thanks so much for joining in and patiently waiting by. On TCS, we've actually seen the fundamental factors being discussed, but what does it look like on the charts? Because stock's very close to its 52-week low yet. Any signs of trajectories seeing on the upside, or do you see that it'll largely be sideways going forward also?
So firstly, good afternoon. See, on the price charts, the price from where recently there was a pullback in TCS is a very crucial support. If you recollect, there was a previous instance way back in 2022 from where the support of 2850-2900 area proved as a very strong support, and you had a strong recovery rally all the way till 4600. So recently there has been a pullback from the same support of 2880. It's a massive support zone for TCS, and it's very unlikely that you may see this stock falling below these levels in the next 2 to 3 months. My sense is that although the downside is capped, we might get into a short-term consolidation phase where the cap or the lower end can be 2925, 2950. But one thing is for sure, there is some sign of a pullback which is happening slowly in TCS, and we can look forward for trading targets till around 3150 in next one and a half months time. So downside cap till 2950 and upside till 3150 is what the expectation on TCS on the price charts.
Got the view, Akshay. But Raghavendra, would you suggest that TCS's new venture into the data center space, largely any view that you have, because we've had mixed views from brokerages as well. How do you view that and your view on the stock?
So Puneet, specifically to the foreign data centers, I think it's a very competitive space right now. The honeymoon is over in terms of the margins, and it's kind of a crowded sector where TCS would be putting in around $6-7 billion of dollars. So the margins are not as lucrative in this business what they were 2 years ago. So that could be slightly less upbeat about in the days ahead. So that is our take on TCS, plus the concern in terms of the higher attrition on a relative basis, a headcount reduction of around 20,000 on a relative basis is concerning. I won't say yellow flags, but we would actually have a wait and watch approach right now on TCS unless the next quarter earnings and the commentary are comforting in terms of margin expansion, attrition rate, and how the forays pan out. We would actually be on the sidelines for TCS. We believe the positive catalyst for the entire IT space could come from dollar strength and any kind of potential US corporate tax reduction. Until then, it's a wait and watch on IT and wait and watch on TCS.
Got that, Raghavendra. But let's quickly pull up what a WeWork is doing. It was a recent listing today. Actually, the stock has listed and did go down to almost 4%. It's now hovering roughly down almost 2.5%. And while we have seen, it didn't get that kind of interest in this particular IPO, there were a couple of factors to watch. One was that, in terms of profitability, it's still not profitable as of now. While FY25 numbers were profitable, we had seen Q1 again in terms of profitability being impacted and then slipping back in the red. The other aspect for WeWork was low subscription, and that could be led because of valuation comparison when you do it with someone like an Office as well, because Office already has 140,000 desks. So compared to something like 114,000 desks that WeWork operates. So it's not as if the company has been able to create a niche. While the brand does offer that confidence, the pricing as well as the profitability could be something to watch as well. But Raghavendra, do you have a view on WeWork? Because it's one of the IPOs in this week, over the last week essentially, that was one of the major interests along with LG, along with Tata Capital. Any specific view that you have on WeWork as well as this particular space? Do you like something like a SmartWorks or Office much more than WeWork right now?
So, Puneet, there is a phrase which says a fumbled start makes the struggle long. So I think with the IPO subscription and the listing, WeWorks has actually a fumbled start, and there could be a long struggle. Now, when I refer to long struggle, I would want the company to be positive in terms of their EPS and profitability, which is not the case right now. So let us wait, give it another 2 to 3 quarters, 6 to 9 months before there is some green earnings in the balance sheet. In the entire space, we do like office as the best pick over there. But again, on the valuations, any significant, they are kind of north of 40 P multiple. So unless the P multiples come in the range of 35 to 40 times, that is where we would actually review it from an investment point of view. Until then, it's a wait and watch. And considering the entire space of co-working space, we do like office space as a top best performing stock in this particular sector.
Right.
WeWork, wait and watch.
Akshay, 20-second view, if I can, on something like an office, is that on the chart suggesting some continuous move?
It's more sideways. I think from here on, we do not see much of a major upside from here. It's going to be sideways. So I think just wait and watch is what we would advise in this space.
Well, Akshay, Raghavendra, thanks so much for joining in, giving us perspective across a bunch of spaces. But viewers, that's all the time we have on this edition of Profit Buzzers. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa, Guru?
Good afternoon, you're watching Small Cap Buzzers on NDTV Profit with me Somit Sarkar and my co-anchor Anushi. In the next half an hour of trade, we'll take you through all the most important small cap stocks that have been buzzing in trade today. But before that, if you look at the benchmark, that is Nifty 50 index, it's comfortably above the 25,300 level, largely led by banks yet again. The Nifty Bank Index, that is up more than 500 points in trade, and Nifty IT, which was expected to be in green, is in fact in red. It's down around 0.2% in trade today.
Well, that's in terms of the benchmark indices, that's what we are looking at. But you know what's happening with the small cap and even the mid cap indices, we are seeing an uptick in terms of 0.6% of an uptick for small cap 250 as well. In fact, if you look at the top gainers, we have Jyoti, CNC, Reddington and Techno Electric clocking in gains of around 5 to 8% each in trade. However, on the losing side, if you are seeing what's under pressure, something like what pops up is Elecon Engineering, Hindustan Copper, which was in focus yesterday, is down as well. Along with that, even Manappuram Finance, we are seeing about 3% or also cuts. But in terms of higher volumes, Natco Pharma stands out. This is on the back of a news update as well. ITI, UCO Bank, some of the other counters wherein we are looking at higher volumes in trade today. A couple of other buzzing stocks, you have Tata Communications, which is in focus again. It's up over 11% as we speak. Subex is also buzzing on the back of an order win. 8%, 9-10% is the kind of up move that we are seeing. Jindal Photo continues to clock in gains for second consecutive day. Yesterday, we saw all Jindal related stocks seeing gains of more than 10 to 15% in trade as well. But let's shift focus to the management of the day. In fact, we have IFGL Refractories in focus, and Arasu Shanmugam, Director and CEO of the company, joins us. Hello and welcome to the show, sir. Firstly, let me start off by understanding the overall business outlook in terms of the steel prices. The first quarter, we did see margin pressure because of export outlook. Along with that, even the raw material prices. What's the kind of trends that we are seeing right now?
Okay, so good afternoon and thank you for having me. Correct, as you said, there were pressures on raw material price increase, and at the same time, because of steel prices softening, owing to various imports, cheaper imports and all, which is already in the public domain. So these were the price forces which had a larger impact on our margin. But I would say now it's getting softened, and it's on the what you call plateau. So we in a way we are slowly coming out of this.
So does the double-digit margin guidance that you have given for FY26, does that stand? Want to understand the levers in terms of the second half?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the first question, yes, we still maintain that our guidance, whatever we have said, double-digit will happen. And second half, particularly, our ramp-up of new capacity is what we have made. And that's going to be one of the key elements. And in addition to that, overall maintaining. And we are absolutely confident of meeting our budget guidelines for FY26, even as full year as well as H2.
So I do understand that Americas contribute a very small portion to your overall top line, but just wanted to understand from you any impact that you're seeing because of the tariffs that have been implemented?
Absolutely, very much positive, particularly for IFGL. You know, we are the only Indian multinationals. We have 2 operations in America, and our business in America, they are gaining because of this tariff, and they are getting price increases for their own product because now they are free in America. Our own operation, supplying to American market, they are now free from the impact of cheaper imports into that country. So to that extent, overall, this tariff impact is positively impacting IFGL.
Say for Q3 or Q3, say for Q2 or Q3, will the revenue growth and the margins be higher for the US business?
The revenue is going to be, slightly better, but the margins are going to be up by, if not more, at least 5-6%.
Then why are you not increasing your overall margin guidance?
Overall margin guidance, because the America business for the whole company size, if you look at, it's insignificant. So its impact on the overall is very insignificant.
Okay, so that's in terms of America that we are seeing, but coming to the EU side of it, Europe, we are seeing some bit of that challenges. Want to understand what's the kind of outlook that you're building in right now? What were those challenges earlier and how have they started coming off? Because in the first quarter, if we see, there was like a 22% of a downtick that we are seeing in terms of exports. So what's the situation in terms of FY26 for export business?
Export business, yeah, definitely they are. There are some, further one or two large plants in Europe are also getting closed, and so definitely on export to Europe, there is an impact, but that's going to be compensated by our domestic volume increase, and that's how. That's how. 3 years back, if you look at IFGL. IFGL India standalone, it used to be 40% from domestic, 60% from export. But now we are almost like 30% only from export revenue. 70% is domestic. We have just reversed, and that's going to be even more. And at maybe 5 years down the line, we are looking at 80-20% when we are going to grow. So the domestic growth and its prospects are going to absolutely mitigate all those European, export impacts.
Till what timeline can we expect this 80-20 mix in terms of domestic and exports?
FY 28-29.
Okay.
Absolute.
Okay, and in the domestic side, if you look at, you have a couple of capacity expansion plans. In fact, one of them you've already begun. Just want to understand, what are the overall capex plans that you currently have? How much capex is to be utilized towards? If you can help us with the utilization levels as well.
Yeah, I see. The two projects what we are referring to is absolutely greenfield project. Both are new to IFGL product range. If you look at IFGL, predominantly it used to be flow control, solution provided to the steel making, people. But now we are broadening, spreading the risk across all. So these two plants primarily will cater to absolutely new market, which is new to IFGL, and both projects are starting, and we are, kind of like, for example, if you look at the project in Odisha, where we are going to invest around 300 to 350 crore. That's what their investment. And then another plant in Gujarat is also, we are going to invest around 200 crore. So both these are going to bring us both on non-steel, as well as on the iron side. So that way, we are broadening our market space, as well as increasing more and more to our product portfolios. It's a spreading of risk, as well as very important enabler for our growth.
Okay, so considering you have these capex plans in place, what's the overall capex size that we are looking at, and are the internal accruals sufficient for this kind of growth that you're seeing?
No, let's say we are looking at roughly around 70-30, 70 from definitely, the fund which we will generate, and 30% will be from internal accruals.
Okay, fair enough. So just want to say, so what's the kind of, if you just have to contextualize this in number, what's the kind of size that you're looking in terms of fundraising?
That's what I'm telling, 300, 350 crore and plus 200. Yeah, that's the kind of number we are.
Okay, and my last question to you is about the 15 to 20% of growth guidance that you've given. Would that be mainly domestic led? Is that the outlook that you want to maintain for the next 2-3 years as well, as you ramp up more of these capacities?
Absolutely. And that's standalone percentages. Whatever percentage you mentioned is for standalone, which is generated from India.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Mr. Shanmugam, for joining and sharing that outlook in terms of what's happening with IFGL Refractories. But, just as we go towards that, we also have a guest joining us, that's G. Chokalingam, if we can have. But before that, if you can just pull what's happening, we also have visuals coming from N. Chandrasekharan, just coming out of the board meet on what's happening with Tata Sons. But let's slip into a short break, but do keep a look in terms of what's happening in these exclusives.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
Welcome back. You're watching Small Caps Buzzers. Before we talk about the buzzing stocks, let's bring up those exclusive visuals of N. Chandrasekharan coming out of the trustees' meet taking place at the Bombay House that has ended just a few minutes ago. Well, this is overall the take that we are seeing on the back of the Tata feud, which is taking place. But, that's the overall development that we are seeing, Samit. What can you say about this?
Well, multiple stocks, in fact, it has been going on for quite a long, and multiple stocks that remain in focus, given the fact that there are 26 listed companies that are there in the Tata Group, and most of them are under pressure, given the fact that the outcome of this board meeting is still not known, and what would be the way forward for the group and the trust is still not clear out in public. So that is one key question that we still need to answer here, and that's the reason we are seeing a pressure in the share prices of most of them. In fact, TCS, which came out with a strong set of numbers, despite that, it's not gaining as much as what the street was expecting, and this is largely because of this selling pressure that we are seeing and the sentimentally negative pressure that is coming in on these Tata Group companies.
And so that is the overall take that we have currently. But with that, also let's welcome in our fundamental guest, G. Chokalingam, founder and MD of Economics Research, joins us. Hello and welcome to the show, Mr. Chokalingam. I'll start off with asking about IFGL Refractories. The management was just there and they remain confident in terms of their revenue guidance and the capex plans forward. What's your view on this counter?
I would not recommend a buy on the stock, but I must admit that the management is very high quality. The company has been doing very well in the past, but now, because of the tariff war, there is a little uncertainty on the steel industry. So therefore, the input supplier of steel industry would be continue to be under pressure. That's my view. And secondly, if you look at IFGL, it is trading at a very exorbitant P of over 60. And if you look at the net profit of 2025, it is somewhere near what it was during pre-COVID period, FY 2018 and FY 2019.
So they are not able to improve earning significantly. 2025 was a big setback. The margin also in FY25 was about poor single digit 7%, and return ratios are also very poor. Yes, management is good, company is good, but I believe the industry is into difficult space, and that might continue. The pressure might continue in the short to medium term.
Moving on, the textile manufacturer Sangam India remains in focus. The stock's been up around 8% in trade at this moment. And do remember that multiple big bulls own stake in this company. So what could be the potential reason behind this move? Let's get in Mahima with more details on this.
So basically, just to give viewers a perspective as to what the company does, Sangam India is into business of manufacturing and selling of synthetic blended cotton, textiles, yarn, as well as fabrics and denim fabrics, and ready-made garments as well. In terms of the geographical split for them, in terms of first half of FY25, around 64% of their revenue came from domestic, and remaining 36% came from exports. In terms of revenue split with regards to the different product categories, PV yarn is around 24%, cotton yarn around 24%, denim fabric around 29%, woven fabric around 20%, and garments is a small segment of around 3%. This is as of first half of FY25. Now, the marquee investors that you were talking about, so Madhusudan Kela's wife and his company Anthem Investments combined hold around 15% stake in the company. 10.08% is held by Anthem Investments, and Madhuri Madhusudan Kela holds around 4.86% in the company, and Think India Opportunities Master Fund also holds around 2.4% stake in the company. In terms of where Q1 performance stands, revenue did see a good growth of 15%, but EBITDA and profits were under pressure, and this is largely because of depreciation and interest costs going up. EBITDA was down 3%, margins at 8.8% versus 10.4%, and profit was nearly down 85% for the counter. But overall, this particular company is set to benefit from the textile boost that we've received from UK FTA, and if things fare well with regards to US tariff also, this could be one of the counter that could be a beneficiary, because India's textile export is set to remain strong and is expected to cross around $100 billion by 2030. So this is the overall view of the company and what it does.
Sir, coming to you, have you tracked this counter, Sangam India? Any views on this counter? Should one go ahead and buy Sangam India at current levels?
No, I haven't tracked. In fact, I am staying away from textile companies, so I am not able to give any view on the stock. Sorry.
Well, let's slip into a short break and we'll be back with more news on the other side.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit, Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17 to 18th October on the NDTV network. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall
Welcome back. You're watching Small Cap Bazaars. Well, Punjab-based real estate developer AGI Infra remains in focus. The stock is up 15% in trade. It's at its lifetime high. What could be the potential reason behind this? Let's get in Varsha.
The stock is, buzzing on the back of volumes, I would say. Well, this is a real estate developer in Punjab, delivered over 10 projects covering total saleable area of almost 8.9 square feet. Now, on to the recent updates, if I want to talk about one of their project which they've launched recently is their Jalandhar project, which they've launched on October 5. Now, the project has 6 towers with 713 flats, and it is registered with Punjab RERA, and the booking has already started from October 6. Now, also I would want to highlight on the ongoing projects which are in focus. One is the AGI Sky Villas premium luxury offering, and the other is where they're going to plan premium project AGI Sky Garden 2. They are also onto the commercial launch. If I were to talk about, they're developing Urbana Square and other upcoming project for retail and business use. Onto the pre-sales trends, if you see over the years, in FY23 the pre-sale was at around 667 crore. Fast forward to FY25, pre-sale was around 366 crore. While onto the debt to equity ratio for FY25, it stands at around 0.4x.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that, Varsha. So that's the view on AGI Infra. Mr. Chokalingam, coming to you, there have been a couple of project additions from this particular stock. Want to get your perspective in terms of, what's the growth ahead for this company? The pre-sales also have also remained on the healthier side.
Growth has been good, but the valuation is very highly stretched. Trading P is over 48. So I would prefer a much bigger, well-established player like Oberoi Realty, or for that matter DLF, which are much cheaper than this stock. I think AGI Infra has already played out very well, and valuation is stretched, and therefore this is a time to consider booking profits. That's my research view.
Okay, so that's in terms of AGI Infra that we are seeing. Let's also talk about 5 Paisa Capital now. In fact, if you look at the stock, it had clocked in about significant highs during the day, but it has come off significantly. In fact, it's down about 2% right now. If you look at the intraday high, it was up over 15%. But if you look at the trading volumes now, that's where we are seeing action more than 725 times than the average is what we are looking at. In coming to the financial metrics of this particular business, revenue, if you look at, was down about 23% on the quarter basis, while profits saw about a 56% of a downtick. 45% of their revenue comes from the broking side, while allied services contribute to about 25% of the mix. Broking income this quarter, they saw about a 2% of a quarter-on-quarter decline, while average client fund booking was up over 17% on a sequential basis. Mr. Chokalingam, want to get your perspective on this counter.
One can hold it, and in fact one can buy also, because capital market infrastructure related stocks would do very well, as there is a structural change. A lot of investors are entering the market every week. Even last week over 5 lakh new registration happened in the Demat account. And secondly, the stock also has already corrected a lot. And last 3 years, there has been a significant growth also in the profit consistently. So considering all that, hold or even buy for medium to long term.
Okay, so that's the view for 5 Paisa Capital. Thank you so much, Mr. Chokalingam, for joining and sharing perspective on all of these stocks that we've discussed on Small Cap Bazaars today. But that's all the time that we had on this particular edition. Stay tuned. India Market Close coming up next.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
market close here at NDTV Profit. I'm Mahima Vacharjani and with me is Puneet Jhaveri. Let's take a quick look as to how the markets are doing. Well, this week is probably ending on a good note for the markets. The Nifty is now above the 25,300 levels, just 5 odd points, but still throughout the day what we've seen is that the Nifty has maintained at least the 25,250 levels, and that's a good sign for sure. The Bank Nifty trading around 56,700, around that 56,700 odd levels, seeing gains of almost a percent now, and that's also on a strong footing as well. We'll have to see as to whether this rally is largely led by private banks or public banks. We'll take a look at that. Let's try to pull up, before that, let's try to pull up the Nifty 50 heat map and see as to how and what counters are actually contributing to that Nifty's gain. We're seeing Cipla up 2.8%, and largely this is because of the Biosecure Act amendment that's come in. You have your counters like SBI, Maruti, Axis Bank, Eicher Motors, Bajaj Auto, NTPC, Dr. Reddy's all seeing gains anywhere between that 1.7 to 1.6%. But you have counters like Tata Steel, TCS, Tech Mahindra, Tata Motors, Tata names being under pressure, down by about 1 odd percent to 0.7 to 0.6 odd percent each. Let's try to pull up the sectoral heat map and see as to how sectors are faring at the moment. And the bank rally that we were talking about is largely led by that PSU banks. It's up 1.9% and largely seeing that gain in the SBI that we are seeing. Nifty Realty also seeing good gains of about almost 2%. Nifty Pharma seeing gains of about 1.2 odd percent. Nifty Private Bank also is doing fairly well, so that momentum in Nifty Bank is contributed both by the private banks as well as the PSU banks. Nifty Healthcare up 1% as well. Both the Nifty Pharma and Healthcare seeing positive momentum after the kind of amendment we see in the Biosecure Act as well. Nifty Bank, we've talked about that. Nifty Auto is seeing gains of about 0.6 odd percent. But something that's slightly under pressure is your Nifty Defense and Nifty IT, down by about 0.1%. And Nifty Metals is where we're seeing profit booking today. We're seeing Hindustan Copper, Hindustan Zinc, some counters that are seeing profit booking after the kind of rally these stocks have seen. Let's try to pull up the advanced decline ratio, because that will give us a picture as to how the broader end of spectrum is looking like, and it's not very bad. I mean, in the past 4 days, we've seen the charts narrowing by the hour till the market close, but that's not the case today. It's narrowed a tad bit, but we still have almost 2 advances versus 1 decline. So that's clearly a buyer's market today. Let's try to pull up the mid-cap 150 and the small-cap 250 and see as to how they have done. The mid-cap 150 is up 0.4%. and the small-cap 250 is also up 0.6% as well. But Puneet, any specific names that you're seeing, on the back of news, on the back of volumes, that are really buzzing in trade today?
Well, thank you for that. So it's definitely a lot more in the broader market that we're seeing today. Let's pull up the S&P 500, the BSE 500 very quickly. We'll pull up the S&P 500 tomorrow as well. But Tata Communication is one of them, which is the biggest gainer today. A lot of Tata Group stocks actually in focus on the story that my colleague Nisha put out earlier. Redington is seeing some buying as well. Yes Bank actually is up 7% right now in trade. Something like a KRBL is up 6%. Divi's Lab is continuing its positive momentum, up almost 5%. We did put out a story yesterday on Divi's Labs as well, that it could get one of the biggest benefits essentially in terms of a new drug discovery that they're doing. A new opportunity, largely not priced in yet in the numbers as well. But on the losing side, some, a lot of metal actually companies are actually under pressure today. Hindustan Copper is one of them. SAIL is also continuing its downward momentum, while Manappuram Finance is the other one. Tata Elxsi is, down 2.7%, came out with its results, which were largely actually in line with the estimates. Profit was also up almost 7%. But, the momentum very negative on Tata Elxsi, similar to what TCS is doing. TCS, while the results met estimates, we saw that, the number essentially on terms of attrition and in terms of reduction in employees of almost 19,700 personnel has impacted the stock price, and its new investments in AI data centers, while will be a growth factor, it is expected to be dilutive in terms of return of capital employed. But to talk more about the market, I'm now joined by Mr. Ruchit Jain. He's the Vice President, Equity and Technical Wealth Management at Motilal Oswal. Ruchit, very good afternoon to you. Thanks so much for joining in. Let me actually first start off with these IT names, because, actually let me start off first with what your view is on the market, because yesterday we saw actually a very decent build-up closing at the day's high. What do you make of today's trading session and your expectations for Monday?
Yeah, hi, very good afternoon. Well, I think the broader market breadth speaks more about how the trend for the market is. And we can see that the advance decline ratio clearly favoring the advances. And we are high top, high bottom structure has been in the formation in both Nifty as well as the Bank Nifty index. So we expect that the market's momentum would continue to be on the positive side. Whatever in between minor declines are being coming, they are getting bought into. On the Nifty's front, we are expecting levels around 24,450 to 25,500, where the previous swing highs are there, and that would be the next sort of resistance. But more strength is clearly seen in the banking space. If you look at last 15 days, when the markets have seen an up move, the leadership or the outperformance has been seen from the banking index. The certain PSU banks or even private sector banks are participating in this up move, and that relative outperformance should lead to further momentum in the Bank Nifty index. So we are positive, have a positive outlook on the market. Definitely, we are not recommending more in the small cap names as of now, because if you look at the market breadth for mid cap versus small cap, while the market breadth for the mid cap has remained positive over last few trading sessions, for the small cap, the market overall breadth is not that positive. So out of last 4 sessions, for 3 sessions, the market breadth for small cap has been on the negative side. So I think selective stocks or stock buying should be done, and focus should be more on the larger mid cap names or the large cap space, which are leading the markets higher.
Ruchit, what would you go ahead and buy today? Will it be more in the large cap space, or would you be venturing out to the mid cap and the small caps?
So I think a combination of both. Within the large cap space, Larsen & Toubro is one stock that we like at current levels. In fact, if you look at last 1.5 years, the stock has been into a consolidation phase. The stock has not given any returns. But the recent price volume action is turning quite bullish for the stock, and the stock is on the verge of a breakout of this 1.5 years of consolidation phase. So the risk reward ratio post this huge time-wise correction has become very much favorable for L&T at current levels. Keeping a stop loss below 3,680, we recommend to go long on L&T for potential targets around 4,000 in the near term. And PSU banking, of course, if you are a momentum trader or a short-term trader, you should not miss this rally where outperformance has been seen. PNB within this space has given a breakout from an cup and handle pattern on the weekly charts. And when you get such pattern breakout on the weekly charts, that too with very high volumes, we can expect a continuation of the uptrend going ahead. So PNB at current levels looks good for buying. One can keep stop loss below 114 and create fresh longs over here from a trading perspective for potential targets around 124.
Ruchit, what do you make of the current move in IT? Because we're not off to a very good start, at least on the fundamental side, and TCS being the benchmark, we are expecting that the furloughs will continue on the fundamental side in terms of employee reduction. We could see the attrition rate also starting to inch up. On the charts, I think, we had another guest that said that from September 2022, the low of about 2,880, that got saved on TCS. Do you have a concurrent view that we are off the lows, but what do you make of the momentum as well?
I think the result season always has been very important for IT, because what we see that how the markets react to the results and the management commentary, at least 1 quarter of price movement depends upon that. So recently we have seen that last few quarters, markets have not liked either the numbers or the management commentary, and that's why we have seen a decent underperformance in the IT space. Now, a few days ago, most of the IT stocks post the recent correction were in oversold territory. Stocks such as TCS, HCL Tech, Infosys. So we have seen a pullback move in last 6 or 7 trading sessions, but that may not result into an uptrend. But at least that could result into the trend changing from down to sideways. So we expect that at least in IT names, one should not be in a hurry to expect any kind of significant uptrend going ahead. Let some other heavyweights after this TCS stocks such as Infosys, HCL Tech, Wipro come out with the numbers and the guidance. So I think that one should take a decision whether to make fresh entry in IT names or not. But for now, it seems that the IT stocks would enter some sort of consolidation phase where maybe the price-wise worst phase has been done, but a time-wise correction can be seen going ahead.
Okay, so wait and watch for the IT names till the heavyweights come out with their earnings, is what Ruchit is saying. But viewers, with that, it's time to slip into a very short break, but we'll be right back with stock of the day, so do stay tuned.
the market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru?
Welcome back to India Market Close. On to our stock of the day segment. We have Tata Communications now. The stock is up more than 10%. Let's pull up the stock very quickly. Continuing its momentum, 11.2% now. And Somit is joining us with all the key details of what's leading to this positive momentum. Somit.
In fact, Puneet, at one point of time, the stock was up as much as 15%, and this could be the biggest move that we have seen for Tata Communication in many years. Now, why is Tata Communications up in trade today? Now, this is after the announcement that has come in from TCS side, where they are saying that they will invest in data centers, and they are planning to invest close to $7 billion over the next 5 to 7 years. So what could be the impact of this on Tata Communication? Firstly, do remember that Tata Communication has a large land bank, and TCS will need land for developing data centers. So this land bank, that surplus land bank, what Tata Communication has at this moment, can be monetized to TCS. So that's the key biggest trigger that could come in for Tata Communication going forward. As I was mentioning, the surplus land bank gets monetizable. Apart from that, data center to data center connectivity, that business could see a big boost for Tata Communication, because they provide the cables and wires, and that segment could also benefit of Tata Communication, but that is data center to data center connectivity. Apart from that, TCS management on the conference call also spoke about synergies between the group companies. Now, if TCS is getting into the data center business, there could be synergies, and Tata Communication and Tata TCS could work together. Now, apart from that, if you remember, Tata Communication had some stake in NTT, which is a data center business. They sold off majority of their stake and now own only 24%, which clearly indicates the fact that data center is not the core business of Tata Communication. Also, post TCS announcement, Tata Group has two interests in data communication via TCS and via Tata Communication, and that should not be the case and won't be the case going forward. So this increases the possibility of monetization of the stake that Tata Communication currently owns in STT. So that could be the second monetization opportunity that could come in for Tata Communications going forward, and these are broadly the reasons why Tata Communication is up in trade. Now, if you look at how the analysts are currently pricing Tata Communication at this moment, 67% of them have a buy rating, 11 hold, sell, 22% of the analysts tracking the company. If you look at the consensus target price, it's at 1,890. It's largely priced in all the positives as per analysts. And if you look at the valuations, current valuations are at expensive. The 12-month forward EV to EBITDA for Tata Communication stands at around close to 11.5 times, as against the 5-year average valuation that we have seen, which stands at close to 10 times. So valuations are expensive. Stock seems to be fully priced in after today's move of 10% currently.
Well, thanks so much for that, Somit. And the analyst views that Somit also gave were of Tata Communications and not TCS. So this was something 67% buy calls on this one. But Ruchit, let me come to you. You spoke about IT. You spoke about what you make of TCS as well. Any view that you have on Tata Communication?
The overall structure looks positive because today's move has seen a breakout of that hurdle of 1750, that too with very high volumes. So the stock could continue to do well, but the only thing is that for fresh positions, the risk reward ratio as of now is not that favorable post the recent run up, because the stop losses for trading would be quite far. So one can keep a buy and dip strategy in case in the near future, if we get any sort of pullback move, one should look for fresh entry at lower levels, while existing long positions, if anyone has bought earlier, then they can continue to hold on.
All right, so that's the view with regards to where Tata Communication is concerned and what moves we've seen on the counter today. But Ruchit, with that, thank you so much for taking out the time and giving us all those insights. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. The commodity space has been buzzing, and how there's gold, which has rallied quite significantly now, though below the $4,000 mark, but silver is shining as bright as gold and as copper as well, because it's crossed the $50 mark yet again. And the question really here is whether this rally is here to sustain or not, because we've seen in the past couple of years that it's reached the $50 mark but has crashed down to the teens level. So to take this conversation ahead, we are joined by Kishore Narne from Motilal Oswal Financial Services and Siddharth Srivastava of Mirae Asset Mutual Fund joining us now. Welcome to both of you, gentlemen, and a very good morning to the both of you. Kishore, I'll come to you first. I was just talking about how silver in the past couple of years has done this earlier, right? It's touched the $50 mark but has crashed back to the teens levels. Do you think this time fundamentals are supportive enough for it to kind of not crash back to the teens levels, but maybe come down to around 40s levels, or there is no holding back? The momentum is here to stay.
Good morning. And but actually, just to correct you, it didn't happen in a couple of years, but it's happened a long time back.
Okay.
So once in 1979 or something, and then the other is in 2010, 12 oddish. So it's like some time back. And both the times, actually, one is the manipulative or bubble kind of thing in 79, when the Wright brothers have tried to corner the silver market. So that's out and out bubble. Second was the liquidity driven rally, where most of the asset classes bubble was created post Lehman Brothers quantitative easing and all the liquidity which flooded the markets, actually. And silver also was one of the beneficiaries of that liquidity. But currently, what different is this time is that fundamentally silver has come into a positive territory on a commodity fundamental basis. What I mean is that the supply of silver, especially the primary silver, is much lower than the total estimated demand. So for the first time in almost 40 years, that silver first time is in the deficit. That's what we are seeing in the physical markets, where the premiums have shot up a lot. If you want physical silver today, it is trading much higher to the forwards. That means actually there is no lack of availability of the metal, number one. Number two is the buyers this time are different, in the sense these are large hedge funds and some of the family offices. Some of the buyers are ETFs, which are long term in nature. They are not speculative in nature. Generally, the ETF buyers are slightly, they hold for a longer term. So the buyers are not instinctive. Of course, is there a short term slightly overbought territory? Yes, maybe. So the corrections could be possible. Again, it's extremely difficult to predict that how much it will correct, but it will be a bull market correction, but not a trend reversal. So I can be, at least I can assure the viewers that the trend still remains intact. Of course, silver is a very volatile metal. It can correct 10-15% at any point of time if you have a news trigger sometime. So probably it can cover. But if you're looking at least 18 months to maybe 2 to 3 year kind of a perspective, we are still putting our estimated targets close to around $80 to $90. Probably in Indian terms, it can take you anywhere close to around 2.5 to 2.75 lakhs, given rupee dollar stays roughly under around $90 to $92 levels, 92 rupees per dollar levels. So the estimated targets are far higher, but absolutely in short term, there could be much higher risk. So anybody who is trying to enter the markets at this point of time could stagger their buying, probably look at ETFs, maybe SIP kind of accumulation over dips is a better way of doing it.
Got that, Kishore. But Siddharth, let me also get you into this conversation. We've actually seen a fund house today come out and stop lump sum investments in the silver ETFs. Is that something that you are also considering at your fund? And what do you expect essentially investors to do? Would you suggest them to move into an SIP kind of investment in the silver ETFs?
Yeah, so this issue of supply is being faced by the entire industry. So we are sorts of struggling to source silver bar, which is LBMA certified from the market, and that is why the silver ETFs are trading at significant premium. Just to give you a context, on 7th of October, the rough premium over the LBMA rate was around 2,800. And yesterday it was more than 8,000. In last 9th October over 7th October, the LBMA has moved by almost 2.6% or so, but Indian prices on spot has moved up by almost 5.9% solely because of the increase in premium. While one AMC has suspended, I think others will take a call, because right now it is very difficult to sorts of predict when the inventory issues will be sorts of normalized, whether it will take this weekend or 1 week or 2 weeks. So once we have more information, I think we'll take the call accordingly.
Siddharth, so just a follow up to that, if the other fund houses that are have silver ETFs in their portfolio, if they continue to allow investors to continue with their SIPs, from an investor point of view, any kind of advice that you would want to give users right now? Is it a cautionary advice, or would you recommend them to continue with their SIP?
So there are two things. First is that investors are able to purchase, buy or sell ETF units from exchange, and that trading price right now has this built-in premium, which is, like I mentioned, from 2,800 levels is now at 8,000 level, and you are seeing that without any significant movement in international market. So it's only moved, let's say, $1 or so, less than $1. You are seeing NAV, which is that of ETF, move to almost by 5 rupees, right? From 149 to 154 without any significant movement in the underlying international prices. So if a person is buying silver on exchange, he should be cautious that he is buying at an higher inbuilt premium. So if international prices move up, let's say by 10%, and this premium normalizes, his realized return might only be, let's say, 7% or so. So that is first caution. Second is that people typically do SIPs in fund of funds, which are valued on at the day end based on ETF closing prices. So if ETF is trading at premium, the fund of fund valuation will also be at a premium. And if they are doing SIP and SIP is getting executed in these times, then their purchase price will also be higher. So I think people can avoid buying at this point in time and resume buying when this premium normalizes.
Right.
Unless until they have a very bullish view on silver.
Right. Siddharth, you make a very good point here. So just my final question to both of you gentlemen, a quick view if possible. Would you suggest to continue your investments in something like a gold ETF compared to silver as of now, since we've seen that spread widening compared to international prices? Kishore, your view first.
I think, see, both gold and silver trend will continue. But again, for silver ETF perspective, because it's trading much higher to the spot market, so you tomorrow it will normalize. The spread will normalize, and some of the ETFs might see, if somebody is buying today, they can see some underperformance in their returns because the premiums will normalize. Maybe down the line a month or two, maybe 3 months down the line, once the supply situation rectifies. But that kind of premiums are not there in gold. So just for the technicalities purpose, gold looks better as an ETF. But as a commodity, silver will continue to outperform gold returns in the next 18 to 24 months. Silver will give you anything above 30 to 40, 60% higher return than, so let's say if gold moves up by 10%, silver will move up by 15, 17%.
Right. Fair point, Kishore. And Siddharth, quick view. Would you concur with Kishore's view as well to switch to, because of the lack of premium essentially in gold, would you concur with Kishore's view on this?
Yeah, see, ultimately, if I normalize the premium and compare current premium to 3 days back, roughly in India, in equivalent terms, we are trading around $50.5 to $51 right now, compared to 49 something price which was there yesterday. So yes, from a technical point of view, I think buying gold is probably a bit more prudent because they are trading at normal levels. But we also continue to be a bit more bullish in the long term on silver. So avoid a bit for now, and depending on the price movement and near term analysis, take an informed call whether you want to buy silver at these levels or not.
Okay, Kishore and Siddharth, thank you so much for giving us those insights. I'm sure our viewers will now make a sane decision whether to invest in gold or silver. Thank you so much for taking out the time and speaking with us at NDTV Profit. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a very short break, but we'll be right back on the other side, so do stay tuned.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money, and the masters converge for your profit.
NDTV Profit Ignite, 3 p.m. onwards, only on NDTV Profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit, Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17 to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close here at NDTV Profits, where markets, are fairly stable. At the start of the show, they were trading around 0.5% higher, now around 0.46% higher, but in that same range of 25,300, so hovering around that 25,300 levels. Let's take it across to Kunal Shah, who's joining us from Miriya Asset Sharekhan, and we're also joined by Neerav Ashar of Latin Manharal and Securities joining us now. Kunal, in the first 3 days of this week, we were not sure if we'll be able to, touch this 25,300 levels, but now we are touching those levels. From here on, do you think, the momentum is here to stay, or do you think there could be some pullback or time correction that we can see?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. See, I think definitely what we got a confirmation of that in yesterday's trading session only, that we are going to see the momentum on the upside. So the recent rally, what we have started from 24,600 for the Nifty indices, that has went up towards the mark of 25,500, 600 is what I'm expecting. So in the current run, we are in the fourth stage of this rally, and the last stage is now going to play out, which will take the index higher toward 25,500. So we are bullish on the indices. We expect 25,500, 600 to be achieved on the upside. For the Bank Nifty index, here also the bullish trend continues. Bank Nifty again has been one of the index where the sharp trend reversal has happened, where your private banks, where your PSU banks were already outperforming, and now the private banks participation has kicked in. So clear cut, there is a double boost for the Bank Nifty, and we expect Bank Nifty to surpass its all-time high level as well, and Bank Nifty to go towards the mark of at least 59,000, 60,000 on the upside. So Bank Nifty clear cut continues to be on the buy side. Immediate resistance is 57,000, 57,100, which is where the highest open interest is built up on the call side. Once that is taken out, then you will see the further upside move towards the mark of 57,500, 58,000 on the upside.
Okay, Kunal, and what about your picks for the day?
First, the two calls, both the calls are on the buy side. First is Hudco. Hudco on the technical charts has formed a symmetrical triangle pattern, and we expect this to break out on the upside. Strong weekly closing as well for the stock, and we expect this to continue its momentum towards 245, 250 mark on the upside. So Hudco is a buy at the current levels with a stop loss of 228. Second is L&T. Again, looking extremely strong on the chart. Again, a breakout what we have got on a weekly closing basis, and we expect this to continue its outperform in the next week as well. So L&T continues to be on the buy side with a stop loss of 3680, and one can look for targets of 4,000 on the upside in the coming.
Got that, Kunal. Neerav, let me come to you as well. Very good afternoon to you. We actually had some source-based news essentially on PSU banks allowing private banks essentially to be their MD. And people essentially from the private side to become the managing directors in the bank. So that could be a very big positive even for some of the bigger names like SBI, like Bank of Baroda. What do you make of this particular space? Because Kunal definitely seeing positive momentum on the Nifty Bank, and that's what we've seen post quarter two updates as well. Your view?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the invites. I think
Yes, as you rightly pointed out, it could be a very positive move if we could see the private sector heads joining or in a position to join the PSU banks. I think that will bring a fresh perspective and a fresh approach as far as the PSU banking space is concerned. We are seeing a lot of rationalization happen in the PSU banking space. A lot of branch rationalization is happening. A lot of M&A activity, which we have witnessed in the past. So I think the focus is on improving the operational efficiencies of the banking system, and of course, HR is going to be a very important angle. So leadership changes definitely is going to work positively as far as PSU banks are concerned.
Okay, all right. So that's with regards to where some of these banking names are concerned, and of course the development that Puneet was talking about. But some stocks that are making news and are buzzing in trade today are Natco Pharma, Lloyd's Engineering, as well as Godrej Properties and Puravankara. And Anushi joins us with all the details as to why they are buzzing. Anushi.
Hi, so I'll start off with Natco Pharma first. Now they've won a case against a drug patent case that was going on in Delhi High Court. This is by Roshi's appeal that we are looking at is on the SMA drug patent is what we are seeing. Do know that allowed Natco to launch generic Risdiplam in India, and this is to treat spinal muscular atrophy. That is what we are looking at. So that is in focus. We're seeing about a 3% of an uptick over there. Lloyd's Engineering, another counter in focus. This is after they've signed a MOU with Fly Focus. This is to jointly develop and manufacture Defender Signet UAVs is what we are seeing. Apart from that, Puravankara also we are seeing the second quarter business update as well for this particular counter. If you just look at the second quarter numbers, pre-sales were up around 4%, while H1 pre-sales were up around 4%. That's remained on the muted side. Collections also we are looking at an 8% of an uptick in this quarter. However, in terms of GDV acquisitions, they've expanded their portfolio by adding projects worth about 9,100 crore in the first half of FY26 as well. Godrej Properties, again we are talking about the real estate space, and this is passing on the back of a Morgan Stanley note wherein they've maintained an equal rating on this particular stock, but they expect the share price of this particular counter to rise over the next 60 days is what they are seeing. This is on the back of robust Q2 pre-sales that they're expecting at the levels of around 9,300 crore or so. And again, they expect that this should mark a sharp recovery from a muted Q1 that we'd seen for this particular counter. So these are a couple of stocks which are buzzing in terms of the news that are happening.
Okay, Vanushi, thank you so much for bringing us those details. Kunal, Godrej Properties or Puravankara, any of these real estate names on your radar?
I think real estate has been one sector which has been an underperformer in the recent times, and now we are seeing some base formation happening at the lower levels. You might see the resistance coming at 925, 930 for the Nifty Reality Index, currently trading at 897. So you have a decent 20-30 points upside from the current level. So out of that, DLF is something which I'm keeping an eye on. Today, the stock has given us a fresh breakout on the technical charts and can go higher towards the mark of 760, 770 in the very short term.
Same question to you as well, Nirav. Anything in the real estate space that you're bullish on right now?
Well, I think we also like DLF, and apart from that, we started liking Marathon Gen Next and Ajmera Realty because of the prospects in the Navi Mumbai region.
Right, there's breaking news that you're seeing on the bottom of your screen right now, and that is Maria Corina Machado has been awarded the 2025 Nobel Peace Prize because she spent years working for the freedom of Venezuelan people. The Venezuelan regime was rigid in terms of holding on to power and its repression of the population that are not very well known to the world out there. But she's managed to hold elections there, and we've been seeing those trends globally as well, but she's managed to do that and has won the Nobel Peace Prize 2025.
You know what's interesting to me, and they don't give out this data, but if Donald Trump was even on the list, that's something which I wanted to know, because he wanted definitely one of the Peace Prize was, but of course a lot of great work being done by Maria Corina Machado as well. But we'll take a quick break. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit. A lot more coming on the next side.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
अरे और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The market's most influential voices.
The visionaries who decode the future of wealth.
Unveiling strategies, insights, and the wisdom to turn opportunities into lasting value. This Diwali, ignite your journey to prosperity.
This is where the market, money,
Welcome back to India Market Close right here on NDTV Profit. We're now going to our bull versus bear segment today, and we've chosen TCS. The stock is down more than 1% in trade today post its Q2 earnings. They reported a decent set of numbers which did meet estimates, but a lot more to talk about. My colleague Jasmeet is now joining in to give us a bull and a bear case for TCS. Jasmeet, over to you.
Well, right, thank you for that. So TCS comes up with the Q2 results. Now we look at the results are beat in the estimates. Well, let's quickly understand, even though they beat in the estimates, why did the stock react negatively in trade today? Going to the first bull case, the restructuring is underway for the company to be future ready, which is a positive for the company given that they're working towards the AI. But on the other hand, the restructuring is impacting on the profitability, it's adding up the cost. In this quarter, we see that a cost of roughly 1,200 odd crores dragging down the profits, and profit was nearly minus 5% down for this particular quarter. If we look at the next bull case, we see that the company is confident about the H2 given the healthy deal momentum for the following quarters. But given the healthy momentum, we also see the demand still remains stagnant and weak across vertical. That's another thing to watch out for. If we look at the third bull case, we see that the company is confident about the data center investment as it would create a systematic annual revenue from here on. But on the other hand, we have Jefferies coming up and saying that this will give a limited upside to the data center, given that data centers will have an higher investment and it wouldn't give the return given that TCS deals in asset-light industries and data center would add up to the more asset to the company. Well, look at the other aspect, we see that the company is exploring a lot of acquisitions options for the long-term growth. This is nearly after 3 quarters the company is looking to acquire more companies. But this would also create a hint given that there could be internal capability issues with the company given that they're acquiring entities outside. If you look at the valuation part, we see that the current valuation is at a 5-year low and it's the cheapest it has been in last 5 years. But on the other hand, if you look at the performance, it's the most underperformed among Nifty IT. It's nearly down 25 odd percentage. Lastly, we'll quickly understand what are the analysts saying on the same. The buy is at 36 while the hold are given by 10 analysts and the sell is by 5. If we look at the return potential, it's nearly down 26 odd percentage as of date.
Got that, Jasmeet. Thanks so much for that as well. But we caught up with the management, K. Krithivasan, the MD and CEO of the company. In fact, he talks about in great detail about the total contract value and what is also giving the optimism when it comes to FY26 and the expectations. Listen into what he had to say.
So first on TCV, definitely we had a $10 billion TCV supported by strong increase in BFSI in our consumer business and spread throughout the world. And it also has a good mix of renewals as well as new projects. So we are very comfortable with the TCV, and it puts us in the right place for future growth. In coming to the other point related to will FY26 be better than 25? See, we had a weak H1, and we believe based on the conversations we are having with the customer with the TCV we are signing, we believe our H2 will be better than H1. And by that token, at this time, I'm quite hopeful that FY26 international revenue of 26 could be better than 25.
Got that. And we largely had that management speaking on a key aspect of employees, why he's expecting FY26 to be better than FY25 as well. But Nirav, your view on the stock, because we've seen a material change in further investments in data centers, but it is a lower return on capital employed vertical compared to the IT services. Do you have a view on TCS, and does it expect to be sideways as of now?
Well, honestly, when we saw the results, we thought that it's a better than expected set of numbers. It's beaten the estimates, and there was an exceptional item of 1,135 crores, which is on account of restructuring. So overall, it seemed that the margins seemed to be all right, but I think what really spoiled the picture was the non-disclosure of the details regarding the headcount. Now it is being spoken that around 19,800 people have lost their jobs at TCS, and I think that could be a spoiler as far as the company is concerned. Apart from this, I think this investments in AI related businesses, I think seems to be a little bit too late at this point of time. So the market has taken it negatively. And overall, I think it's a cash-rich company, so it can consider certain inorganic initiatives too.
Okay, so that's with regards to where TCS is concerned. But moving on, it's that time of the show where my colleague Somit Sarkar joins us with all the chatter that he is hearing from the dealing room. And Somit, what are you hearing today?
Strong gains across the market that we are seeing. In fact, 25,200, which was a big resistance, has also markets are even higher beyond that level. In fact, now we are hovering around the 25,300 level. So key thing to watch now here is whether these gains will sustain or not going forward. But stock specific action, what dealers are indicating, pharma names Lupin and Cipla both continue to remain in focus. There are strong buy flows on both these pharma names. For Lupin, dealers are indicating that the planned clearance news could come in anytime soon. And when it comes to Cipla, couple of announcements are expected. Some tie-up announcement is what the street is indicating, and the second could be a drug launch announcement also expected very soon in case of Cipla. When it comes to HFCL, strong buy flows. Dealers are expecting that the second quarter number could be very strong. In fact, after reporting 2 consecutive quarters of losses, the company might report strong profits in the second quarter of FY26. When it comes to Maruti Suzuki and the Leela Hotel, there are buy flows on institutional desks. Both FI and DI have been accumulating this counter. Dealers are expecting strong set of numbers from both the names, that is Maruti and the Leela Hotel, in the second quarter compared to what the street estimates are. And lastly, when it comes to DLF and SBI, dealers indicate that there are strong buy flows on the domestic institutional desk in trade today. So keep an eye out for both these names, DLF and SBI as well.
Okay, Swami, thank you so much for bringing us those details. Kunal, I'll quickly come to you. Any of these names on your radar? HFCL, Lupin, he talked about Maruti Suzuki, Leela Hotels, DLF. Any of these on your radar?
I think definitely they are looking quite strong on the chart. My preferred pick over here would be Maruti. Maruti has been already trading in a strong uptrend, and we have seen a fresh breakout in today's trading session. So again, the recent swing high what it had made of 16,435, that will be taken out. I'm expecting Maruti to go towards the mark of 16,600. So Maruti is a buy for me. 16,600 to 17,000 is what you can expect in the stock in the very short term.
Okay, Kunal. All right. So that's with regards to where these counters are concerned. But with that, viewers, again, it's time to spend a very short break. But on the other side, we'll get you small cap buzzers as well as BTST calls. So do stay tuned.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
Welcome back to India Market Close right here on NDTV Profit. But a key news that we've been tracking since yesterday, the Tata Trust meeting is still underway and the signs of a truce are visible. This is the first time the Trust members are meeting after the feud for the board seat in the Tata Sons broke out. My colleague Nisha Podar joins us with exclusive details on what she's picking up on the forward for the corporate battle. Nisha, over to you.
Thanks for that. Yes, it's a crucial day for the Tata Trust's clash that we have been reporting on, because this is the first time that the Tata Trust members are meeting after their conflict on the board seat of Tata Sons has really broken out in public. So it is the time to really see which way Tata Trusts is going to go. In fact, sources with direct knowledge have shared with NDTV Profit that the board meet of Tata Trusts is running smoothly, and that the discussions are on the charitable work as well as the philanthropic activities. In fact, a day before this, in the run-up to this meeting also, we have been reporting that the signs of truce between the two camps of Noel Tata on one side and Mehli Mistry on the other has been really taking place because of two factors. First, of course, the government intervention coming in, and the second, of course, that it was an important day of Ratan Tata's death anniversary as well, and that brought to fore the question of the legacy that Ratan Tata left for the Tata Group. So in that context, we did speak to one of the sources close to Mehli Mistry, and we did hear that he has hugely softened his stance, not interested in a board seat at the current moment, and also is not under any pressure to distance himself from Tata Trusts, and therefore was expecting a smooth functioning and more of a conciliatory approach toward the other trust members. More to be seen when the meeting really ends. It's a half a day long meeting and still underway. What we gather is that it has been smooth, no fireworks expected, at least at the moment.
No fireworks until now, but thanks so much for that, Nisha, getting us key perspective on this very, very crucial news, to say the least. Let me actually go across to Kunal. ask a couple of names on the Tata board because we saw some key movers in stocks like Tata Communication. Kunal, that largely seems to be with what's happening with TCS and its announcement on the AI data center venture. Any view on Tata Communication as well as your quick view on TCS as well?
Yeah, I think firstly on Tata Communication, the stock had been an underperformer. Now today is the weekly closing for the stock, so the resistance of 1800 has been taken out decisively on a closing basis, and there has been above average volumes as well. So you might get a dip towards that 1820, 1830 zone where your risk to reward ratio will be favorable. Probably at those levels one can go long and then can look for targets of 2100 on the upside. For TCS, again, TCS continues to consolidate in a narrow range. Over here, we will have a buy and dip approach. Dips towards the support zone would be a buying opportunity. The support zone is placed at the mark of 2950. So if you get a dip towards 2950, 2960, good point of entry. One can keep a stop loss on the downside of 2860, and one can look again for targets of 3200 on the upside.
All right, so that's with regards to where Tata Communication and TCS is concerned. But let's try to pull up the Nifty Metal Index and see as to how and what counters are seeing pain there. The Nifty Metal is down by about 0.84%. But if you can pull up the constituents, there you go. Except for just Adani Enterprises, all the other in the red. There's Hindustan Copper. There's also something like a SAIL, Hindustan Zinc, which are seeing significant amount of pressure. Nirav, I'll quickly come to you. We've seen a good rally in the past few days for Hindustan Copper, Hindustan Zinc. Today we are seeing a good correction on these counters, but fundamentally there's still a further upside is what the analysts are believing. Do you also concur to what they are saying, and do you think that this is a good time to buy on the dips?
Well, actually, it's advisable to keep a stop loss at this point of time as far as the metal counters are concerned, because they've run up quite a lot. And it's always important to remember that whenever the metals tend to rally, it's on account of a couple of reasons. One is the increased demand as well as supply side constraints. This time around, it's a combination of both. So I think one needs to be extra cautious as far as these counters are concerned, and needs to trade with a strict stop loss.
Got the view, Nirav. But Kunal, actually, let me get your quick view also on these metals plays. Hindustan Copper, actually, I know we've spoken to you when the big capex was announced. Anything in the metal side that you like, Kunal?
I think firstly, I'll give you an view on the metal index. So metal index, we have been constructively bullish on the entire space since the mark of 9,500, 600 from where the breakout had come in. Currently, the index is trading at 10,250 zone, and we have a positional target of 11,300 on the index. And that is where we are bullish on the entire space. Any dips in the metal sector could be a good buying opportunity over here to accumulate the sector. For me, the top pick over here would be Hindalco. Again, the stock has already given us a double top breakout on the technical charts, and now we have seen the correction getting over, and now we will see further upside into the stock. So Hindalco continues to be on the buy side with a stop loss of 740, which is the strong support zone. I'm expecting the stock to go towards 820, 840 in the very short term.
All right, it's time to step into a very quick break, but do stay tuned. Profit Ignite on the other side.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold ICICI for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Welcome back to India Market Close right here on NDTV Profit. But Nirav, let me come to you. We saw some key updates coming in on the Biosecure Act, and that could be a key beneficiaries for a lot of pharma players, the likes of Divi's, Newland Labs. Now that the overhang is gone, do you like anything in this particular space?
I think we continue to like Divi's Labs. And apart from this, we also like Biocon from medium to long term perspective. These are the two bets in this particular space.
Let's actually pull up, how Syngene, Newland Labs, Jubilant Pharma, Piramal Pharma, a lot of these counters that got that benefit because of that. Syngene up almost, 1.68%. We've also seen a positive move on, I think, Newland Labs as well. Let's pull up that also very quickly. So 2.4% on Jubilant Pharmova. Newland Labs is up 4.3% as we speak. Kunal, any of these names that you feel that the momentum could continue on these?
Yeah, I think Newland Lab looks the best place at the current levels. Neat and clean breakout has come in on the technical charts, and you can expect further momentum on the upside. The support for the stock on the downside is placed at 15,500, and you can expect the stock to go towards the mark of 18,000 in the very short term.
The other counter that will remain in focus tomorrow, I mean, of course, the markets are not open, but Avenue Supermarts is the counter that will come out with its earning tomorrow. And just to give viewers a perspective of what you can expect from the earnings, the business update, of course, had come in and where standalone revenue growth stood around 15.4%. But overall, on a consolidated level, the revenue growth is expected to be at around 14.6%. EBITDA around 13% is the kind of increase that we are expecting. Margins may be at the same levels as they were in Q2 FY25 at around 7.4% versus 7.6%, and profit may rise just about 1% is what the Bloomberg estimates are suggesting. In terms of what to expect, well, estimates are suggesting that implied same-store sales growth could be around that 3 to 4% mark. Margins, however, if comes as a surprise, could see an inching up, although Bloomberg estimates right now are not suggesting that. Throughput to continue to be impacted because of competitive intensity, which is, being given by these quick commerce players, plus the small city stores that are...
Much for joining us to celebrate your favorite time of the year. For generations, this festival has brought family and friends together. And this time around, we have several reasons to cheer. Diwali, of course, signifies the movement of individuals, of people, from darkness into light. It signifies so much more. It is a time of closing of books and the writing of new beginnings, new chapters. It is a time to invite Goddess Lakshmi into our homes, and we believe an opportunity to ignite our hearts and minds with the hope and belief of a prosperous future for our country and its businesses. This is Diwali edition of NDTV Profit Ignite, and I'm your host, Alex Matthew. We're coming to you live from the heart of Mumbai at Sofitel BKC. And I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of our distinguished guests, stalwarts of industry and markets. And to all of you tuning in from your homes and possibly from your offices as well. The conversations today, we hope, will help you chart a course through somewhat 2082 with surety and confidence. NDTV Profit Ignite, Diwali edition, is brought to you by our co-presenting partners, NSE and Usha, with banking partner Canara Bank, co-powered by Bank of Baroda and supported by our associate partners, SBI Mutual Fund and Tata Capital. I want you to look around the room and feel the energy that is buzzing right here. It's festive cheer, of course, but I already see from the faces in front of me that there is one thing that unites all of us, and it is the hope and the dream and the belief that we're marching towards a successful future, not just for the people in this room, but for everybody in this vast and beautiful country. So find your seats, settle in, and get ready as we gear up to lay the foundation for your profit. All right, now to officially kickstart things, let's get on stage Tamanna Inamdar, the managing editor of NDTV Profit.
Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome, Alex, and welcome to all of you on this Friday evening. We're just getting into the weekend mood. Yes, markets are still on, but we all know that the action is now winding down. So welcome everyone to the NDTV Profit Ignite Diwali edition. This is a very exciting idea that we're kicking off here. So I'm going to start by talking a bit about what is Ignite. What does Ignite mean for you? Is it setting something ablaze? Revving up your engines? Well, to me, it is a mind waking up to the knowledge and clarity in a fast-changing, dynamic, and let's admit it, sometimes hostile world. The word ignite also to me means hope. This is something we all really need, and the overwhelming sentiment is one of hope. Yes, there is a tariff attack. We all wake up every day, wondering what the headline is coming in from the United States. But there's also hope that the Indian consumer, the Indian investor is hungry for growth. They will buy more, and not just TV, fridges, AC, real estate. They're also going to invest in their futures, in the markets. Look at the kind of action coming in right now in the primary markets. 4.6 lakh crore rupees worth of money is in just 2 IPOs, and there are at least 100 in this month. So there is certainty that India is now unstoppable, and all the red on the trading screen cannot change this. So our thought at NDTV Profit is to go beyond the regular coverage that you see every year before Diwali. Yes, we all do it, but this time we thought we should do something different. The idea is to ignite new opportunities and a renewed outlook. So look around. This is an intimate gathering of people who live, breathe, and celebrate the India growth story. Now, whether it's equities, insurance, consumption, or adopting the power of AI. With eminent market personalities that you will hear from today, Ashish Kumar Chauhan with us today. You'll hear from Manish Chokhani, Ramesh Damani, Nilesh Shah, Vijay Kedia, and the Mittal brothers who have democratized market information. How many of you all have that app on your phone right now? So because of this, you have unlimited access to the ideas of tomorrow. So as we celebrate Diwali and step into Samvat 2082, this edition is about renewal, optimism, and strategic action. So welcome again to NDTV Profit Ignite. Let me bring back Alex to kick off the day.
That perfectly sets the tone, I think, for the conversation. But to say that we want to reach out to crores of individuals, we say it quite often in the media business, and we've been saying it over the last few weeks and months. It's not an overstatement, because at the last count, we had over 13 crore unique investors in the securities market, and that number is growing extremely rapidly. It is, of course, our mission at NDTV Profit to equip our viewers and people that are tuning in with the information that they need to succeed. And it's important now because the capital markets are changing so rapidly that information asymmetry that was visible even a decade or less than a decade ago is now dwindling very quickly. We've had a fantastic journey in investor addition over the course of the 5 years, in particular post-COVID-19, but now we may just be at the precipice of the next big expansion in investor participation. And who better to talk about this rapidly changing landscape than someone who is at the heart of it? Please join me in welcoming on stage the Managing Director and the Chief Executive Officer of the National Stock Exchange, Ashish Kumar Chauhan. Please, sir, make your way. Big round of applause, please. And to speak to him, just to set the tone for this entire conclave, please, Tamanna, make your way to the stage.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Thank you for that, Alex. Ashish ji, welcome. I can't think of anyone better to talk about the optimism and hope that the Indian markets are seeing right now than Ashish Kumar Chauhan. This is a true believer for the last 3 decades. Even when markets have gone through its worst, even when National Stock Exchange has gone through its worst, he is the SOS call that was made to rev things up. Ashish ji, आजकल आपके कैलेंडर भरे हुए होंगे IPO लिस्टिंग से. हाँ, to start with, रोज हम आपको देखते हैं, we cut to the freshest listing every day on NDTV Profit and we see Ashish ji with some company or the other who's ringing the bell. Now, the day when there are 4 or 5 IPOs, who do you choose with whom you will ring the bell?
No, thank you, and happy Diwali to all your viewers. I think it's a great time for India, a great time to be Indian. And naturally, sometimes we do have 4 or 5 listings in a single day, and sometimes in various parts of India we have bell, so people can select to also do it in their city. But sometimes we have like 4 or 5 listings in NSE building itself, and sometimes they use my room also to ring the bell. So I have to vacate my room for the bell ringing ceremony. So that's how so many happened. And of course, whoever is doing the listing on the atrium, which is where the largest number of listings happen, I try to be there, but I try to also go and take photo at the end with all the listed companies just for the sake of record.
Yeah, I think the booking for Ashish ji right now must be more than any star in Bollywood, because the number of listings and the amount of his time, aapka calendar must be fully blocked, I'm sure.
And I mean, I usually don't know, but I go to the same time and then they tell me go there and I have to do the listing. So it's like a priest job, like a pujari job in the temple. You have to wake up at 5 and do it. Whichever judgment comes, you have to still do the same thing, right? So that's how I do it for last so many years.
No, but jokes apart, what it's telling us is how robust the primary market has become. Because look at the range of companies coming in. There are giant IPOs right now. There's LG, there's Tata Capital. There are smaller IPOs. You might see listing gains in some. Others don't have such a great listing. Nevertheless, it's telling you about the appetite of the Indian business community and the investor. You've seen this for so many decades. How do you look at this trend?
In a way, stock markets were not considered that important in the overall scheme of things in terms of the macroeconomics, in terms of policy making for almost 70 years. And the entire planning model which we sort of adopted in terms of the Mahalanobis model initially by Prime Minister Nehru and things like that, we were very impressed by the what I call the planned economy. And so the stock markets, usually in a socialist country, they get closed down. Fortunately, they didn't close stock markets down when we became independent. And so we have a tradition, but they were like considered a little nuisance to be tolerated rather than a mainstream. But once the NSE came in, that's same time the liberalization also happened. And so slowly, the market cap, which used to be probably 3,70,000 crores or give and take a little that time, has now in 30 years time has now become 460 lakh crore, right? Almost 125, 130 times. And that tells you that most people are now trusting stock markets. More importantly, more than stock markets, they are trusting the entrepreneurs. For me, 78 years of India's independence, what have we earned as a nation is that our small investors' trust in our entrepreneurs is what we have earned, right?
That's a personal story for you. I don't know if many people know this, lekin scam ke victim aap bhi rahe hain. The Harshad Mehta scam.
Yes.
Tell us about that, because what a journey we've made from losing faith in Indian capital markets to, I would say, having blind faith. The SIP numbers from today is telling you that. Dunya mein kuch bhi ho jaye, the Indian investor is standing strong.
No, in my own story, I started my first job in 91, where we were having a balance of payment crisis. And just out of a MBA college, you thought you were the smartest, which is what the exuberance of youth with some amount of sort of training gives you, and overconfidence. And so my salary was 3,000 rupees and I lost 50,000 rupees in the Harshad Mehta scandal. And so it took me a long time to recoup and pay back and stuff. But idea is not to over leverage, not to trade in things which you don't understand, and don't trade in derivatives.
But I'm going to stop you there. Just think of that. 3,000 rupees was the salary. He was leveraged at 50,000 rupees, which he lost. There are enough people out there today, and no, there is no scam, but who are as leveraged. What is the caution for them?
No, leverage is the ultimate problem For companies, when things turn, people who are leveraged are not able to handle themselves, and that's about companies true, but it's also more about individuals. That companies have at least a bankruptcy process in India now. Earlier they were not there. But individuals have no bankruptcy process. So you get stuck for very, very long period in life, and that's why don't leverage, especially for trading or investing. If you have money, first go for house, get some insurance, go for some fixed deposits, save yourself first. After that, 5-10% of your total net worth, if you invest in stock markets, it's okay. But if you are an investor, you are okay. If you think by buying in the morning and selling in the afternoon is called investment, it is not. Although Tamanna might try hard to do the stop loss stuff and all, please don't even get involved. And even if I try, and I'm considered a person who brought derivatives, but it's a very sophisticated instrument. It's not for retail investors. Please don't ever come to this derivatives market if you don't understand it.
You've given me the perfect cue to what I wanted to ask you. Derivatives market, the regulator is going hammer and tongs. You have a very large brokerage player who's saying that their revenues from this space has gone down 40%. What is it looking like for the National Stock Exchange? Are you seeing some of that action drying up?
No, we are. Of course, even when the new regulations were coming up, we had said that this is going to affect revenues by 40 to 60%, and people were not believing. I think even on your channel, there are recordings which say that's not going to affect. But we know, and there are cycles. So what happens is the cycle actually matched with the new regulations coming in play last year, and the market slowed down. At the same time, the new regulations on derivatives both came together. In case they had not synchronized, probably the fall in the revenues would have been much lesser if the markets were going up even further. Then you would have seen some inflow even in derivatives at that time. But since the markets also didn't give great returns in last 1 year, and also the new derivatives regulations came, you saw the interest going down. So at some point in peak, I think January, February, probably 24, we were running 30-40 lakh people trading every month in derivatives. Now probably 20-22 lakhs in that range are trading in derivatives. So you can see even the number of people trading in derivatives are coming down and things like that, the unique investors.
But you do have now, you're planning new options for daily expiry, but for foreign investors?
No, it's again, the GIFT City market is for the foreigners or for the sophisticated people. So that's a different market. It's not the same market. And there, for the knowledge of the viewers, that market has options available even for monthly. Nobody trades monthly options there also, neither weekly, because that market does not have STT. And that market trades only futures for last 25 years. When it was in Singapore, when it is in GIFT City for last 3 years. Why? It's because India has a huge differential on a notional basis between the STT applicable to the futures versus options. That is, the options is charged on premium and futures are charged on notional. That's where there is an arbitrage, as I call it, tax arbitrage. That's why the Indian market from 2008 started going more towards options premium. 2004, when the STT was employed, that time the options premium plus the notional were charged the STT, and futures were charged on notional. So both had equivalent. That time, 2004 to 2008, there was no difference in terms of the trading volume in notional basis between options and futures. As soon as you went on premium charge, it took off. And now, at the same time, if you look at the other way around, that the notional traded, that what is actual value traded in options, is even now probably 1/4 or 1/5 of futures, even in the local markets. And that's why many times we make up things on notional basis, many times we make up things on premium basis. So like I think 3 months back or 4 months back, we were in a debate and somebody said that we are trading so much notional, and I said that basically what is traded is actually the premium part, not the notional, right? And but we are the largest derivatives trading country in the world, and I said no, that is not true, because what is traded is premium. In America today, on a monthly basis, they trade almost 4 or 5 times more than India's total derivatives premium. If you take options to options, and sometimes Tesla options alone, Tesla's options trade more than the entire derivatives market of India for months. And so we have made up in our mind that grapes trade more in numbers, whereas the watermelons trade less in numbers. We are selling grapes and we are largest. That doesn't work, and that's what we have made up. We have been made to believe by whatever incessant stuff that is going on. But we are not the largest derivatives market in the world by miles. We are like 20% of just the options market of America.
No, but the hunger is there. We saw it, and that's why the government stepped in. Just before we wrap, I think I want to talk a bit about what is happening in the markets right now. And there's one figure which has an impact almost every day, who's sitting in the United States, who wants a Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think, Chauhan Saab, who do you think will get the Nobel Peace Prize today?
No, today, at least yesterday night, the news came that it's for the next year. So he has to perform better like all of us.
Why are you talking?
So he has been given a carrot, and so he has to run more. Hopefully either he will lose interest or something else will happen. But in case he works harder for next 1 year, then world will have peace, right? Either PIEC or PEAC, right? That is the difference between the two.
So, as we're going into closing bell, and we'll do that in just a minute, your one advice very quickly for the Indian investor: will we see new highs on the Nifty, you think, by the time we hit the Samvat?
I hope it does. And today, I think yesterday's Prime Minister's tweet on his talk with Mr. Trump, yesterday's a summit meeting with the Prime Minister UK, and of course his talk with even Prime Minister of Israel. I think overall things are turning better for India. Last almost 9-10 months were what I call weak because of the uncertainties coming out of tariffs specifically on India. If it turns good, and that's what today's market, I mean, if you see today's market, it started going up and now 0.5% up, which is like a surprise to me in last 6 months, right? And so I think it's good days coming, and hopefully before this summer ends, we would be in that higher zone.
That's a true market master. आप कहीं पे भी बैठे हो, भाव पर एक नजर है. Thank you so much, Ashish Kumar Chauhan, for speaking with us. A warm round of applause for the ultimate bull of the Indian market.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to the both of you for a lovely conversation. Please stay where you are because, as they say, as I said at the start, some things draw to a close and new things begin, and of course Diwali is all about that. You close one chapter and you start a new one, and of course we're waiting for a couple of minutes to symbolically close the market day so that we can put all of our attention to what is happening on stage. And I wouldn't blame some of the market men, market women here for keeping one eye glanced at their screen to figure out what the latest bhav is. Of course, closing bell is just a couple of minutes away, and we're going to do it symbolically right here, and we're going to call a few people on stage to do that. Of course, two of them already here. Ashish Kumar ji, can you please make your way to the NSE bell? You've done this often enough. You can lead the platoon. Tamanna, please make your way as well. And to join them on stage, I would like to call Rahul Kanwal, NDTV Network's Chief Executive Officer and Editor-in-Chief, Mandeep Singh as well, Revenue Head of Television Network NDTV, as well as NDTV Profit's own Neeraj Shah. Neeraj, make your way to the stage, please. What we're going to do in this room is we're going to count it down for them because they can't really see the time. We'll play this up on your screen right here, and we're going to count it down for you. Everybody's going to count with me, so make sure that you have your voices ready. Of course.
So he's going to teach us how to do it. बताइए sir, क्या करना है?
So at the right time, what happens is the market, the people start clapping like 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 like that. Yeah, it started.
7.
So, and now you have to ring the bell very hard. If you ring harder, at 1, yeah. 1.
There you go.
And I tell the promoters and the managing directors saying, if you ring bell harder and many times, and if it's done well, then prices go up.
Then let's ring it. Then we should ring it more. Right?
So very enthusiastic.
Many people sitting in the audience, they might want to come and say, "Hum bhi thoda sa ghanti baja."
Yes. And so Bell is here after the event. All of you are welcome.
Thank you so much. But it's fantastic that you agreed to have this symbolic and beautiful bell brought here. Thank you very much for that. And thank you, Ashish ji, for joining Tamanna and the NDTV Profit team here. It means a lot to have you here and to have your support as we get set for the new Samvat. You're super excited about the year ahead?
Absolutely. No, I think next year we are going to do much better than what we did last year. The monsoon has been great. And India, in a way, runs on monsoon, right? So the demand comes out of the crops and the monsoon, and of course the new ways of doing things, the new sort of tie-ups on many areas with the rest of the world is going to take us to newer ways of doing things.
Also, I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely. You can come to my office and you can see.
And that could be a good thing or a bad thing. It's a good thing because you're being watched. It's the bad thing was that those many calls of complaints as well, which again is a good thing because see, as you talk about the year and everything that's being done, Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched. And so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investors is the correct advice, correct information, and in a right way. Because if you work on trading incessantly, you are not investing in a productive capital. What we require is productive investments, long-term investments, and everyone who trades in a way, especially frequently, is losing a lot of money just on the transaction charges. Don't do that. Invest for the long term.
The Samvat can change. Ashish ji's advice stays the same. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for watching Profit in the way that you're doing. We'll keep working very hard over the year and hopefully have you back at many more such conversations. This was the Diwali edition. There'll be a budget edition, and there'll be many more, and we hope to have you for many of those as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before you make your way off the stage, please can you make your way to the center of the stage for a quick photo op.
Alex, why don't you join us? NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
Have a seat, gentlemen. We'll have a small window for questions from the audience, so keep them ready. In order to keep this lively, please keep it very short. But then, before we get to that, Neeraj Shah, the Executive Editor Markets at NDTV Profit, please join us on stage. Everybody, you know Neeraj, put your hands together.
The mics to your right are yours. Okay, so the idea of this panel was to try and understand how is it that all of us can best use AI in our investing process, because AI has permeated all our lives in multiple ways, and if we can actually use AI to improve our research abilities and thereby our stock picking abilities, then it will go a long way in trying to make all of us better investors. And who better than people who are kind of developing the tools in their own platforms, which are used by millions of Indians, to tell us how is it that AI has permeated their platforms and what is it that they think about the use of AI. So gentlemen, thank you so much for joining in. Ayush, I'll start with you. Screener वैसे तो perfect था, right? Then you thought that, okay, there is so much that Screener has done, but we want to introduce AI as well, right? So where did this thought come from, and how do you guys contemplate using AI in your own journeys around investing?
First of all, Neeraj and NDTV Profit, thank you for inviting us and making us part of your prestigious program. NDTV is doing a great job, and we are really thankful for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you.
For all the viewers, Happy Diwali from our side. Wish you a very prosperous Samvat. My dad started investing almost 30-40 odd years back, and since then it has been we have seen how the information data has been evolving. Earlier, when he started his journey, it was very, very hard to even get an annual report on time. We only used to get an annual report maybe 6 months or a year after the year was over. So it was so hard, and I started just helping him out on collating data better, and that is where Screener was born when Pratyush joined us. So it has been an effort where we struggle on the data points, we tried automating them, providing all our users maximum data point which can be made available, so that people can do better research, minimize their mistakes, and take better informed decision making. So that has been the objective. From what started off with an effort to have more data, today it's the opposite. I think thanks to the regulatory framework, the way the compliances are, the way the companies have opened up with so many listings that are happening that we talked about today, the data out there is humongous. And for an investor like me, it was becoming super, super hard to even absorb or understand all this data which is out there. And if you don't act fast well enough, then you're far behind. So that is where, as we started working on AI, how it is evolving, we understood the power of AI. Today, maybe Pratyush can talk how the technology is evolving, but that is where we found so many use cases which were very, very powerful, which were helping me in my own personal investing journey. And that is where we have tried to automate, and we have brought out Screener AI.
Okay. Pratyush, you want to add to that? Because when one uses AI, you figure out that there are 1,000 pieces on X, for example, कि use this prompt. ये prompt use करो तो अच्छा result आएगा. ये prompt use करो तो शायद अच्छा ना आए. Right? Both you guys have kind of developed great products for usage. How do you think of using AI in the investing journey? Because I'm guessing some of those things you imbibe in your platform as well. We start with you and then go to Sumit.
Sure. So first of all, thanks a lot for this event, and thanks for the invite, and very happy Diwali to everyone. Regarding AI, it is a very exciting time. हम लोग बहुत lucky है इस time पे जहाँ पे इतना अच्छा developments हो रहा है. This is the first time there are AI models which can understand natural language, and they are able to process documents. And as Priya said, that the huge amount of documents are increasing today, and it's very hard to keep track of all the annual reports, DRHPs, announcements. Every day more than 3,000 announcements are made
on the exchange. And that's where these new tools, new models are very useful in summarizing them, filtering them, finding out just out of 3,000 announcements, which ones are the important announcements that I should be looking at. Within a con call transcript, what were the main things that were talked about? Give me a summary of it. And that's where that AI power is very useful. On Screener AI, we have tried to, like these tools are very powerful, but it's very hard to use them actually. And that's where on Screener, we try to make it very easy for everyone. That prompt that you said, that prompt engineering, learning prompt engineering. So all those things have been taken care of. Which model should I use? That's a common question every day. New models comes up. Grok is doing wonderful thing, Chat GPT, everyone is doing. So we optimize all of those things, make it simple, make it easy, and provide it access to those official documents so that it can, instead of worrying on how to upload the documents and provide and how to ask questions around those documents, those things are automatically taken care of, and we can go ahead and just ask our questions on top of our mind. We can do the thinking job and get someone to answer them.
मैं पूछने वाला हूँ आप क्या क्वेश्चंस पूछते हो अपने ऐप पे, राइट? बट सुमित प्लीज कम इन और आप भी बताएं. I mean, how do you use AI in your investing process? Whether you use it on your own platform or on Perplexity or on XAI or Chat GPT or Screener, however.
First of all, thank you Neeraj and NDTV for the opportunity and happy Diwali everyone. So I'll go back a little into history, 10 years back. So the initial thought that I had in my mind was equity research back then was globally pretty much a very manual process. So there were analysts who were like, consuming information from various databases, bringing them to an Excel sheet, making DCF or various other models, adding some macro layer on top of it, adding technicals to it, and eventually identifying, okay, which are the stocks should be a part of my portfolios. Now, I realized that over the last 20-25 years, the amount of data that is available has increased multi-times. That's point number one. The second is, the correlations between market. So back in the 90s, or even 2000s, early 2000s, whatever happens in India were the impacting factors for the Indian market, not anymore now. So anything happens even in the smallest of the country where India trades with, we have an impact in our market. So it has become super important for us to understand the cross-market correlations. Now that increases your data by X number of times. So now humanly, it is impossible to ingest so much of data, understand, process it. That's where AI comes into picture. So back in 2016, when I started Jarvis, we initially started building on the Indian markets, multiple correlations of how a sector would perform, how a particular stock within a sector would perform. Today, we look at about 10 global markets beyond India. And we have got a very beautiful, model built in for a cross-market correlation, not just India. And in terms of usage, so we don't provide research to the users, we provide the end outcome. So we are a part of the outcome. So we are, you can say we are the alpha for you. So irrespective whether it's a retail investor or it's a portfolio manager or an asset management company. So we cater to this entire range of investors.
So Sumit, आप कैसे use करते हो? Do you use AI for bottom-up research? Do you use AI for cross-market correlations, top-down research? How do you use it personally, let's say?
I would say it is more of a, not a bottom-up, but it's a mix of multiple models. Because there are various ways. So because if I just follow one model, then it's replication of human behavior. It's more over a robotic process automation and not an AI. But an AI would be able to identify its own patterns, and we have to train the system to identify patterns, and then it can run multiple simulations to come out with certain.
But वो तो आपका काम है, right? As a provider.
Yeah.
मैं सोच रहा हूँ. So let's assume, okay, I'm asking you if I'm the user of your product, let's say, or I'm using Perplexity or I'm using Screener, right?
Yeah.
How should I use it ideally? You would have gone through these iterations, right?
Absolutely.
Top down research के लिए ज़्यादा important है, bottom up के लिए कैसा है? आप कैसे use करते हो?
Top down के लिए है, I would say. But we neither use Perplexity, no GPT, nothing. We have our own models, own infrastructure, because we had started building this model when none of these were there.
Superb. Okay.
So, and today if you look at all of these models also, I would say, obviously when they came, we also tried because that would have eased up our job. But it just doesn't work. it does not have the contextual intelligence. I would say, hallucinates with the data. Plus, we don't even know the data source. So I wouldn't risk $100 million to be traded based on the recommendations of a perplexity of or a GPT. But so that's where we need our own models, which are specifically trained for the equity markets or any other market, commodities, FX, and everything. So that's where we have even added the explainability layer, which was otherwise missing from AI for all these years. Even we didn't have, about 3 years back, but now we have it. So we can fairly explain why, what happens within our system. So, from an end user's perspective, what we give them is the recommendations from a retail's perspective, and from an institution's perspective, we can manage this entire piece, including risk management system for them.
Okay, guys, so I'm trying to make this more widespread for anybody who's either using your products or any other product, right? And therefore, before I come to Ayush, Pratyush, to you, because Ayush keeps on telling me that ये सारा AI का जो कांड है वो प्रत्युष ने किया है, right? So on screener, that is. So am I right, Ayush?
Yeah. So I'm the most technologically handicapped person in our team, and Pratyush's effort is to make me use it, and that is what he keeps trying to do. And if I get to use it, then we believe that everyone can use it. That is what our aim is. So yeah,
okay, so I'm going to come to you as an end user as well, but Pratyush, I'll come to you because मेरे हिसाब से आपका शायद इनसे थोड़ा अलग होगा यूजेज, क्योंकि आप शायद बॉटम अप पे ज्यादा करते हो, राइट? सो हाउ डज एन एवरेज पर्सन make the best use of AI, whether on Screener or on Jarvis or wherever else, whichever platform they are using? आपके हिसाब से कैसे यूज करना चाहिए, आप कैसे यूज करते हो?
I use it as a private counselor. मेरे पास आज एक पर्सन है जिसके पास मैं कुछ भी बहुत बेवकूफ़ी भरे सवाल भी पूछ सकता हूँ और कुछ भी पूछ सकता हूँ. फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ भैया इज टॉकिंग अबाउट अ कंपनी लाइक से HBL एंड ही सेइंग दैट उसको कवच का ऑर्डर मिला या कुछ मिला, फॉर मी कवच इज जस्ट मतलब मेरे को उसका ABCD भी नहीं पता. सो आई गो हेड एंड फर्स्ट आस्क ओके व्हाट हैपेंड इन दिस कंपनी, व्हाट बाय दिस द नंबर्स चेंज ऑफ दिस कंपनी. Then it says that, okay, it got an order for Kavach and those things. Then I ask, okay, Kavach hai kya? What is Kavach? Why is it unique? Why is only this company having this particular technology? How did they work on this? And like this, those sessions start proceeding. And it can be like for Pharma, this was something which was very tough for me to understand. Like what is ANDAs, what is all these approvals and different things. So
I like the term ANDA, by the way. But okay.
So, I asked it, like many people say that intermediates are like just another chemical company. So it helps me in understanding that why is any API manufacturer different from a chemical manufacturer? What are the differentiations? How this industry works? And from there I start getting to the next question. Okay, then how is this applicable to this company? What this company is doing? Also for like when till now on Screener we were able to glance the numbers very quickly, but to understand why those numbers changed, why the margin increased from 10% to 15%, was it a temporary shift, was it a permanent shift? Now I have someone who can do that work for me, go into those documents and provide me answers by referring to those announcements, con call transcripts, presentations and everything. And that's where these models are very helpful.
Amazing. So Ayush, मैं आपको पूछता हूँ, because I'm presuming you started using at the behest of Pratyush, you started using AI, right? So आप क्या करते हो? जैसे प्रत्युष ने बोला कि is there a string of questions कि भाई मैंने पूछ लिया कि ये clinical trial, अच्छा let's say margins, किसी company के margins increase हो गए, so why did they increase? Then you ask a follow-up question and the string remembers all of those questions and thereby eventually gives me a final answer. Is that how you are using it?
So maybe to answer that, I'll take you through what we have done at Screener. So basically...
But I would urge you, all three of you, to kind of broad base the thing, not just to your own platforms, but to have an average person can use any platform. But you can take the example of Screener. Yes.
So basically, what is the key thing that our AI does? AI is very, very powerful because it can go through huge amount of data, whatever the maximum amount of data which is out there, that is, it can process in a very quick amount of time period and give you a very structured outcome. And day by day, what we are seeing is that the models are getting better and smarter. They are getting that intelligence wherein you get the wow factor when you run queries. If you ask it a simple question, then also it is able to give you some intelligent insight which you were looking for. So that is what is happening when you use AI. At Screener, what we have done is that we have tried to, we had the benefit of having all the data that we were collating on all the companies, whatever, the annual report, the official announcements, documents, whatever they are filing, the credit rating reports. So it is getting that whole base on the document to get started with, and then it will go on the web and do the additional searches that you want to do. So first, the biggest benefit is that you're getting to work on factual data and facts and not hallucinate. Like Sumit was mentioning that one of the problem in the AI models is that it hallucinates a lot. So this is one thing that we have been able to safeguard against. And like Pratish is saying, use it like your friend or an assistant, wherein whatever basic question comes to your mind, like when a company, somebody tells me about a company, then the first question I'll go and run is, please explain me what does this company do? And it will give me a good summary that, okay, these are the key products, these are the key customers, this is where they do their business, this is how the business has grown. And then reading that, I'll put up some follow-up questions. Okay, tell me what this product is, like Pratish mentioned about a company. So what is this Kavach? Then I can ask even tougher questions. Okay, who are the bigger global players? How big is this opportunity? Who are the real competitors? So you can go on and on. The power of AI is that it is limitless. You know, you have to really think out of the box, or you have to really be creative. You don't need to hold yourself. You can, when I talk to my users or people who have been using it, I'm amazed with the kind of use case they have. Like somebody might build a detailed valuation model for next 3 years, 5 years, which was a job which you take at least a week or 10 days. If I had to prepare a summary of all the con call transcript of for last, in fact, this is where we started using AI first. Like as more and more companies, I'm an investor who likes to be having a very diversified portfolio, and I like tracking at least maybe 500 names. So
500, huh?
At least, yeah.
At least, okay, interesting.
Yeah. So to be updated about them, I have to go through so many announcements and data which come. The first meaningful use case was the summary of transcripts. Now, if you had to read one transcript, it used to be 15, 20 pages long. Today, with the click of a button, I'm able to get a summary which is so meaningful, which gives me even quotes of the management which it considers very important. And trust me, I've stopped reading any of the transcripts. Rarely. So that is the power of AI. And along with other use cases, maybe you want to add or something, maybe Sumit, in reference to this, like... humongous, whatever you want to do.
So are you guys able to trust the output that is being given by various AI models? Let's say, for example, con call summaries, right? Is the output given by AI, any model, is that trustworthy? Sumit, can I ask you, how much do you trust this to trust your $100 million investment that you spoke about?
Yeah, so I think there's a process of validation. So, I mean, anything that comes out might not be trusted at the first go, but it's a process. Process of training, retraining the machine, and eventually getting into that accuracy mode. So I think eventually a lot of our models today we can, we have validated, we can trust on it. But just expanding beyond this, the call transcripts and everything. A lot of other, few of the other sources for us are also very, I would say, unique sources. For example, the Chambers data. Or anything that comes up in journals, business journals, internationally also for that matter. Sometimes some of these information also becomes super important from a user's perspective for us, at least from the research side of it. So we are the researchers here in our case. So in these cases, we really go top down, wherein we first try and understand an industry or a specific theme or a product or a component of a product, and then go deep dive into region, industry, which stock, how much is it, whether is the right time, and get into it.
So we take example, DJ. Chaliye. Give me an example of how you use this for doing a top-down research for a sector which is global. Let's say if you studied semiconductors or you studied rare earth metals. So how did you use AI to drill down to the particular part of the sector, then the company, and if there was an India chapter attached to it?
Absolutely. So first of all, we would look at, the availability of these rare earth materials currently in China, majorly. Then we would look at what...
So you used AI to ask that, tell us which are the rare earth materials which are available in China, which might have an export ban, for example.
No, so we don't have a model which is very similar to a screener wherein we have an opportunity to ask, but it is, we ingest the information and, it's the core Jarvis engine which becomes intelligent enough to answer these things. Now, when I say answer, it's not answer to us, answer the further steps. So the first thing is we would look at which are the regions who has this. Second would be what are the use cases and how big could be the use cases. Not immediately, but maybe for the next 2 years or 3 years, like EV 5 years back, for example. Then we would get into regions. So which in case I just mentioned as China, then we would look at, okay, which are the stocks and what are they doing? Are there any smaller companies, maybe within the same region or any other region who are doing something similar but at a very small scale? They have an opportunity to grow multi-times rather than already a $30 billion company. So that's the process that we do. Then once we identify the region, industry and company, we go qualitative. So we look at the management and many other things from a fundamental research point of view. Lastly, we look at the timings from a quant or a technical perspective. That also depends upon what's the product. So if I'm building a long only product, I don't care. But if I'm looking at a positional product, then probably I would care. That's how it goes.
Okay, but this is something that I guess any fundamental analyst would also pursue the process, whether on AI or otherwise,
Absolutely.
right? Simple. You want to add something to this, Ayush?
So like specific to this use case that you asked, I'll give a very recent example that we did actually on whole of it on AI. It was nothing manual that we had to do. So like we came across an opportunity in the battery energy storage system. Like this is a big buzzword which is being talked about today. There's a huge growth potential, but I knew nothing about it. Absolute nothing. Simply by spending maybe 15-20 odd minutes on an AI platform, I could gather data, what BESS is, what are the global opportunity size, how is the growth happening globally. I could very soon, based on the answers, figure out that China is a key country. Then I asked some follow-up questions. Kindly let me know who are the key players in China, what are their capacities, how they have grown over the period, what kind of capex plans are they having, what are the technologies they are focusing on, and everything I could get within few seconds in a beautiful table, wherein I could figure out that, okay, the largest company is this at this size with such kind of valuation and how they have grown in last 10 years. Then I could replicate it to the Indian context. I could just go and ask that, okay, now tell me who are the players in India who are seriously doing work on this. And it gave me beautiful insights that, okay, there are 5, 6, 7 serious players who are doing several expansion plans and where they are in their journey, what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages, which technology each of them are working on. Trust me, all of this data would have taken me at least a month or maybe at least 15 days for a team of analysts to figure out. But all this was possible maybe in 15-20 odd minutes on a AI platform.
And you guys are trusting these outcomes to the T. It is possible to trust these outcomes. Please, Pratyush.
So one small insight, like for last 3 weeks, he has been asking AI, give me questions to ask in AGM for any company.
Now if you do that, we'll know how you came across those questions. Okay, but yeah.
But coming to hallucinations, this is a very important part. Like, can we trust it? So behind the core technology, it is an answering machine and it gives answer no matter what. It gives answer where no answer exists. So if you will ask it like, there are many examples on net around that. For example, around case laws, that give me a case law where this then this happened, it will just hallucinate and give you some XYZ versus XYZ name. How many stones can we eat in a day? There are examples where it will hallucinate that it is safe to eat 15 stones a day. So it is an answering machine where it is supposed to give answers. And it gives answers because where it doesn't have any context, it gives wrong answers. But as soon as it gets a context, if we give it a full con call, if we just ask it that what was discussed in this NDTV Ignite event without giving it any context, it will hallucinate and it will give something that this thing was discussed.
So how does an average person, average Neeraj, guard against that? Can I ask you that?
Yes.
What is it that you don't do on any AI platform, right? Whichever platform you use, by the way, you don't do it on that platform to ensure that it doesn't give you a hallucinated answer.
Most important thing is how did it answer it? When all the platforms show the sources that were used to give that answer. Within Screener AI, when you ask a question, it will show that it read through the annual report, announcements, and DRHPs, credit rating reports, and all the documents. If on ChatGPT or Perplexity, you will always see the source, and if the source is not there, then you can probably imagine that, then you can probably guess that it is a hallucinated thing. There are a few other things that we need to be cautioned when using AI based on the technology that it is. Like when there are lots of numbers, as soon as the numbers numerically, if it goes beyond 20-25 numbers, then it starts making errors. So for example, if you ask AI that give me all the orders that a company has received over last 5 years, it will prepare a beautiful table. But in the last row, the total will often be wrong.
Okay.
And that total won't be wrong by an order of magnitude. It will be like if the total is supposed to be 2030, it might give 2024, 2032 or something like that. So as soon as that numerically numbers start going beyond 20, there can be few errors. Errors are also there because of the errors in the source often. Like in PDFs, we often see the number is written as 23.24, but if you copy it as a text and paste it somewhere, it will be 2224 without the decimal. Sometimes those decimals are not provided in the PDFs in a proper text way, and that's where it will make those errors.
Okay.
So even when it is getting a good context, it can make errors, especially with PDFs because of the kind of document it is getting.
Wow. So when you are asking for the outcomes, and Sumit, I'd like you to come in on this. जब आप outcome में ये देखते हो, you look at the sources that the AI model has gone through, and your hack is कि if there are a lot of numbers, then safeguard against the total.
Double check the number.
हाँ, मतलब 20 billion और 18 billion में बहुत बड़ा फर्क हो जाएगा. All right, point well noted. Sumit, you want to add to this? What is the safeguard that you put in for your own personal research when you are using AI?
So beyond whatever the machine is doing, we have got a human layer to it just to validate.
No, you personally, Sumit, can I ask you? Because a lot of people might not be using Jarvis, right? So I'm just trying to broaden the audience. Yeah.
So I would say my personal experience would be to use my own, to train my own system.
Okay.
Not majorly that's the use case rather than using it for my own investments. So
you don't, which means, or do you?
Not much.
Okay, fine.
Not much.
Yeah, but please, yeah.
So,
please finish your point. Yeah.
Yeah. So when we do that, of course, we look at the data source. Now, even with some of the really trusted data sources, we have been able to identify errors. Really big global data sources. And so now we have taken a decision that, we'll do away with all of those things and we will be the vendors for ourselves. So we have started ingesting the quarterly reports, annual reports, and every other qualitative information ourselves. So we have built our own engines to do that. Wherein we get the data right from the source of truth, and so that way we are avoiding any mistakes in the numbers or in the context and everything around. Now beyond that also, whatever is being processed by the AI engine, there is always a human layer. So we always say that AI plus human is any day better than just a AI or just a human. So we have both the layers, so which would validate the models that actually goes out in the market on public domain for users to use it. And we constantly keep on evolving. So we don't use anything that we were using in 23. We will not use anything in 27 which we are using today. So we are constantly evolving, new models are being created, and everything, of course, are being created by humans only at the back, who are adding the contextual intelligence to the entire model, with which the outputs are even better with every single year, I would say.
Interesting. Okay. The other question is, Ayush, I'm guessing, so aapke paas, you have screener AI, but what's the difference that you find? Because I'm guessing all of you test out different models as well, right? Just to try and see. So what's the difference for an average person wanting to know, okay, bhai, should I use X, Y, Z or A, B, C? How does she or he choose? Is there a marked difference between the different models existing? Since you are a user and not somebody who introduced AI to screener, I'm asking you this question.
So no, it's a technology question. I'm not the right person to answer it. Pratyush is a better person to answer it.
Outcome mein aapko kuch farak padta hai?
Outcome mein, so again, see, for different purpose, you do use different platforms. So when it is something which is more like you asked him, Sumit, a question like if you have to do a top-down research, something which is much more global, then maybe I'll go to a ChatGPT or a Gemini, because that is where there's huge amount of global data. Like I gave the example of BSS. China is the leader in it. So if I want to search about it, that is where I'll go to those platforms. When I want to do some research on a specific company, because all the documents are already given to the platform on screener. So that is where I'll use my own platform. So that is the differentiation in my mind. About the technology, Pratyush can share more, because he keeps excitedly telling me that we keep evaluating so many models which keep coming out. Every week he's trying one model or the other to see how the quality of output is. And we are amazed with the kind of changes which are happening, like the kind of output we were seeing a month back. Today they are very, very different for the same set of query, for the same set of data. So the models are getting more intelligent, faster, better. And sadly, none from India. Out of 10 models, if 10 models get globally launched every week, I think Pratyush will tell better. I think 5 or 6 are Chinese, and 1 or 2 are US, and none from India. So that is the sad part. But on the technology, we are seeing some fantastic developments happening.
Okay, Pratyush, you want to add to this?
So, what's the difference between different models? That's a basic question.
Exactly.
And why shouldn't we just take one subscription? And if we have to take one subscription, to kiska le le? So, between each model, the differentiation is each model is built of two things. Each app is built of two things basically. One is the intelligence of the model itself. हर मॉडल की अपनी एक पर्सनालिटी, ग्रॉक की एक अपनी पर्सनालिटी है, ओपन एआई की एक अपनी पर्सनालिटी है, द वे इट फ्रेम्स आंसर एंड द इनबिल्ट इंटेलिजेंस दैट इट हैज. एंड सेकंड इज द डिफरेंशिएशन ऑन द सोर्स गैदरिंग, हाउ इट गेट्स द सोर्सेज फॉर आंसरिंग द क्वेश्चंस. सो इन केस ऑफ ओपन एआई इट यूजेस द बिंग्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. इन केस ऑफ ग्रॉक इट विल यूज एक्स Twitter's algorithms and Twitter's knowledge base for answering our questions. In case of Gemini, it refers to Google's search expertise over the years. So that's the difference between three models. Perplexity again takes the best of each of them. It frames it according to you. And for general questions, any of them is good. Perplexity is providing the free subscription with Airtel for users, and that's a wonderful bargain, I would say. Yeah. I personally love using OpenAI. I am able to trust OpenAI's answers more than anything else. I find it that the reasoning that it does, the answers that it gives are I use it a lot for my medical purposes and all the things like कुछ भी होती तो वो भी पूछते होते कि
but be careful with the answers thereof, right? Because we do not know how it will shape up. But yeah, the point well noted. I have one last question before I throw the floor open to the audience in case the audience has some questions. Believe me, I have a lot of questions for them, but maybe the audience wants to ask, so we'll give that chance. But one last set of questions. Is the cost of subscription and eventual usage of AI slated to come off? मैंने already देखा है from what it used to be, it's a lot lower now, right? So Sumit, I'll start with you. Do you believe that the cost of usage, subscription, etc. will come down?
Yes, I think with the more people using it and adapting it globally, I think the prices would eventually come down. And especially if you look at the base infrastructure that's required to host all of these services, there's a lot of innovations happening even there. So I think time will come then these all will be commoditized to us like a mobile subscription or an internet subscription kind of a thing, extremely cheap, readily available. That's how it's going to be.
Okay, so train yourself on these because eventually this will not be very expensive. Final words, Mittal brothers, any thoughts on this? You guys have reduced prices if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, you want to? Yeah, on screener, like the models, new models are continuously getting cheaper and cheaper. GPT-4 was like 3x priced than the GPT-5, and like that the costs are always like, they are reducing cost like anything, and the intelligence is improving even if the costs are coming down. So that's a wonderful thing, and we have been able to see reduction in cost by at least 70% on screener for same kind of queries. Even 80-90% in most of the cases.
So Ayush, margin same रहेंगे लेकिन cost नीचे है, हाँ, end user के लिए.
I think the other thing to add on these beautiful, I think first of all, this is one kind of exponential boom that we are seeing, which we have heard about in the books, like in early 2000 when we read about the IT thing. We are seeing that live in front of us on the AI side, which is happening. And being a user, being an experimenter at a very, very big and heavy level, I can see what the tangible way the things are changing. So I think one is the cost. Of course, it has been coming down dramatically. At the same time, the way it is being used, like earlier when I started using ChatGPT, I had to write the query and do those things. Recently, when I'm seeing, I've stopped typing now. You have to just go and press the button and speak whatever is coming to your mind. Earlier I used to think if I don't speak well in English, then it will not understand it well enough. Nothing. Aap English, Hindi mix, whatever you speak, it will take that context well and it will give you really beautiful answers. Recently, Pratyush showcased me the ChatGPT live thing, in which you have to just press the button and keep talking to you like you're talking to an individual.
And you use that for research as well?
Not for research.
Not as yet.
So for research, we are trusting our platform. But for any of those practical use cases, daily life use cases, whatever comes to your mind, day by day, I think another need is that in investing or in life, many often it's a lonely thing. Like you want to talk to somebody, you have so many things, questions in your mind, and this is a great way wherein you can get so many good nudges, insight, data points. So that is how you can, there are multiple ways of using it. And the way the technology is evolving, it is making it easier for you to use. So anyone who has a bit of a hitch that, okay, this is not for me, this is tough, please just press the button and start using it.
Okay. Now I know three questions, three people who have questions in the audience for sure, right? I know Alex has a question, I know Tamanna has a question, and I do know Rishabh has a question wherever he is sitting, right? So I know three people who have questions, but I'll let the audience first get a chance to ask questions if they want. Vikram, over to you.
Thanks so much. I mean, this is a fascinating discussion. It's a fascinating topic, really, because, I mean, look at how far we've come as far as trading is concerned, the kind of data that's available and how we trawl through the data to be able to arrive at the kind of decisions that we eventually take to make money, to make profit. Kunal has been using it. Kunal, you want to tell me? Why don't you stand so that the audience can see you?
Yeah, so we've been using data because this time, a lot of data after COVID, we are finding a lot of data you are finding very difficult to find, and that's where the help of ChatGPT. At a single search, we are able to find these data. Toughest of the data regarding the mines, whatever we want to find, we are getting at a one click. So it's pretty easy with the use of AI.
You have a question for them? How do you make it easier? I mean, you have been using it over a period of time, but how has the experience changed for you? And has it made more money for you at the end of the day?
I've been using Perplexity and been quite good with that. So as a researcher, mainly I tend to ask questions. Generally, I tend to ask my team. So I started talking to AI, more of it, and I used to get answer.
So now this human part of it is going, but are we creating more noise in the process? I wanted to ask that as well. What is your experience, sir?
Hi, thanks for the amazing event. And trust me, the life has totally changed in last couple of years as we are using the AI. So I'll just give a simple example. Now, without cell phone, we cannot survive. And I believe the same going to happen with the GPT. So trust me, we are doing the GPT in a different way. We are using prompt. And I think I'll just give an example of the GPT. So nowadays we are reaching to each and every customers. We have more than 10 lakh customers. So we record the capsules, and as per the client profile, it just goes to directly to the client chat box or mobile app. So let's say someone is interested only in F&O trading in expiry day. So the data will go to that which is related to the expiry, and someone is interested to trade for 180 days to long-term investment. So only the relevant idea will go. So I think we are using it frequently and really helps. The time which earlier I used to take more than 2 to 3 hours, hardly take 5 to 10 minutes, and that is only happening through the AI, and I think there is a long way to go.
So faster decisions is something that has actually happened, and that has really reaped dividends for you as well. Right.
Vikram,
so of course, yes,
Vikram,
absolutely.
Right
Where are you?
Sorry.
Oh, there you are.
I know Rishabh has a question for our panelists. So maybe you take the mic first to Rishabh, and then maybe you do a conversation with others, because Rishabh had told me beforehand that he has a question.
Go for it.
All of you gentlemen, I would like to ask, what is the sort of, give me 3 tips for better prompt writing when it comes to suggestion for stock tips, what sort of data one should look out for. 1 tip from each of you with regards to better prompt writing for stock selection and stock picking.
1 tip from each of you.
Okay, so I think...
But there is a specific ask for better stock selection.
Yeah. So I think today every broker provides you with the data along with their accounts, and it is super easy to implement, integrate these APIs over to a GPT or a Gemini kind of a model. So I would say that would solve the data problem, because that would probably be the most authentic data that's available. Beyond that, obviously the larger general questions can be asked to some of these models. Even from right from an investing to a trading perspective, if somebody is looking at a broader sector to invest. So what's looking good in, say, for the next 3 months? It's Diwali and everything around. So I think these are some of the things that the model will be able to answer. But if I drill down further and if I want to know that, okay, tell me which stock it is, and I have got, say, ₹1 lakh to invest, and how do I allocate and everything, it will definitely give you something, but I don't know whether it will be able to, I mean, one should really trust it or not.
That's the thing. Can you build that trust? And is the evolved nature of the kind of, as technology evolves, will you be able to build that trust as well in a cogent fashion?
I think eventually it will. The day will come that we will be able to trust it, but we don't know whether it's 1 year down the line or 3 years down the line.
Right, so we don't know how long it's going to take. The lady here, Ushri, had a question as well.
Hey, Vikram, we haven't heard from the Mittal brothers.
Oh, certainly. Go for it. Sorry.
Prompt to do better stock selection, guys.
So, AI is like a slot machine. मतलब ding किया, कभी-कभी price मिलता है, कभी-कभी नहीं मिलता है. And if it doesn't give you, try that regenerate option in all the apps that's available. Even if it is, मतलब just clicking on that might give you a better answer next time. So, and prompts are getting, like, all the models are getting better, so they understand your query. You don't need to do any engineering in today's time.
So I think my answer will be very different, I think. Don't use all these things to get across a stock idea. I think that is what one shouldn't do. If you think that it will automate for you that, okay, you go and buy this, do this, trading, please don't do that stuff based on AI. Or if somebody is projecting you that AI will help you do this, please don't follow all those things till you have done enough work wherein you understand how that has been worked upon, how that model is, why it will work, why it will not work, what things have been done behind. It is, again, like what Pratish explained, it is basically way computer has become smarter. It has been able to understand the language and process you a huge amount of data in much more meaningful and concise manner. So it is very useful for me for doing stock research. If somebody tells me about a company, I want to go find about it, that is the way. I can save my time. I'm more free today. I don't have to go and read through each of the 3-5 years of annual report, go through each of the transcript. What I can do is just I can go and ask it to prepare summary based on those documents, and that will be highly accurate. And I can keep asking it so many things and I'll get some knowledge and insights. But eventually it is me who will have to take the decision based on my risk appetite, based on what my investing behavior is, what kind of investment horizon is. All those things will matter based on your own personality and your investing journey. So that's what I wanted to add. Also, what Pratish mentioned, I think many people think that you have to use AI, you have to write prompts and all. Trust me, all that is over now. With the new models, all you have to do is just press the button and start asking whatever is coming to your mind. At Screener AI, we have done this very step. You don't have to write any prompt. You have to just go, click the company, open the box. That's it. Get started. So that is where the technology is evolving. It is making things easier for you to adopt and start using it faster.
Does that answer your question? Yeah, Rishabh. And Ushri, you had a question too. Why don't you stand and ask?
Yeah, hi. Hi, thank you for so much of insightful information. See, yes, it's a day-to-day life. We are very much dependent on the AI. And more or less, you have given the question's answer which is in my mind. But I wanted to ask you, okay, suppose in future, like if it is an NDTV Profit, I am background from the where into the financial software and terminals where all the data related informations we are providing. But now the AI is come into the picture. So how you feel in future, it's a data driven, the prediction is giving, how that AI can capture the market emotions also. And it will be capable enough.
Maybe for you more.
Yeah. So I think that's happening even today. So it can actually look at the emotions out in the market, and there are various ways and means to do that. I mean, Twitter may not be the most accurate and the best model, but there are many other ways of looking into it. But again, there are a lot of noise within this space. So but fairly it is possible and it is happening. Some of these things are being consumed by our models also, but not much. We were heavily using it about 4 years back, but we realized that again that hallucinates, so we stopped using it. But I think eventually that will that will be a part of the platforms.
So then will be the easier for taking a decision more?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, thanks, thank you.
Ushri, why don't you introduce yourself, because you did mention how you're using AI, but in terms of investments and things like that, why don't you also explain that?
Yeah, I'm using the predictive analysis for the NSE Cogensis terminal, where all the assets are available, and through we are definitely using for the predicting for the next 3 months or the 6 months how the market will look like. But still, I believe that the market emotions yet to be captured along with the data what is our following. So, yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Who else had questions to ask? You did as well. Please go ahead and introduce yourself first.
Hi, my name is Malika, and I was hearing all of you talk about AI, right? For anybody investing at the moment, especially for someone as young as me, what do you think is the scope of AI-powered fund managers? You did say that AI could be trusted, and the extent of trust depends on maybe 1 year down the line or 3 years down the line, but that trust factor is there. I want to understand, is it important to always have a human touch in managing money, or can AI be trusted to that extent as well?
I think AI has reached to almost a 90% or an 85% trustable factor. But beyond that, I think it's good to have a human layer, at least for now, because from a fund manager's perspective, you're not managing few thousands or few lakhs. So potentially you'll be managing few hundred or few thousand crores. So a lot of weight on the shoulders. So from that perspective, it is good to give a direction, or at least have a check in terms of what's the kind of output that's coming through an AI engine. And if you want to add any layer of your intelligence, human intelligence, or you want to modify anything, you should have that ability to do that. And I feel that we are still not in an age where we can automate anything and everything that the AI gives from an equity market perspective. But again, that can be trained. So it all depends. So either it can be pre-trained depending upon the frameworks that you want, then the AI will act accordingly, and then in that case you can automate everything, or else you can just ask AI to automate things to an extent. Then you do your judgment and then pass it through.
Thank you.
Malika, I have a non-AI answer to this, by the way, and which is the investing stalwarts present here and the people who are going to come. So for example, Parag Thakkar would tell this to you, Kamal Bhai Javeri would tell this to you, Smitesh Bhai Sheth would tell this to you. Keep a small, very small tracking quantity. So if you believe that you want to test AI fund management, and if it 250 rupees is possible, आप उसमें डाल दो, 3 साल के बाद देखना अगर 250 का 500 होता है, you can trust the AI. Otherwise, you can't trust the AI.
That's a good one. So is it good enough for first-time investors? That's what, or you need a basic understanding of the markets you need to have, because here you'll find a lot more first-time investors. What do you say? Introduce yourself though.
Yeah. I'm Aditya and I'm from NDTV Profit. So after all these intellectual questions, I want to ask a very basic question. And my question is, at the grassroots level, when you talk to your customers and when you pitch the idea of AI to your customers, so what are the basic challenges you have been witnessing, and how has been the adoption rate of AI? How has it changed over the time?
There's still a lot of inertia, and that inertia is being overcome through ChatGPT. मतलब उसका एक presence अच्छा है जहाँ पे लोगों को एक वो trust आने लग गया है. So the biggest problem today, or the challenge today, is to make them trust our platform as well. And मतलब by default जो app पहले से installed है वो सबके में वो use कर रहे होते हैं. So that's the thing. Yeah.
Even I'll just continue. So, see, as I said, we were there even before GPTs and anything was there existing. So, definitely back in 2019, 20, 21, बहुत challenge होता था to explain a customer that ये AI करेगा. So, and then customer's perspective is also very different. AI करेगा तो magic है, loss हो ही नहीं सकता. So that's not possible. But I think with the advent of GPT, Gemini and all the prominency that they have achieved eventually, I think लोगों को समझ गया है कि this is possible, but there are caveats to that. So acceptability बढ़ गई है, which is good.
Oh, that's why we are having this conversation, because acceptability has grown so much, right? Alex, you had a question too?
I do actually. So, just like any other path-breaking technology, and you talk about anything from flight, where you had a few sketches that were recovered from Leonardo da Vinci, and everybody thought that he was crazy at the time, and then you had the Wright brothers, right? So I'm pretty sure that you guys, because you're bang in the middle of producing things that utilize artificial intelligence, I'm pretty sure that you have a vision of where we will end up. Of course, way beyond that. But what you're seeing today, a lot of people have described it as the first toddler step. So maybe we're still crawling. Do you have something in mind of where we can end up? Not just in terms of utilization for investing purposes, but artificial intelligence to make things easier for the rest of humanity. Anybody can take this.
I think, like you rightly said, it is just baby steps. It has just started evolving. And I think for each and every area, it will get adopted wherein based on those those specific use cases, those AI features, models will keep coming out, which will be more smarter and more useful for those specific segments. Any practical things that you can share on this, or yeah, I think it will, yeah, Sumit.
Okay, in the investing landscape, what do you think that is...
One second.
In the investing landscape, then let me narrow the question down. Of course, that might have been too wide. So let me narrow it down. Of course, right now you're saying that you should treat it like a secretary. It's like asking your secretary, tell me which stock to buy tomorrow. That secretary possibly can't. But you give them 5 books and say, study this and tell me in 2 weeks. AI is doing that much faster.
She will quit.
She or he will quit, yes. But having said that, AI doesn't have that option, right? It's going to answer all of the questions as you pointed out. Where do you envision things maybe 2 years, 3 years, 5 years down the line in the investing landscape?
So all the models are very good and getting better continuously at providing the insights. I think the differentiation will be, मतलब जो differentiation आता है कि a person who is investing for 1 week will have very different decisions than a person investing in the same, analyzing the same company for a year ahead, or a person who is analyzing this company for 5 years ahead, or a person who is analyzing this company from a perspective of 10 years horizon. And that difference in horizon will still keep that human part intact. And because this difference in that easy crunching of data, easy availability of answers, but different in horizons, will make the volatility much more. I expect the markets to be more volatile in future. The movement should be sharper. And as soon as something comes up, that will be reflected immediately in the prices. But those volatility should increase going forward.
Vikram, I have one question because I did not get the answer to Rishabh's question. So if with your permission, can I ask one question?
Certainly, please.
One simple question to each of you. I know you said the time of prompts has gone, but everybody starts with a prompt, right? What is the most powerful prompt? Give us a single answer. One most powerful prompt that you think can give the desired outcome, whether for stock research or for top-down research, whatever it is. One powerful prompt from each of you. Starting with you, Sumit. One powerful prompt. Come on.
I think, again, it's a wide question.
आप एक दीजिए ना.
We have been put in a spot.
Yes, of course. That's what we do as news anchors.
So I think from a top-down approach, the very simple English prompt, I would say that, okay, give me a specific, say, the best EV stock, and you mentioned 3 exchanges, for example, or say, let's India. So give me the best EV stock in India with the highest profitability margin. It should throw you something. And from there, obviously, it's one prompt is never enough.
Yeah.
So you have to deep down, but I think that could be a starting point. Yes.
Okay.
Rather than being too general about it. That give me a nice stock to invest into.
Okay, don't be too general. Pratyush, come on. Give us one powerful prompt.
On Screener, we have 8 preset prompts, and the most used prompt is, what's the stock outlook for this particular company?
How is the stock expected to perform?
How is the stock expected to perform? And it's actually a very good prompt. And the answers are also very...
आपने अभी तो बोला कि don't use AI for single stock recommendation.
Yeah. So like even in this case, it never says this is good or this is bad. It gives you thinking points. It gives you lots of pointers that this is how you should think about this company.
Okay. Sorry. Ayush, you want to add to this?
No. So like he shared, I think the beauty of AI models as of now is that they will nudge you with a lot of data points. They will give you a lot of structured data points rather than giving you just a simple go do this. So that is the beauty. For me personally, how I use it in my investing process is that when I'm a very numbers driven guy. So when I come across a company where I see some good numbers, some good growth, I usually do it as a combination of 2-3 prompts. First, I want to go and ask, what is this business model? Kindly explain me, what does this company do? What are the key products? What are the key customers? So that gives me some perspective, okay, what is this business all about? And what are the key strengths in this business? Then the next question I ask is, which we have already set as a pre-prompt, how has the company evolved in last 3 years? That captures the journey of the company on last 3 years, what have been the key highlights, what have been the key developments in the company. And then eventually, how the next 3 years will be. So that is the last prompt I give, and that gives me some good insights that what is the company doing today in terms of expansion, in terms of hiring, in terms of new product launch, in terms of innovation, and that gives me some pointers to keep working on and do more research.
How popular these guys are that the Profit team has hogged all the questions. They will be available for those one-on-one. I'm going to take the liberty to ask one which I think is an existential question for a lot of people sitting in this room. But I'm coming from our perspective. What do you think is going to be the relevance of the analyst community, of news platforms like us in the future as the AI capabilities develop even further? Do you think that there's still place for what we bring to the table, and what will that be? Be brutal. Be brutal.
No, I think the relevancy will still always remain, subject to even the news channels start adopting some of the AI possibilities, because it should not happen that the audience has a news or an insight before you have it. So from that perspective, it is important even for the channels or the media houses also to adapt to AI and have a lot of tools. In fact, more tools than ever a retail investor or an analyst can access to, they should have it. That would always give you that edge.
This media is very important. It will always exist. All the entrepreneurs need places where we can share our stories, and AI also needs new material on which it can train things. So like the media bridges that gap. It produces that content where they provide new data.
Personally, I think it's a very relevant question. Like whenever we talk about new disruptions, technologies, people fear that it will lead to obsolescence. But I think it's the other way around. What one should be aware is that for any young research analyst, it's a tool. If he adopts it, he will get better on those data points, the kind of material he can share. And that is what is happening in our team. What we see in our team is that earlier what used to take maybe 7, 8, 10 days, and even after that it was impossible for a human to accurately capture everything, digest everything, build a beautiful summary or a table. That is being done with the help of AI in a few seconds. And that is what is empowering even an analyst, even any guy in the team to do better quality work. So I think AI is empowering everyone. Now it is up to that individual how quickly and how well he adopts all these new technologies. For your newsroom, again, you will be seeing all those use cases. There might be some people in the team who might be reluctant to use. And while somebody who will be very fast in catching all those insights by using AI, and you'll say, wow, he's very smart. So, but behind him, there's an AI which is working. But how do you use these tools is what gives you the edge.
Well, as far as data is concerned and the possibility that media is going to keep creating it, that's an onus that we've taken for a long time, and I think we'll keep delivering on that count. But yes, there is one more question that we'd like to squeeze in. Hiravasha.
I just interviewed 4 to 5 candidates, and they prepared some very beautiful reports. And I was zapped when I saw these reports. So I asked them that, where did you get all this information from? I mean, did you all take the efforts of preparing all these reports and all? So they नहीं ये तो screener पे से लिया है हमने. And then I tried to quiz them on that, because if you have put something on paper, you should understand what you have put. So there were no inputs on that part. जो हमको मिला वो हमने छाप दिया. So these are the pitfalls of AI. I think how do we address this part?
I think, sir, what you are sharing is something very, very important, because when one goes through the whole process, like when I had to read the whole annual report, trust me, it gives me a very different feel versus the summary that we get today. So doing the thing yourself gives a very different kind of understanding, knowledge. At the same time, these tools are very useful in coming across some kind of structured outputs, pointers. That is what these should be used for. Like you said, if the guy doesn't understand what the report is, then there's no point, and that is what should go.
Trust me, they were so beautifully prepared. They were presented in the most beautiful manner, but the candidates had no idea of what they had pasted over there. So I think it's better to do the hard work, the research part, study the annual report, study the industry-related developments, and then only move ahead with such tools.
Of course, and also just to add, I think one can use AI better only if he is well informed. Like if I know that, okay, there's a cyclical company, there's a company which is in an industrial segment, I want to understand that how the prices of end product have been, what the capacity has been built over the years, how the utilization have been, and the AI function will give me beautiful table, very accurate data points on which I can work and analyze. So where to ask which question is what the wisdom is, that is what the experience is, and that is where we should apply a
I think it's best an add-on, basically.
Yeah, but it's a good add-on to use if you want to. Just don't trust if there are more than 25 numbers, right? It differs between 18 and 20 billion. Okay, perfect. Well, on that note, to all three of you, thank you so much for taking the time out. A round of applause for our guests here. Thank you so much for coming in. Alex, over to you.
Absolutely. And gentlemen, please stand up so that we can have a quick photo. And we have a small token of appreciation for having had such a lovely session. I think we've got a lot.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV.
Buying an insurance product before you make your first investment as well. And in fact, he said this 10 years back. It's relevant today. And I'm going to introduce him in just a bit. But what we're going to talk about is really the need of the hour. To get insurance to more people, not just life insurance, but also health insurance. What does that need from an industry standpoint as well as from a policy standpoint? Does more need to be done? And I'm sure that there will be a lot of questions that will emerge over the course of this conversation. Please join me in welcoming on stage Jyoti Swaroop, who's a Senior Vice President and Head of Business Development and Strategic Alliances at Axis Max Life. Thank you so much for joining us. And we've also got Harshvardhan Rungta, the co-founder of Rungta Securities. If you were wondering, this is the individual who said even 10 years back that you should buy insurance before making your first investment. To moderate this session, I'd like to invite on stage Vikram Oza.
Thanks very much for that, Alex, and welcome to our guest, Mr. Swaroop and Harsh. It's good to have you with us. You know, while we're talking about this entire pitch, this entire dream of insurance for everyone by 2047, Mr. Swaroop, first I'd like to know from you, how far have we come on that dream?
Oh, I think if I were to just talk of simple penetration levels, you know, we always measure it versus the GDP, and we always say that give and take whichever data you basically say, it's around 3.7 to 4%. I would just say is only one piece is this, that, you know, we're still in the scratch of the surface. Today, insurance is predominantly advisory-led. It is either attachment or advisory, but, you know, insurance has not taken the shape what it potentially it can actually take. And if I were to look at the overall macros, I think there's a huge amount of change what we're seeing in the consumer side of it. The middle class incomes are expanding, lifestyles are improving. The rural incomes are, you know, truly, you know, getting into more consumption led. They are getting into a more of a specific level of expenses. So if we were to just cut all that together, add what amazing thing IID is doing through this, you know, Bima Trinity, I genuinely believe that, you know, we're gonna have a far more better patch or a purple patch of insurance as we move further. Today, the banks actually contribute almost 60+% of the insurance business, and, you know, the rest is done between the agents, etc. So if we were to club all of it together, I think the opportunity is huge. We do at Access Max Life a specific research, what we call as the India Protection Index, and you'll be, you know, fairly interested to know that over 70% of the urban consumers are underinsured. On the other side of it, we do another research, what we call as India Retirement Index. And that data points actually tell us that only 1/3 of us, probably even in this room, actually have planned for a retirement. And that basically tells that, you know, that's the level of scale, size, and opportunity which is available for us on the insurance side of it. So 2047, I think a long way to go.
It begs the question, because it's not now that we're talking about insurance. We've been talking about it for a long time. The opportunity has been there for a long time. So why are we still just scratching the surface? Harsh, you deal with a lot of people and you give them advice, and he said the role of the advisory is an important one. What are the roadblocks, as it were, why we're still scratching the surface?
Thank you, Vikram. Very good evening to all of you. Thank you, NDTV, for having us here. You know, Vikram, what Swaroop said is actually, you know, very meaningful, saying that we are still at the scratch of the surface. The protection index that we spoke about, most of us in this room may not be adequately insured. I can say that with conviction. Now, what is adequate insurance? That's a matter of discussion, and that's a matter of consultation. Now, what actually is the reason why we haven't been able to, you know, approach this topic with so much of conviction? Now, there are 4 stakeholders in this entire industry. Okay, the first, of course, the manufacturers. Then there are intermediaries. Those are the brokers, they are agents, distributors, as you may call them. There are consumers, the end consumer, and then you have a regulator. Now, if you see the entire intent of the industry, you'll find the consumer at the most vulnerable spot. Okay, this industry, for whatever reasons, as Alex mentioned, I have been talking this over a decade now to say that insurance is the first step of financial planning. While we talk about wealth creation over long term, all you know, an individual may go and very successfully building a nice portfolio for 20 years, and there is one hospitalization that actually takes away everything, right? So you're one hospitalization away from bankruptcy. That's the situation. Now, how do you protect and preserve wealth? It is through the mechanism of insurance. Now, despite being such an important topic and such an important tool of financial planning, why are we still not being able to, you know, move beyond 3.7% of GDP coverage, right? So the idea is that the ecosystem has to be favoring the end consumer. Now, I'll take this parlance from SEBI. Okay, Now, the smallest of investors, the retail of investors putting in 500 rupees a month has some trust in the ecosystem to say that if anything goes wrong, there is a regulator I can write to, and then heavy action will be taken against the intermediary if they are not being fair to me.
Right.
Now, that confidence apparently does not come with a policyholder in an insurance industry. Now, if the ecosystem is such that every person buying an insurance believes that he'll be rightly and correctly treated, the penetration will go up. Now, there are n number of instances in 3 decades of my practice. I can enumerate and say that how blatantly an investor's or a policyholder's rights have been violated.
So, Mr. Swaroop, in that sense, this ecosystem and the role of the regulator is an important piece. Like you said, now we have the Bima Trinity as well. We're talking about penetration much deeper than we ever had. And the opportunity for the industry is also very, very obvious. We've spoken about the numbers as well. But trust remains the core element of this entire push towards getting everyone on board, thinking that your savings are important, your insurance is even more important before you do anything else. Why haven't we reached that stage, according to you, from an industry perspective? Because that's where the opportunity is.
So I'll just, if you do a quick research in this particular room, right? And if everyone, asks their second neighbor over here, I think the one common question which is missing in our Indian mentality or the Indian houses is, your spouse will never ask you how much insurance you have. Insurance is never a household conversation within the families, A, and number 2, even in your social gigs as well. We'll definitely speak about how well a specific fund is doing, how well is the present flavor of SIFs are doing, or what potentially those SIFs can give. But I think that's one side of it, right? That insurance continues to be still a push-based product. And when you talk of a push-based product, then the second question is, where is the trust in a push-based product? And who brings in the trust? It's easy for us to say that the distributors are not giving the perfect advice to a client. But if you were to just extrapolate what has happened on the mutual fund side of it, right? I think the convenience, the transparency has created a scale. What's missing in insurance has been that the convenience and the transparency always has been at the level of advisory. And it is the advisor, whether it's a banker, whether it's your own personal agent, or whether it's your web aggregator, who's making the big difference. So if I were to bring all of it together, I think the most biggest pivot today is, and I'll just give you one small statistics, right? India has around 27 lakh agents. Okay, that's point number 1. You have, apart from these 27 lakh agents, you have 1.5 lakh bank branches which advise on insurance. Plus you have 500 plus brokers. Plus there is around 1.25 lakh mutual fund distributors who are advising on insurance. Now, across this entire ecosystem, if there is one particular aspect which probably insurance has to continue to spotlight on, is today we are buying insurance which could be, as my colleague said, how adequate is that? Today we are talking of GDP on the insurance, but we are not talking of the resilience of an insurance. Today, how much of an insurance claim would be able to replace the value of a household, in case something happens to the household or something happens to the business? I think these are the factors, I believe, which probably has created a trust deficit on insurance.
So we're insuring, you're saying, but we're not insuring enough.
We are not insuring.
That's the grouse right now from the industry standpoint. But isn't technology helping? Isn't all the innovation when it comes to products, when it comes to how, even on a WhatsApp, you're able to have that kind of communication going? Why is that not happening?
So I think, you basically look at 3 aspects of it, right? In the insurance journey, if you were to divide that, one is the discovery of a product, whether it suits you or not, whether it's the right kind of a chassis for you, etc. Second is the purchase, and third is the service part of it. When you compare an insurance to a mutual fund, the insurance are still fragmented across 3 different levels. You have the discovery separate, you have the purchase journey separate, and you have the service separate. Presently, mutual funds have, done extremely importantly and amazingly is this, that they have, driven on singularity of the journey. I think what insurance is, trying to now through this Bima Trinity is trying to bring across all of this together, right? And that makes a huge difference. Today,
so far?
So far, it has made a huge difference, at least if you were to look at in the space of the banking, right? Today, if you were to look at, large banks, their insurance penetration would be upwards of 15-16% of their portfolio, which is exceedingly differently than, what you see in the overall, India as a GDP. So I think we are there where technology is enabling the onboarding journeys. The most important part is today, what is technology doing is, it is also allowing us, in simple words, address the most important aspect of insurance, which probably, sometimes we, miss, is technology is allowing us to actually detect frauds. Technology is allowing us to read those, large medical reports of yours much more faster. I've been in insurance for the last 2 decades. I have seen that today, insurance policies are issued in minutes on the life insurance side, right? Which earlier used to take 10 days, 12 days, 14 days. So we are there, and we genuinely are creating in the right steps, across the technology.
So how has the advisory business changed because of the technology coming in? Because, I can access all of this on the touch of a button, like he's pointing out. But he's also saying that advisory is about the trust, and that is the element, the human element, before you decide how much insurance and what do you do exactly with the kind of products that are available out there. So how has that changed your advisory business?
So, Vikram, in fact, advice towards creating an insurance portfolio is far more important and complicated than it is to create an investment portfolio, quite honestly. We are on both sides of the fence. So if I were to create an insurance portfolio for my client, it takes me far more time than what it takes me to create an investment portfolio. So it is a very important factor, and I'm re-emphasizing this to all people even in this room. Please look into your insurance portfolios and you will realize that there is a gap that needs to be filled. Now, coming to the trust and that hierarchy, well, very respectfully, slightly disagreeing with you on this, it's not the only burden on the intermediaries to ensure what kind of advice has been given. Honestly, I've been in this field for almost 3 decades now. The kind of push that comes from the manufacturers, now got banks having a 15% exposure, you know how it is functioning in the banks. It's a known fact to everybody that bankers who are being assigned to sell insurance in the banks themselves are not happy. A 60-year walking in has been given he wants to do a fixed deposit, but he's given a ULIP. And you talk to anybody in the banking system, they would not by choice want to sell insurance. They've done a banking course, come over there trying to make a career in banks, in the banking industry, and they've been pushed to selling insurance. It's a known fact. Now, nobody wants to speak about it. Nobody wants to accept it. Very, very respectfully, Swaroop sir, I have sat with my clients. So there's an incident where a client of mine took me to his bank, said that I'm taking a loan and the banker is forcing me to buy insurance. The only thing that I want you to do is help me buy the least worst product. So that's his mandate. I go over there and I'm talking to him. The bank manager is telling me, and there's an insurance representative sitting next to him.
So in this kind of push towards targets and things like that, in every industry, wherever there are products to sell, you're going to have that. But in this case, where you're insuring lives, does the strategy need to be any different? How would you revisit the kind of approach that we've taken to pushing the insurance agenda in the country?
I think, I would just say is this, that, while we all anchor around advisory-based sales as the right pivot, I think there are 2 aspects of it, what we need to, clearly identify on. Number one, are you actually reaching out to the customer set or to the customer segment with the right solution? And that's my first aspect of it. Again, interesting data point is this, that, we as a country love savings-oriented insurance more than the protection-oriented insurance, right? And on the other side of it, again, our study basically shows, which is the India Protection Index, it shows that while we Indians believe that, we are fairly price-sensitive, right? But the price-sensitive is not the key aspect for a customer buying an insurance company or a specific insurance product. It is first the transparency, and second is the trust. So if I were to bring these two together, my only solve I would just say is this, that, first is the level of segmentation what you do at a customer level. As my other colleague said, yes, bankers do have their reputation, but on the other side, they also do have a right reputation too, in terms of advising a customer, products by the customer segments, whether it is on the ULIP side of it, whether it's on the protection side of it. But one key distinction which I would just continue to say is this, that I think the last 5 years has changed the entire era of how insurance is looked at or how it is bought at. I think the COVID clearly told to the customer that insurance first should be bought, okay, with the right adequate value. That's number one. The second, the advisor or the banker or whomsoever is the intermediary clearly has realized that he has to give a right fitment product to the customer. Because everyone knows that insurance is the critical one when you need the most. And at that point of time, a wrong fitment of the product genuinely can create a huge amount of a mistrust or a displacement. So to address to that, yes, I would just only say one point is this, that I think segmentation, and I'll just say one point of the PMJJY has clearly created one particular segment which has for the first time heard that there is an insurance cover. Now the next value migration of them would be, would they want to buy further a protection or they want to move into a savings oriented product?
So this approach, savings, investment, when it comes to insurance, that's something that you've held a steady line on. I want to understand from you, when pricing comes in, when premium is considered in this entire pitch, in this entire equation, how has that changed the entire push towards getting more people on board to think of insurance as a product that they need to buy into to secure their lives?
So honestly, Vikram, when you look at pure coverage, the pure protection plans, the first thing to begin with is do not mix your investments and insurance. Now this is for a for a person who's well versed with finances, who can understand his, you can manage his portfolio on his own, etc. Okay, there could be one area for one set of investors who would want to mix both, though it is ideal not to do that. Okay, now come to the premiumization, the premium that we're talking about. Well, if you equate the cost that you pay with the benefits that you may have in case of any eventuality, there is no comparison. Okay. Now, if somebody, a family's entire protection plan, the insurance portfolio can be designed with as little as probably 5,000 to 6,000 rupees a month. So there could be a family of 4 people, a husband, wife, and 2 children. We could design an entire insurance portfolio, pure protection plans, which could be say 5,000 to 6,000 a month. Now, if somebody says that I'm paying 50,000, 60,000 rupees a year, what if nothing happens to me? Then all this money is gone down the drain. So I think this is the best case scenario. When you buy insurance and something happens to you, you say, thank God, right? You had insurance. You buy insurance and nothing happens to you, you say, thank God, nothing happened to me. Now, if you start equating that my money has gone waste, I think that's not the right approach. I mean, if you look at it in a modern, in a metro kind of a setup, 5,000 to 10,000 rupees you spend probably on a 1 weekend outing. Now, can you not spend that kind of money to protect yourself properly? Now coming to how the government has intervened and reduced the cost of pure protection plans by 18%, I think that's something that the government is also trying to communicate. With regards to the policies that they have, the 2 lakh Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana and the Jeevan Suraksha Yojana, the life insurance of 2 lakhs at 436 rupees, the 2 lakh cover for 20 rupees per annum. I think this is trying to move towards and at least securing all families across India, irrespective of their social status, to say that, okay, at least we have 2 lakhs worth of life and accidental cover. Right. So I think it's for us to understand the importance of this product. Do not equate the benefits with the cost that you're paying, because eventually the cost is only negligible part. One point I'd like to add here, just from a thought process. Say hypothetically you're paying 10,000 rupees as annual premium for a health cover of 10 lakhs, for instance. You're paying 10,000 rupees. For 30 years, you continuously keep paying this. And so what have you paid eventually out of your pocket? You paid about 3 lakh of rupees. Do you believe that in the next 30 years, I wouldn't have any hospitalization worth at least 10 lakhs? So if you at all think that is going to go waste, it's the best case scenario. But even if one instance, even like a COVID kind of a scenario, or if you've just got fever, malaria or a dengue and you're hospitalized, the average cost is about 1.5 lakhs. Right? So never think of insurance premium as something which is burdensome to the family budget. In fact, I have gone and said this, that even if you can't invest, that is still the best reason for you to buy insurance.
Go for the protection. Yeah. Go for the protection. You need to insure yourself.
Just like to add.
One sec. Because we're running out of time. Sorry, sir.
So just to add to him, and I think he said a very, very pertinent point. I think it's just that, there are three value chains across this. First, each one of us, have to look at insurance till the age of 35. Insurance is a tool of wealth preservation. The second is, from 35 to 50 is where you're creating a portfolio. You got to ask yourself, that how insurance is actually creating a tool of wealth consolidation. And beyond 50, 55, you got to clearly look at insurance as a wealth transmission as a tool. And I think these three life cycles potentially create a great value for a customer.
Well, so we have covered some ground. Policy is helping. Of course, there is the entire push towards making insurance that much more economical and that much more bearable for people who live in the smaller towns and villages. So the penetration effort is clearly on. But at this stage, like you said, we're still scratching the surface. Perhaps we need the regulator to come in that much more strongly, and perhaps as a strategy towards getting consumers on board, getting users on board, that strategy perhaps needs a rethink as well, is my larger takeaway. But thank you, Mr. Swaroop and Harsh, for joining us on this discussion. It's great having you with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm very happy Diwali.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, if you can please stand in the middle of the stage for a quick photo.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit, live and exclusive at the NDTV World.
To speak to both of them, gentlemen, wherever you find it most comfortable, on that side, sorry, on that. Oh, in the middle, okay, all right. To speak to them and to get the most out of this conversation, inviting NDTV Profit's brightest stars, Tamanna and Neeraj. Right. Okay, so some people agree with me, please. You like the last night? I'm sorry, I thought you would.
Right. Can we genuinely have a round of applause for the experience on the panel here? Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining in. We will definitely get it at the end. But your mics, please. Yes. Tamanna, why don't you start?
I was looking back at the last time we had this duo, this, deadly combination of Manish Bhai and Ramesh Bhai together. And I think it's been a while. I'm sure you talk all the time, but in conversation on a stage like this, which is why I think we've been very excited about this double dhamaka that we have this Friday evening. But the fact is that for markets, they are only getting double hits. One day it's Trump, one day it's something else, poor results. You know, as veteran investors who've seen so many years of ups and downs, and I'm going to start with you, Manish, how do you look at the current period we're in?
Thanks, Tamanna. Rameshji and I haven't done a TV show together for a long time now. So thank you for bringing us back together. I always learn when I'm with him. And we were speaking, we were together last year in December at this famous Jaipur Jamboree. And the consensus in December for all of us from the markets was we hope it goes sideways for a year. Because we had run up too much, too fast. And you sometimes get indigestion. So actually we've had the best outcome, that the markets haven't blown up. I had a fear that we will become like a bubble market. And he used to talk about that K-pop top last year of when the Hyundai IPO had come as well. And as we speak, the market has collected 4 lakh crores on the LG Electronics IPO. So clearly this market is in a mood to go up. And to use a cricket parlance, you all are maybe used to the strike rate, that every year you should be making fast runs. But I think it's about longevity, that if we get the IRR going and we have substantive money going and it keeps compounding, as long as the businesses compound, I think the rest will take care of itself. I don't know if you agree with that.
Thanks Manish. Thanks for your kind words. Thanks Tamanna. Thanks Neeraj. Thank you for hosting me today. I think what I suggested in November 24 when Trump was elected was that the world had changed on its axis. I think when Manish and I joined the market in the late 80s, we were entered a golden phase for the markets, in the sense that 89, what happened was that, India liberalized. Berlin Wall fell. 92, India liberalized. 96, the tech boom started. One good event after the other kept us forward. What is happening now is that Trump is changing the way, the Washington consensus that was prevalent for the last 30 years, liberalize, privatize, deregulate, is now being changed into what I call the Mar-a-Lago mandate, which is basically each country for himself. So that requires different investment strategies and different thoughts. But having said that, I would take fierce exception to what Tamanna said. Markets are fine. I started when the index was 800. It's 80,000 now. It's 100x fold in 30 years. That's fabulous. I think this idea that market must go up 15% every year or 20% every year for it to be a good year is perhaps mistaken. I think you buy a great business and hold on to that, and being in the market will make you more money than trying to time the market.
Can I just come in on that? Yes, markets can't go up every year. The reason is why they aren't going up. Circumstances which are entirely out of our control depends on what someone posts overnight. And Ramesh, you called it. You were part of our, US election coverage. He was the one analyst who was sticking his neck out and saying, no, I don't think Trump is going to be great for global markets and Indian markets. I mean, you've been proven right. It's the reason of uncertainty more than the direction.
Yeah, Tamanna, that's not true. Actually, I thought the market would be in worse shape when Trump came into power. The market's in good shape, and I did a lot of self-introspection as to why the markets are in good shape. I mean, since July, the Liberation Day in America, there have been 30 new highs on the Dow, which is not something I expected for sure. But what has happened is the capital expenditure for the AI boom is masking a lot of problems and bad economic policies. The tariffs, for example, the Fed independence, for example, or, a host of other policies. There's such a massive boom going on in AI. Let me give you an example which might surprise you. Yesterday in the financial press, in India, the largest single FDI investment was announced. Do you know who announced it and how big it was? It was buried somewhere in page 6. I just happened to read it, so I know about it. Google is going to build a data center in Visakhapatnam. The FDI for that is 80,000 crores. 80,000 crores, the largest single FDI investment in India. Think of what's happening in America, building data centers and building AI machines, machine language. That is masking a whole host of sins. So I would not like to give Trump credit for it. I think he's born lucky. As Manish says, give me lucky generals. So Napoleon wanted them, and Trump has been extraordinarily lucky. But I think bad economics is being trumped by good politics. It's good in the short run to protect yourself, to focus on America. It's bad economics, and ultimately they will pay a price for it. But for right now, it's working for Trump.
Yeah, most certainly working for Trump. I wonder if it starts working for an average Indian investor. And, you know, Warren Buffett used to say, right, ovarian lottery, that if you are born in America, you are born in the right place at the right time for the next 10, 15, 20 years. To both of you, is an Indian investor right now a beneficiary of an ovarian lottery if she or he is in India? Is she or he at the right place at the right time?
So again, something we've spoken about, that the best way to think about it is, think if you were born in Europe right now, think if you were born in Japan right now, the best years of your country clearly are in the rearview mirror. What do you have to look ahead to as a youngster in those countries? I mean, there's great climate, great for us to go as tourists and all, but really, are you going to go and build a $100 billion business in those economies? Very, very tough. Same way, look around our region. If instead of landing into Bharat, if you had just missed a little bit on the GPS, imagine where you would have been. You're just, first just be grateful that we are here and grateful to be alive, indeed. Right? And the rate of change, like now in Mumbai, I can speak about if you already had the Trans Harbour Bridge, you had the coastal road, now you have the metro, you have the new airport. See the rate of change. So while we are not where we want to be, the way we are going there is, in a stock market parlance, when you go from bad to good, the rate of change is fantastic. But if someone is great and he's going to good, the rate of change is terrible. So the rate of change for anyone born in India right now is fantastic. And I would submit that today, if our market cap is give or take the same as one company called NVIDIA, what would you rather own for the next 20 years? Is it a capital goods stock, or is it this entire country which has 20, 30 years of growth ahead of itself, and clearly a profit potential?
Mr. Damani, a session with Mr. Chokhani suggested that 10% of the wealth is made, 90% of the wealth to be made in India is ahead of us. Do you subscribe to that? This is a great Diwali question.
I actually do. He's absolutely right, and he put it so well, so I can't do better than that. But, you know, Neeraj, I think, as I mentioned to you, that we live a life forward, but understand it backwards. I think if you go back now and look what a great opportunity India gave in '89, you know, such great businesses, globalization, privatization, and how much wealth was created thanks to those. So the question to ask is, someone standing in 2025, do they have the same opportunities I enjoyed in 1989? And I'll tell you, I asked this question to all the best investors you can think of. That someone asked them, what is the best decade to invest in India? Was it the liberalization decade? Was it the tech decade? Was it after Narendra Modi became Prime Minister? What was the best decade to invest in India? And uniformly they said, the best decade to invest in India is the next decade. Okay? Because the opportunities are so great ahead of us. So I completely am in agreement with him. I mean, it'll be a different set of opportunities, don't get me wrong. I think we built our wealth perhaps from the tech boom. You know, may not that happen, maybe a domestic economy. So you'll have to slice the cat differently. But are the opportunities there? Would I recommend young investors invest in India today? Absolutely.
Well, we are asking, me and Tamanna are asking the question to the two best investors that we know. So I can safely say that. But Tamanna.
No, so I actually wanted to bring this down to what people who are watching you, and really there is a level of awe when people look at investors like Manish and Ramesh, and so many young investors want to build that kind of portfolio. They're listening to all of this talk of great opportunity, then they go back and open the app and they see their portfolio and the heart sinks a little. Let's be honest. Nifty year-to-date returns completely flat. मतलब सोना ही ले लेते हैं, FD में ही डाल देते हैं. That's also the feeling. So for the investor looking right now at what you're saying and the next decade of opportunity, what's the nuts and bolts of it looking like if you have to build a portfolio from scratch today? Ramesh bhai.
Yeah, you know, I can only say that the opportunities today, I mean, in the last 6 months, I've been on a travel Bharat Darshan. I must have visited 30, 40 companies across the length and breadth of this country. And I'm amazed at the level of opportunity and level of entrepreneurship that I'm finding in the country. And that is just not a spiel I'm giving. You know, I see countries, small companies running a bank, NBFC in North Indian Ludhiana, barely in 2 states, making already 150 crores of profit. I go to a pharma company in Ahmedabad, of all places, just getting started. I go to South to see a jewelry company. He's only in the state of Tamil Nadu with some 60 stores. He's already at 150 crores profit. What is he going to do when he gets to 2-3 stores? And we know the opportunity is there for him. So, you know, this idea that you want to measure your returns every 6 months, every year, every quarter by the Nifty is perhaps a misleading idea. I think the more important thing is to hold it through a business cycle and see how you do. I think what I tell all the young kids who come to me and investors who come to me is that take an approach where you're trying to double your money every 3 years, okay? And if that happens, you're fine. Don't worry where the indices go. Maybe the indices double, maybe the indices go down. But you're looking at individual stocks. You don't have enough money to invest in the indice. Invest in individual company, invest business. I think businesses are giving more than those opportunities to find it. So I have actually no reason to be discouraged because, as you said, the market has underperformed for 6 months. So what? It can underperform another 6 months. I'll be fine with that. I really think that we should get over this mindset of that if it hasn't moved up in 6 months or 12 months, I'm poorer off. You're not poorer off. You're investing in a business that is going to prosper over the next 3, 5, 10 years. And you should remain invested in that. And returns in market are never linear. They're always, staggered at the end.
The question is how to identify that next big opportunity. What is that mantra, Manish?
See, there's no mantra in investing. You buy everything bottom up. And when you see an opportunity, like today afternoon as I was driving here, someone sent me an offer where one of the anchor investors was not able to put the money. And he's like, can you remit the money by Monday? And it looks interesting. Now I'm on the show and I can't react back to him, but I'm already thinking about should I be doing it.
How much was the investment that was asked for?
That's beside the point. But see, limited point is there are plethora of opportunities, as he's rightly saying. And one thing which has happened over the last 5 years in particular is India used to be very, very concentrated. 8 or 9 companies were 25% of market cap. Then the next 11 or 12 were the next 25%. So in 20 companies, half of India market cap was covered. And then another 40, 45 would take you to the 75th percentile. So roughly 70, 75 companies had all of India's market cap. Now this has spread out so widely that you'll be hard pressed to not find companies making this 150, 200, 300 crores of profit. And intellectually, as he's rightly saying, where did the big money come in India? If you think back to the 90s, anyone who took share away from the public sector was a natural winner because competition was so low. Anyone who could go international, whether it was IT or pharma, and make a dent in that market, even if you were 3% of a global market, you became very, very large. You got the tailwind of this whole BRICS in the 2000-2010 period. And as I always say, every decade we alternate from tech to hard assets. So all the Reliances and the Vedantas and all did very well in that decade. The last decade in particular, I would argue that people organized the unorganized sector in India. Is very famously DMart or even Titan for that matter. I would really say the real blowout has happened in this period. Trent, a lot of examples like that. Today even Zomato is basically organizing the unorganized sector. And the trend of taking away share from the government still continues. When you land at an Adani airport or you take your phone call on a Jio, you're basically doing what the government was doing many years ago. So the TAM for these segments is very, very large, and the companies tend to become larger than you can imagine when you're starting out. And the mantra which I was taught by my guru Nimish Bhai was, whatever the market cap you're buying at today, can you imagine that this company can make this profit someday in the future? It may take 10 years, it may take 15 years, but if you can't imagine, don't go in. You're not trying to make 20, 30, 40, 50%. If it's a 50, 100x opportunity, that's when you want to go and size up. And by grace of God, you need 4 or 5 like that in your life. And we've got 3 or 4 like that in our life, and therefore we are on the stage. The others got some better, therefore they don't come on the stage. So we'll get the last 1 or 2, and then, then we are gone as well.
That won't work. That won't work.
But his point is absolutely right, that the scale of opportunity here is indeed very large. And to flesh out what he was alluding to earlier, when I say 90% of your wealth lies ahead of you, I just want to point out Warren Buffett's wealth at the age of 56 was $1.5 billion. Just let that sink in. The man is worth, what, 200 plus today.
He's just getting started, as he said, in 56.
And just for people feeling that it's very hard to sit on cash, he's sitting on $350 billion of cash in a market which is adding India's market cap every week, I think, the rate at which they're going. So patience, longevity, it's again in the cricket parlance, you want to make 10,000 runs and be a Tendulkar. You don't want to have a strike rate of 250, but only play 2 IPL seasons. So like he says, time in the market, longevity, and playing with the right technique. As long as you don't lose your wicket, you're going to make money in this country. So don't do anything silly, don't blow yourself up, don't take leverage, you don't need to do derivatives. Just find the right business, find the right person running it, and just sit tight.
Wow. Well, okay, celebrating the goddess of wealth this time, right? It's also a time to do that. A lot of it is also about the mental model, right? And how do you behave when there is 12-month, 80-month, 24-month of no returns or low returns, or maybe lower returns relative to other asset classes. I mean, people would have seen, I mean, the famous meme that is going around, कि कुछ भी कर लो बनी, तुम्हारा portfolio मेरे gold के portfolio को underperform ही करेगा, right? That's the famous meme that is going around. So Ramesh ji, what is the mental model that you have when you go through a period of underperformance? I remember a show that we did wherein you said famously that why I regret not being a billionaire, right? What is the mental model that you go through a period of underperformance that people should take heart from?
Sure, Neil, let me first answer your question of people who are very bullish on gold and, you know, bemoaning the fact that they have gold and you have equity out there. The long-term track record for gold is 3% per annum. If you go back 150 years of gold history, so you're not doing anything great by buying gold. If you're a trader, you got it right, hats off to you. But generally, it delivers poorer, inferior returns to equity over long periods of time. So I'm perfectly fine being in equity. I don't really bother, the means don't bother me. Having said that, I think in 89, it required a particular mindset. I think 2025 required a different mindset for us. How do I explain this? In 1980s, when Japan was very powerful, they had something called MITI, which is the Ministry of International Trade and Infrastructure. And they would direct Japanese corporations, move into cars, move into consumer electronics, and they were all powerful until they realized after a few years in the 2000s that the capital was being misallocated, okay? They didn't understand the way the industry was changing. Japan didn't come up with the iPad or with the Walkman or with the iPhone. They're powerhouse in electronics, and yet they didn't do that because state can't direct capitalism. That's just the markets direct capitalism west. What we're happening now is a complete swing of the pendulum. Trump is again directing capitalism in America of all places. Invest in critical minerals, take a stake in Intel, do all these things that Indians realize doesn't work because that's crony capitalism that we're doing. But unfortunately that's happening, whether we like it or not. So my job is first to profit from what's happening. So where is the Indian state directing its resources? It first directed a lot of PSUs. That was the leading edge of capex that took place in India. So a huge run into those things which, if you caught, you made a lot of money in there. I think the government will do 2 or 3 things which I'll just share with your audience. So how the government capex will unfold in my view. One, of course, is the government has made it a national priority to search for rare earths in India. So a lot of capex of government is going to there. So you find the government PSUs or private companies that are looking for rare earths. I think that is one thing to do. The other thing that seems increasingly obvious to me is the government has decided that India is going to be a shipbuilding power. We have a coastline, we have a young population who can be employed, we have the technology to do it. Why do we have 95% of ships made overseas? So I think shipbuilding will be a huge force for good. I think also there's a huge infrastructure push in this country. So something like Delhi, if you've been to Delhi, as I go there quite often, Delhi is a city that is being built horizontally. There's lots of space in Delhi in the 50s, so you had 2-story, 3-story bungalow. They can't do that. It's now one of the most crowded cities in the world. So from horizontal, you're going to go to vertical. And that means a huge opportunity for someone in land development, monetization, construction. So I think government expenditure will probably be focused, among other things, on these 3 areas also. So if you're asking me what am I looking at, I think all those three segments represent opportunities for me. In the government sector, of course, and I still like the pharma sector. I think some absolutely astounding companies doing intellectual work, owning some real intellectual property. So we're best on that. But we are broadly invested in a variety of companies, so we're fine.
Okay. Manishji, you want to kind of just maybe briefly talk about this? I know your answer may differ with him on hard assets and gold.
Actually,
but what you look at as well.
For a change, because I never ever disagree with him, but I disagree on this very ardently.
You leave that to my wife. You know?
So the trend of markets has been, ever since the US broke the Bretton Woods standard, because earlier you were pegged to the gold standard, and therefore the dollar was considered, you have to print $1 for every ounce of gold in Fort Knox. Ever since they debased, the value of dollar has actually collapsed. And while the 3% number he may be saying is right on a 150-year basis, from that 1970s to now, that's the magic period. And in that period, remember, the rupee was 4 to the dollar, and we had 90. So in rupee terms, the Indian housewife has been the smartest person to think that the value of what I'm buying is going down every year. Even in the period when it peaked in 1980 and did not perform for almost 20 years, in rupee terms, you were still making money on gold. So this institutional memory that our families have of be in gold and be in real estate was an inflation hedge in India. The additional inflation hedge you're now getting with Trump blowing up the US economy is the developed world is trying to inflate its way out of its debt problem. Japan is expecting, the average Japanese expects a 10% inflation rate in Japan, wow, which cannot even grow at 1 or 2%. So imagine how poor those people must be feeling. Like I have a friend who I went to business school with. He was the head of Bank of America. After he retires, he's still commuting in by metro and lives in the suburb of Tokyo and can't afford a big home. So that kind of wealth devastation which has happened in these countries, we haven't seen anything yet. And these guys are going to print their way out of trouble. We will be silly to keep accumulating reserves and thinking this dollar is worth something. I think the new world of China, Russia, Saudi have realized we don't want to hold dollars. And to the point he made on geopolitics, when Saudi says, I'm hiring Pakistan for the nuclear umbrella, is because they saw that America did not come to the help of Qatar or Iran or whoever. So that equation breaking down is leading to a lot of changes. And gold to me is not an equivalent of a stock. Gold is a currency. And if the BRICS had to settle amongst themselves, you're not going to trust getting a ruble or a yuan. But if the net settlement happens in gold, you'll be okay to do the trade. That's what these guys are going towards. And I'm not suggesting gold today. I mean, at 4,000, it's gone parabolic, and like our markets, it will have a consolidation phase. But this story is not over yet. This move away from tech to hard assets, which occurs every decade unfailingly, is very much on. To just draw back memory, in the 70s, you had the famous run in gold, silver, and oil, preceded by the then Nifty 50 of the US. Then it flipped over in the 80s, and you had a 12-time multiple expansion of the Japanese and the Taiwanese stock market, which was the era of, those were emerging markets then, and then they went down for 30 years. Then it flipped in the 90s back to NASDAQ, and you got the famous stop again for tech. 2000 to 2010, we came back to emerging markets and hard assets, and you know what happened to commodities in that period, and we were going crazy on infrastructure and Vedanta and Reliance and all of that in that period. Then they went nowhere for 10 years. The last decade was the decade of tech, and back to US, and indeed the rise of China. We did not even know Tencent and Alibaba and all existed. We used to pride ourselves on our tech companies, and look what happened across the border. And then they went to sleep. And this decade, the move already has happened towards the hard assets. China is nothing but a hard asset country. It is really the most powerful country in the world today, much as I hate to say it. The fact is, it is there, and it competes with US on an area of superiority now. When Trump tried to wave around his thing of tariffs, one day they shut the critical minerals, next day they stop buying his soya beans, and the guy is talking very, very politely to them. So the world has changed, and if this AI boom had not happened, this to me is the last sign of the mania. That if you're buying a capital goods stock at the peak of the cycle and the peak of the margins and giving it a $4.5 trillion market cap, there is serious money to be lost. They are 70% of global market cap. Are you telling me for the next 20 years, US will make 70% of the profits of the world? 10 companies are 25% of global market cap. This, I mean, I'm not that old, but I'm old enough to understand this doesn't last. This is like when you wake up, you look back and say it was obvious this is going to blow. And there's serious money to be lost. And to keep this party going, they print money. Every morning they wake up and the notes are printing. And it's foolish countries who are accumulating these and thinking these are reserves. Therefore, the smart money, the bigger central banks of the world are buying gold like there's no tomorrow. They're buying silver like there's no tomorrow. So it's gone to platinum, it's gone to uranium. We are only looking at gold because that's what you can trade or what you can see. But this move is for real. Our hard assets, when you put up a cement plant, when we came to the market, it cost 64 crores. Today it is at least 10 times that, if not more. You did nothing, you sat on your cement plant, you were worth 10x. By then you've repaid your loans because the value of the loan you have to repay also goes down in rupee terms. So this trade is here, it's for real.
No, so a couple of things from what you said. Do you think there's an AI bubble brewing globally? That NVIDIA is making no sense in where its valuations are. And did you get in on that trade?
Like he rightly said, I mean, $10 billion data center investment in India. Do you know what the capex spend of these guys is in US? The Mag 4 are putting $800 billion. How do you ever make a return on it? And the market cheers. Like we were even looking at Alibaba in China, they made an announcement that we will also spend money on data centers, and the stock rallied very hard. And people like us are scratching at because actually this data center is a rental business, and you would value it like a REIT because that's all you're going to make on it. The intellectual money is going to go to the guy who owns the AI, not to the fellow who sold you the chip or who's running the data center for you. So again, to cut a long story short, you've seen Broadcom, what is the company, Nortel or Cisco, the way they peaked in 2000, those prices don't come back for like decades after that. So we'll see how this plays out.
Okay, so there is an AI bubble. Is there an IPO bubble brewing? I'm really curious to know because you mentioned briefly 4 lakh crore rupees in LG. I think if you add Tata Capital and whatever stock is about 4.6 lakh crore rupees. There was a data point that Ashish Chauhan shared with me during the session. I think some 73 filings took place on the 30th of September and counting. We did research that showed nearly 60% of listings in this year alone are lower than issue price or under 10%. Now, why are people putting money? Should you put money or should you just not?
So, I mean, there's an intellectual argument. I was on the other side of the fence like maybe 15 years ago. The reality is, as an investor, whenever you participate in an auction, the benefit is going to go to the person who's selling, not to the person who's buying. That's just the nature of the business. And the fact is, if I look back to the period I was involved in, the late 2000s, the 3 or 4 largest deals of that period were Reliance Power, of course, famously, Coal India, Power Grid, and if I'm not mistaken, one of the Adani ports or power. 2 did very well, 2 did very badly. If you take this decade, now you've just had Bajaj Housing Finance, for example. This year they took 3 lakh crores and went. By no means is it a bad company. Zomato or Nykaa had come a few years earlier. By no means were they bad companies. But the market tends to get, like in every period, there's a wave of excitement around a certain theme, which attracts people to come out and say, let's list it because we're getting fantastic valuation for it. So nothing wrong with what the issuer is doing. You as a buyer, like I said, you have to buy bottom up what suits you. He mentioned a number of things. I don't have to participate in all of them, right? I can stay, if I know the capital markets business is still going to be a 10x from here, what's my rush? It may go sideways for a year. Let's just stay there. I don't need to go and find the next construction guy. I don't need to go and find the guy putting up rare earths, which I don't understand about, and what China will tweak. So I don't need to participate there. So this IPO FOMO or the market FOMO is something I would urge you to avoid. Having said that, as a participant, I'm very, very happy to see this kind of IPOs in India because this goes into asset creation, which leads to capital formation and to profit creation. So as long as this is going on, it's fantastic. What pains me is, of course, when the foreigners sell and take the money out. But the good news is the Indian markets had kept the prices so high that we got good valuations when they sold. And now when they come back, they will have to pay even higher for that. And that will drive our markets even higher. So that's all I would submit on that.
Your view, Ramesh, on IPOs. Do you look at any of the issues coming at all, or how do you approach it?
I tell you two words that I always live by, Tamanna, is caveat emptor, that is buyer beware. That's my job, to evaluate the risk. I mean, I don't want to blame the IPO people or AI. My job is to evaluate it. That's what I do, risk evaluation. So, if I find it's overpriced, I don't buy it. Simple as that. I find enough attractive IPOs. I don't think AI is a bubble. I'll say it controversially. I don't think it's a bubble at this point.
You don't think AI is a bubble?
No, not the AI as a business. AI as a valuation.
Valuations will come and go. It will be volatile out there. That I'm not making a call that you buy this one. But is it a bubble right now? Is NVIDIA a safe example in a bubble valuation? I don't think it's in a bubble valuation right now. I mean, for whatever it's worth, that's my view. I have a company in America which went up 40% in a single day, Oracle. So it's just from $700 billion to $1 trillion of market cap. I have seen a lot of bubbles like Manish has. It doesn't seem to me like that it's going to be like the dot-com bubble and come back down. Maybe it'll happen in 3 months and we'll talk differently. But right now, as I speak to you, I don't see the stock prices or the industry in a bubble formation. What has happened is that it's gone up so much and there's so much excitement that people tend to think anything that goes up is a bubble. That's not true. There is something creative going on in those places out there. With IPOs, again, use your judgment. I mean, he mentioned a lot of IPOs. He didn't mention the IPO that Inam bought in the 90s, which made us all fortunes, which was Infosys. Even today it's up 3,000x or 4,000x. I forget how much it's up out there. So you get some great, outstanding IPOs sometimes in the market. It's your ability to understand the business that's important. So what I would say is caveat emptor, buyer beware. Don't buy all the IPOs, but just because it's coming at now 80,000 level, which seems excessive, I would not ignore it either.
Wow. Well, this is the beauty of the markets. We got two legends. They differ on a couple of things, or maybe more, but that's the beauty, right? For every buyer, there is a seller and vice versa. Yeah. I would love to have maybe one thought from both of you around how you're riding the cycle and spotting the next big cycle. So, Rameshji, you famously played PSUs beautifully. In your current answer, you gave a couple of examples of PSU sectors as well. Do you believe there is an ongoing cycle in PSUs and people need to fish in that pond? People can do their own fishing, but maybe some guidance around where is it that you think cycles are underway which could last for 5-10 years?
Yeah. Typically, Neeraj, as I've often mentioned to you when you've interviewed me, is that every bull market has leadership. 90s, it was the Siemens stock. In 2000, it was the tech stock. In this time, it's clearly been PSU stocks that have led this bull market. So having said that, if I believe the PSU, if the bull market is still alive, as I believe so, then the PSU will continue to lead the rally. What I have done is I've moved it within the PSU basket itself. Taken money off the railways, put it into construction, taken money off something else, put it into rare earths. So, you can move the basket there. But I think because the new direction of governments, whether it's in America or whether it's in New Delhi, is to have government-controlled sectors dominating the economy. Trump is doing it in his own way with Intel and with Molycorp and all these things. So is the Indian government doing that. So they are directing almost the capital flows, excitement, revenues in those sectors. So I'm just participating with it. I'm not making a moral judgment, is this the right thing to do or wrong thing to do. I think the opportunity will be there, so I'm investing in those sectors out there. So I think, yes, there's still some good pickings and still some legs left on the PSU rally.
Okay, so cycle in PSU. Before I throw the floor to the audience, Manishji?
No, I agree with him on this. This is an area we've always agreed on. Back in the 2000s, which was the period of hard assets, and PSUs are a collective of hard assets, which as they get little more productive, or they get little fillip of growth, the rate of change is so fast that you make a great amount of money there. Also, it's playing, as he rightly said, because of the geopolitical mess, the amount of money and effort going towards defense and technology in particular is very, very large. Also, the rate of change in, say, the PSU banks, which I think we own some of them together, is very, very large. And the market is still scarred by memories of what happened 20 years ago. So it is a very happy hunting ground, I mean, long and short of that. And it plays into what I also believe top-down is a hard asset period, And my other favorite perennially is always, I understand the space better, is financials. You find the right guys in the right space, and I don't necessarily mean the most levered guy but like capital markets has been a perennial favorite. We know the space well, we know how large it can get, and it still has legs to run. There will be a couple of new listings coming there. To your point on IPOs, I would be very, very watchful of not missing out over there. Hopefully they come at decent prices. But there's enough to do, really.
As long as there's FOMO, I think FOMO is good.
Don't operate on FOMO. India has so many great companies that the ball keeps getting thrown at you every day, and the whole market doesn't need to come every day. Sometimes it'll be one sector, sometimes it'll be another sector, sometimes it'll be one company in that sector, and we need to do 1 or 2 decisions a year. Actually, we don't work very hard. All we do, when you will come, you'll see us reading and occasionally meeting people, traveling to meet people to figure out what is going on, but actually we don't really press the trigger very often.
He's right about that.
Yeah.
I mean, every day the market will throw a ball at you. You don't have to play anything. You just sit and watch it. Till you find it flat outside the off stump.
Yeah, well
in it for a 6.
Talking about FOMO, I think the audience has a lot of FOMO because, Neeraj and I have been hogging the time of these veteran investors. I know Alex has a lineup of people who have questions to ask. Alex, be fair, not only our profit people.
No, in fact, I'm going to avoid asking the profit folks. I'm going to keep it open for people to ask. And since we're talking about cricket, the distilled wisdom of these gentlemen, they're talking about the fact that while a lot of things change, Test match cricket is played in a certain way, baseball works in certain situations, but not always. So if you've got a question, please raise your hand and I'll come to you and you can keep your question short. Please, anybody start. Shall I start with you, sir? No? What about? Okay.
Sir, I'm a proprietary investor and I'm very lucky to be in the market for 48 years. So I started before the Sensex was born. But yeah.
Born.
That's 1977. But I have been quite fortunate and successful in my portfolio. What worries me is that I'm not a technology guy. I'm not connected to technology. Just before you, the guys are from Screener and artificial intelligence, they had a talk. So I was just thinking, away from the market, if everybody, the young age, the present generation, if everybody operates and works on AI and they think accordingly and they will be guided accordingly, then what will happen to the creativity of I think...
You're saying youngsters should be going more towards creating enterprises rather than markets?
If all youngsters use AI, he's referring to the conversation we had with Screener and Jarvis.
Sort of a utopian idea. The whole world is running on AI and nobody applies any mind or creativity. So,
I get it. Intellectual question. We'll cut to it quickly.
Yeah, sure.
That, and I'm sure he'll also add to it, that as a tool, if when you saw the rise of machinery coming into the farm, you would have said, what will mankind do if everyone is taken off the farm? Then you saw the machinery coming into the factories, and you thought, what will mankind do? And all the artisans will be out of work, and so on. You came to the age of the computer and the internet, and you thought, what will happen to the open outcry broker and so on. It helped our business to globalize, for example. And same way with AI, I think we will find new use cases. Like I have investments in the private space on, now for example, this metro has come up. There is a One Mumbai app. Someone has created it. There is a new business which is born. Someone has put up cameras. You all have cameras for security, but you have a human being looking at it. Now the AI is able to scan and see anything suspicious, whether he's cooking in a McDonald's, whether he's picking up stuff in his DMart store, or whether he's doing something suspicious in the metro. There are newer and newer use cases coming up. And that's the nature of human society, which is why AI as a business, I'm with him that it's not a bubble. The valuation that this kind of capex spend can go up to produce a return, that's what I'm arguing against. But as a business, I think it takes mankind into a future which is much better than what it would have otherwise been. Like imagine your life without a cell phone. How do you call your driver? I don't remember how 30 years ago we got hold of our car when we left a hotel. So it becomes so embedded inside us that we don't even realize how technology is helping us.
So you used to drive your own car, I think. That is the way.
No. In Bombay, that's not an option.
Okay, maybe I'm just.
But I just want to take that slot, if you give me a minute more to complete the point, that your related point on this is absolutely right, that we will not build our future if all our youngsters come to the stock market. And the fact of the matter is, even if I take promoter number 125 on the list of companies listed, his wealth is greater than that of the largest and most successful investor in the stock market. So the way to creating wealth is to build something, or to be lucky enough to buy something which becomes very, very large, and you sit on it like a business owner for a long period of time. So from a stock market perspective, we've shared our wisdom. But from a real world example, what you really should be hoping our youngsters do is go and create these enterprises, which will then become, the new drivers for the economy. And serious wealth, money and societal good comes from creation of enterprise. We are just riding on the coattails of people who have created great generational wealth for themselves and for the country.
That's a beautiful answer to a philosophical question. Ramesh, do you have
what Mangal would have added. Nothing to add. It's a brilliant answer. So.
Wow,
it's a very good answer. You touched all the
No, it was a phenomenal answer. And any budding entrepreneurs sitting at home and watching this or in this room, please bear that in mind. Invest in your own business first and then the capital markets. You've got a question?
Diwali greetings to everyone in advance. I'm Aditya Arora from Analytic Research. So as the theme is FOMO and everybody is talking about FOMO over here, so I have a question. There are two classes of investors right now, and the asset class in focus is bullion market. On one side, we are hearing there's premium of about 15,000 rupees per kg on silver in our domestic market in India, and there's a lot of physical supply demand which we are seeing globally. A lot of premiums are building up in the international market, and there's also a chatter that silver has given 50-year breakout, and it may see a parabolic rise. And on the other side, there are people who are saying that this is like peak of optimism, and this is classic euphoria which is playing out in bullion market, wherein every retail investor is jumping in late in this trend. So what are your thoughts that how could this trend shape up in coming few weeks and months?
We can do a well left on that. Because I can't explain why silver, there are ratios which people relate to, that the 100:1 or the 60:1 ratio, gold, silver and all will play out. I don't know when and why it will play out, but it is playing, like I said, into the debasement trade, anti-currency, that if I don't want to hold dollar and I want to hold hard assets, the people who are over 50 are buying gold and silver, the people who are below 30 are buying Bitcoin and stable coin. And it's really a currency trade. It's nothing to do with equity markets.
This is a golden opportunity to ask questions here. One here.
Good evening, sir. What is your view on disruptive business models like a Nykaa or an Ather Energy or an Ola Electric or the likes?
Well, it's what I say about any business, that you find at the right valuation, it's a great bet to buy those businesses. So I focus a lot of my time on finding it at the right valuation. What price am I willing to pay for it? What price is the market valuing that business at? So rather than worry about new businesses, old businesses, I'm looking at businesses that are cheap. As your mother told you when you went shopping probably, rupee ki cheez athane mein kharidna hai. You want to buy things cheap. And that's true for disruptive businesses, new businesses, old businesses, PSU businesses, whatever. The cheaper you get it, the better off you are. So rather than focus on whether it's disruptive or not, which probably they are, focus more on how cheap they are.
Thank you, sir.
I'm surprised Mitesh or anybody don't have a question. Come on, I'm sure you wanted to ask a question, so why don't you?
We have a question right here. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, sir. Good evening. I am Uttam from Axis. Sir, my question pertains to value migration. So where do you see current values migrating? From which industry to which industry?
So it's actually a reflection of the previous question as well. When he calls those businesses disruptive, there's actually nothing disruptive in a Nykaa, which is a retailer of, say, fragrances, except they were doing it earlier offline and you could not reach a tier 2 town with good quality product. You're using technology to make it available to them. Same thing, there's nothing disruptive in a sense about the Ola Electric which he's talking, because you're taking a two-wheeler transportation business which was using an IC engine and now just giving it through an EV to the same customer. And it could be through Ather or someone or the other. The needs of the human beings are the same. It's the use of technology which is helping me to make that available.
So is there no truly disruptive idea you have come across recently?
Honestly, in India, and I know I'll be proven wrong even before I walk out of the hall, by and large, the businesses in India have been cut, copy, paste. That I will take a model of Amazon and I will create a Flipkart over here and then hopefully I will sell it to Walmart. And you know, nothing wrong. I mean, you're making your business and there's nothing wrong with it. And it was also a stage in time when we did not have the wherewithal to invest money in R&D. Like as a country, our R&D spend is 0.5% of GDP. On a much larger size economy, the US spend is 2.5% and the companies spend a lot more. China is at 3.5% and they've caught up because the way Trump has caught hold of us today, they faced that in 2016 when he had first come, and they realized we need to get Atmanirbhar fast, and they did it at a pace which was so breathtaking that today we need to buy technology from China despite them attacking us in Galwan.
That's the opportunity you think we have today?
So that's the opportunity in India, that can we truly do something disruptive. So for instance on defense, like these Akash Tirs or the drones which we make are now state of the art and we can sell to rest of the world. That's like on its defense theme and so on. So stuff like that will come out, and I think the triad of industry largely coming out of auto, because they tend to be a lot more engineering heavy, auto, defense, universities coming together, that's what built the DARPA system in the US, that's what built the system in China, and that's what I believe they will do in India as well. So we visit a lot of these companies to just see what's coming out over here.
Ramesh, you want to add to this?
No, I think he's answered it well.
You're being like Manga today.
I'm speaking too much.
No, it's well said.
Okay, there's a very smart clan of people. The whole audience is smart, but there's a sharpshooter set of investors there. So Smitesh, Ritvik, Pratik, any of you have a question?
Okay,
for
I asked
Rameshji
them
or
and they
Manishji?
all shook their head, but this time since they've been spotlighted.
Thank you, sir. It's a privilege to listen to you both gentlemen. Fortunate, and we are fortunate living in this era, listening to you and living. You guys are really great, and thanks for teaching us directly, indirectly, and we are obliged by that. That's a gratitude from all of us over here. Yeah. The only question is like with regard to, we are just confused with regard to what's going to happen specifically with to India in this Trump economics or whatever it is with the GDP, how much bad it can be, what can it lead to in terms of the deceleration with regard to the valuations of the market, which we are currently trading at a premium. And what about the USD INR for another, let's say 1 to 3 years till whatever time Mr. Trump prevails over there or sits over there. Thank you, sir. Obliged.
You know, आप लोगों का औ इतना है कि ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे क्रिस्टल बॉल है आपके पास. USD INR कहाँ जाएगा? Let me add market कहाँ जाएगा?
I wish I knew what I was going to have for dinner. I don't. So, having said that, it's your previous question, that I do believe the world has changed. So the way we invested, say, in the 80s and 90s in India, and the way you should invest today will change. And it's, there's an old saying that sometimes history makes the man, sometimes man makes history. I think in Trump's case, he's making history. He's absolutely changing the world, the way that we were used to the world. He's changing the world. And it's our job to recognize this and understand. India is now a big, important country itself. It has 1.4 billion people with the rising demographics for the next 20, 30 years. So we'll do well. I don't think there's any reason to be afraid of that. But will it create new winners and losers than we had in the last decade? I absolutely think it will create new winners and losers. And it is our job as investors to focus on them. I suggested some of them that you could look at over the next 3 to 5 years. I think Manish will have his own set that you can look at. But I think there's no reason to be afraid. I mean, it's not like if America catches the flu, we're all going to get pneumonia out here today. I think we have progressed beyond that point. So I think We're not going to be relegated to the dustbin of history if America sneezes. But I think we'll have to chart our own way, and I think we're doing that correctly. We are doing that in perhaps a meaningful way in India. So there'll be great opportunities for India, and as I've repeatedly said, the next 10 to 15 years will be as exciting, if not more exciting, than the last 15 years. So
The best is yet to come.
always.
Yeah? You agree, Manish?
I'm just thinking, you have two gentlemen who manage lakhs and lakhs of crores sitting here. Let's say you are holding their stock. Whatever Trump does, whatever rupee dollar does, will you sell their stock? So there's Nippon AMC, ICICI AMC, which will come with IPO soon. I mean, frankly, do you care what Trump is up to?
So you know what the name of their session is? Mere paas sip hai. Because so even even as we wind that down, and what a perfect tease to the next session, we want to wrap up by from both of you for a few words of what we're doing here at NDTV Profit. Even with our pre-Diwali coverage, we've hoped to bring conversations and insights which are directly for your profit, for our viewers. So just some words on that, please, Manish, and then Ramesh.
Yeah, I think what the big change that happened in India over the last 30 years is that information has become democratic. Thanks to the internet, thanks to broadcast TV, people have access to information. When I started, getting access to a balance sheet was a bit hard. You had to go to a library and plead with the guy to give you a Xerox copy of that. So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there. So it's been a great win-win journey, and thank you so much for hosting me today.
And I'll just supplement that I mean, people like you are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from. We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service. And I think we do it in that spirit as well. We have no business from which we are seeking money from anyone. We don't ever therefore make specific recommendations. But it's in the spirit that our country should grow, our investors should make the money, and we should collectively become better and better and better against the rest of the world, and not be happy being third largest. We will be number one.
I agree. We will be number one.
Gentlemen, on that note, please stand in the middle of the stage, and you'll be joined by Tamanna and...
I think for that first big round of applause.
Yeah, of course.
For all the
I was going to say that next. Please. And keep it going as they stand up for a quick photo op. And if we can get the mementos for them as well.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है। और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit.
That does not want to or does not have the time to select an individual stock, does not necessarily have the ability to make that selection. And they have, over the course of last 5 years in particular, increasingly depended on a cohort of companies that have been doing it on their behalf and very successfully so. And so this session is aimed at giving you a sense of how a couple of the largest mutual funds or asset managers in the country are looking at this changing landscape and this changing investor and what they think is going to develop in the near to medium term. I would like you to please put your hands together for Mr. Nimesh Shah, who's the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of ICICI Prudential AMC, and Mr. Sandeep Sikka, who's the Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of Nippon Life India Asset Management, who's also the AMFI head. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining me today. Absolute pleasure having you. I appreciate that you've taken the time. You know, I was actually pulling through some interesting numbers, and incidentally, every time we do an event like this, it comes at an opportune time, I feel. I don't know if it is timing or otherwise, but the AMFI numbers have just come out today. Just happenstance, right? And the numbers look very, very good. 75 plus lakh crore. I'm not going to look at the exact number. It doesn't really matter. 2014, we had 10 lakh crore. And the question is, of course, some might say that the advent of digital investing and all of that post-COVID-19 was what really thrust us in this direction and brought us to this inflection point, I think. But you've seen what happens on the ground as well. We've gone through the years of push through distribution channels, and you have so many mutual fund distributors out there, 1.8 lakh out there, pushing product as well, a lot of people buying direct. What do you think about the journey so far, and do you agree that we are at an inflection point? I'll come to you first, Nimesh bhai.
I think 11 years back we were celebrating something else. We were celebrating that we are 10% of the banking industry. Right? As my take on this industry has always been, there is one number, the banking deposits in the country. We are in the business. As a country matures, as a depositor matures, the depositor of yesterday is going to become an investor of today. We have been saying it since last 15 years. So if you look at the numbers, industry which was 10% of the banking industry, in 11 years time, if it has become 1/3, the financialization of savings that we have been talking about is actually reflected in this one number. So I think it's an infinite market, and this industry has done well because of the basic issue that the product, I will give the full credit to the regulator, why this industry is doing well. I'll give the full credit to the regulator because the regulator has created a product which is very pure for the final investor. Both I and Sandeep can have our views saying that we don't earn as much, we should earn more, etc., we charge less. But the strength of this industry is only that we charge less to the customer and the investor is getting a very pure product. And that telescopic pricing, that as you become bigger, you charge lesser. I believe the lesser we charge, the more sustainable the business is because we charge less. The strength of this industry is that the regulator has created a pure product which charges very less to the investor, and since it charges less to the investor, the probability of it beating the benchmark is high, and since it is beating the benchmark and it is good for the investor, it is growing. And you have a set of happy customers. Today, why are we doing well? From 1 crore customers, we have reached 5.5 crore customers as an industry. Why has that happened? That has happened because they have got good experience. Most of our investors have got good experience by investing in mutual funds. Yeah. So the product is good. There are people who are happy with the product. So what else do you want for an industry to grow?
Yeah, and some of the measures that you've taken over the years as an industry body as well, AMFI, has worked wonders, right? Everybody knows about the campaign Mutual Funds Sahi Hai, and that I think was the trigger for you to really penetrate deep, because practically everyone was talking about, have you heard about mutual funds? Or are you doing mutual funds? But having said that, Nimesh bhai talked about a number, 5.5 crore. There are so many parallels that are drawn. How many people were using these applications that allowed you to pick a team and make money, for example, right? And that was multiples of this. Therefore, I'm asking, as an industry, do you think that you've just scratched the surface? What is the potential in the near to medium term? And as an industry, what do you think you guys need to do further beyond mutual funds?
No, again, first let me thank you for having us. And I think you said whenever you do this event, there's some milestone is achieved, you know. I think while you talked about the AUM, industry AUM number, let me, see it a little differently since you've named this thing and mere paas SIP hai. I think one of the biggest achievements today, if you see, today the monthly SIP has crossed 29,000 crores.
Yes.
But that is not important. If we see it, many times we see it from an investor AUM point of view, it doesn't show the right picture. The way you have to see this is today, India has a population of 140 crores. With today, for the first time, we have reached a point where every Indian is investing 200 rupees per month in mutual fund industry. We had before this, Manish Bhai, talking about India will move to the largest economy in the world. Just think of it. If the economy size was to double or triple from here, and the 200 rupee becomes 400, 600, 800, we are talking a 1 lakh crore rupees of SIP will come every month. That is point number one. To your question, today at this point of time, we have 5.5 crore investors, which means effectively a penetration of less than 4%. If this penetration was to go up from 3%, 4% to 8%, we are talking of 2 lakh crores per month. We are talking of. So this is just you have scratched the surface. You are right. We are really excited. This industry has infinite, potential. I think, but the biggest thing is this industry. I think we need to also compliment. I think many times it's also important to give a pat on the back to all stakeholders, starting from media, regulator to the industry players. This industry has created more wealth for investors than any other financial sector, anyone else in the financial sector. It's just a coincidence today, one of the oldest funds in the industry achieved 30th anniversary. 1 crore rupee has become 1 lakh rupee has become 4 crore rupees. That is what
so you're saying for a scheme that you have.
I will again.
No, because Ramesh Bhai also has schemes that are pretty much that old.
I'm just talking from industry point of view. At this point of an idea is not to get into individual scheme name, but that's the kind of wealth we have created. And this is
1 lakh has grown to
4 crore rupees
over 30 years.
30 years. In the same scheme, if you were investing 10,000 rupees a month for last 30 years, 36 lakh rupees, that has become 25 crore rupees, a CAGR of 22%. So what we are going to see till now what we were talking as industry was, we were showing people hope. You will create money. Now what industry is at a point, we are demonstrating that we can create wealth. And that is the beauty of this. And so I'm very confident. I think you talked about 5 crores, and I think I recently mentioned somewhere else. I think we need to, as an industry body, have a vision. We need to make it possible that every Indian household is a mutual fund investor. And maybe 5-10 years down the line, when we meet for a Diwali event like this, I think I'll make that statement: every Indian household is a mutual fund investor.
A big round of applause to that, because I think that's an amazing dream to have. Ultimately, because you're talking about wealth creation and the creation of opportunity for the small investor, for the small family, because this achieves so much by creating that kind of strength. But having said that, I want to talk about a few numbers. 5.8 lakh crore was equity AUM in 2020, approximately, yes? In the most recent numbers, I'm pretty sure there are 2 scheme categories in the actively managed equity scheme category overall that has over 5 lakh or very close to 5 lakh crore. This is flexi caps and sectoral and thematic. Sectoral and thematic now the largest, and you have well over 200 schemes. So the industry has actually proliferated that one bucket. The tendency of the investors to get a little spoilt, Nimesh Bhai, and this is just human tendency. They'll mange more. You are giving them 20% returns in a few products, and they will say, "Mujhe aaj bhi chahiye, mujhe agle saal bhi chahiye, uske agle saal bhi chahiye." The tendency is to run after returns. Do you think that from an industry standpoint, if you're talking about the size that has been achieved, and a few mutual fund houses have proactively stopped inflows into a few schemes where they said this is not sustainable, do you think more needs to be done in a few categories? Sectoral and thematic, for example, where it's highly concentrated, a lot of money is flowed into these categories.
See, if you see any communication, more or less the fund managers are trying to say that be conservative.
Yes.
Right? Any communication anywhere, we always try to say that be careful before investing. There should be some amount of skepticism before you invest.
Yes.
But we would like, as investment houses, we would like customer to ask 10 questions and then come in. But the fact of the matter is, so because in investments, if you are counter-cyclical, normally you make very good returns, right? Counter-cyclical people make a lot of returns. Unfortunately, one weakness of the investor would be that investors normally are pro-cyclical. Human nature is pro-cyclical. Human nature is not counter-cyclical. So we have tried earlier a lot that when the fund does not, if a fund management company is good, if the investor is good, try and sell a value fund when value has not done well for 3 years.
Yes.
But it does not work. It does not work in BKC. Forget whether it works in Jodhpur or not, but it does not work even in BKC when I have tried to market. I have tried to tell my friends. So the guy trusted me. He was a knowledgeable financial guy, but he was not able to press a counter-cyclical button. Right? So people do tend to put in money. So people drive the car looking at the rearview mirror.
100%.
That is still there in India. That has not changed. Any amount of investor education is not changing that. But what media has done, and I'll give that credit to media, the amount of articles that you guys have created. One thing has happened that when the markets fall, people don't panic and get out.
Yeah.
Right? That is changed from earlier, say the first decade of this century, where this used to happen that when the market used to fall, people panic. That is not happening. July, the market would have gone down and the flows were maximum, right? The market had gone down 4%, 3.5% to 4% in July, and the inflows had increased. So that is a good thing. People don't redeem. But the fact remains that September 24, people do put more money. People look at the mid-cap, small-cap returns and put in more money in mid-cap, small-cap. So what we have tried to do, we have always tried to be counter-cyclical. So if the investor is not going to become counter-cyclical, can the fund houses become counter-cyclical and promote products which are counter-cyclical? Anyway, we are a supermarket. We have got all kinds of products. But essentially, when we go out, we need to have all thematic funds, right? But we don't go out and market a thematic fund.
Sure.
Because we would market a diversified fund, we would market a counter-cyclical fund like a balance advantage category or a multi-asset category that is for the mass market. Right? If people are knowledgeable and they want to take a sector call, they can come to and select whichever product. So normally fund houses would want to, because see, it is in our interest. See, what has SEBI done beautifully? It has aligned the investors' interest, distributors' interest and customer interest. All of us will make money if the investor remains for a long period of time. The investor will make money, the distributor will make money, so there is no upfront payments. There are only, so the product is beautiful, alignment of interest is done. So more or less people try and sell. The distributor also has to meet the investor after 3 to 5 years. I also want to protect my brand. The customer should not lose on my name. Right? If he makes less money, it's okay. Right? Because the Indian customer, I again said, 230 lakh crores sitting in bank deposits. Right? So that money, he is very happy with 7% return. So if I give in a risk-adjusted return, even the nominal growth of the country, which the stock markets can give, then the customer should be happy. So why do adventurous things? Right?
No, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. And actually, it brings me to my next question, which is, and interestingly, I've made this statement before. I was having a conversation with a good friend of ours, and you talked about your friend. But she was, sometime last year, when you had 20 plus IRRs over the or returns over the course of 4 years post COVID-19, saying that I'm at 18%. My aunt's distributor is giving her 22%. I think I'm going to shift. And I said, Baba, wait, because first you'll book capital gains and then you'll move to something else, or you'll make increment. It's not necessarily the best thing. What role do you think the distribution community and the investment advisory community has to have with regard to giving the right kind of advice? Because what Nimesh Bhai was alluding to is that there are increasing conversations about saying, I want to keep my customer with me, so I need to give them better advice that will keep them with me for the long term, because trail commissions have also changed.
I think it's a very valid question, and I think let's try to step back a little. Effectively, today, while financial literacy is increasing, I mean, all of us, your friend, his friend, everybody has a day job. They are not perfect in this, I mean, financial products. So it's not as easy as we think that, I think, because I think just looking at return on a point-to-point basis and they can make the right decision. So I think financial advisors will have played a role, will play an important role. But one good thing is that the financial advisors and the investors both are maturing. Earlier it used to be, so let me give this example. You talked about the thematic funds. Maybe a few years back, if some theme was very, doing very well, everybody would rush to that theme. And let's look at, I mean, we have ETFs. In ETFs, there is no advisor. Now, coincidentally, the data that has come today, last month gold inflows were 2,000 and this month gold inflows 8,000 crores.
Yeah.
That tells you what happens when I think everyone is going on direct without an advisor, because that has come in ETFs. The second point I want to highlight is it's also important to understand, and I agree with Nimesh, because as asset management companies, we'll keep launching our products, but it is also our duty that we'll have to be very cautious of what time we are launching products or what time we are pushing products, because they will be, again, let me go back last year, or 2 years back, we saw, example, I'm just trying to go back to the question you asked the earlier panelist about defense. You saw the defense theme was doing well. I think the market cap of the sector went up by 10 times in a period of 18 to 24 months. And you saw a plethora of funds coming. Now, I think this is where I think as an industry also we'll have to take the responsibility of not launching products when the investor is already swayed away towards a particular thing. So it's a mix of both things. Investors will have to play a role, advisors will have to play a role, and as an industry, we will also have to play a role to ensure, that the investors don't get carried away.
Okay, you want to make a point?
See, the distributors are the most responsible people. I'll tell you why. Because we are sitting in Bombay, we manufacture a product. I always feel that the person who's meeting the final customer is the distributor. So he is extremely worried because after 3 years of giving that product, he is going to face the customer. His business is depend on whether the customer made money or not. Suppose the market falls 10%. I'll be very happy to say that I fell only 6%, correct? Because I have outperformed the market. There are various ways of making money. Either you make money on the upside or you make money on the downside. There is a 4% alpha. I am a relative return giver. So I can sit and intellectualize in Bombay. But the distributor has to face the customer at the ground level saying that your portfolio is down 6%. So it is his brand that we are protecting. Right? So according to me, the distribution community is very, very responsible because they are conscious of the fact. Again, the regulator has created a model where everybody earns on trail. Right? Nobody earns upfront. So he also wants the assets to be long term. He has to face the customer 3 hours and he is going to directly face.
Okay. So two questions about
please. Data point, so what we have seen is, if you were to look at our data, and let's talk specifically to SIPs. I'm trying to come back to the theme of your panel. SIPs which have come direct versus SIPs which have come through advisors. SIPs which have come through advisors versus SIPs which have come through platforms, direct,
Yeah.
There is a, there's a complete difference in attitude and approach when there's a markets are volatile.
Yeah.
So what happens is, what we are seeing is that, because this is not important for India, for AMCs, but for the Indian capital markets. So what happens is, SIPs which have come through advisors, they are more sticky and remain stable during the volatile times. Whereas SIPs which have come direct through online platforms, do-it-yourself kind of a thing, the investors who started coming to the capital markets during COVID period, what we see, they do two mistakes. First is, I think they are always chasing a trend.
Yeah.
Because they are investing on a platform which the algo tells you which is the best fund in the last 6 months. The fund may have a long-term track record or not, we don't know. Then what happens is, after 6 months, you'll have another fund which is up. The investor, what he does is, because he's coming direct, do it yourself, he redeems this fund and goes to something else. So you're always continuously in that circle, and I think you're redeeming and not taking advantage of it. And the fund that you talked about earlier, I think the fund that I talked about, 30-year experience, I'll give you a very interesting data point which will make you feel happy and sad. We talked about the AUM, which made everyone happy, the return of CAGR, whatever we talked about. But on the other side, if you look at a 30-year journey, while the return that I talked about, 10,000 SIP has become 25 crore rupees, but there are only 2,000 investors who have stayed through the period of 30 years.
Wow.
Now, the fund has created that kind of a return, has 1 million plus investors, but there are only 2,000 investors who stayed through the entire journey.
Wow.
Now, this is where the role of the advisor is.
This is where, and also events like this, hopefully, where people learn about the immense value of holding for the long term. I do have a question about the landscape. You want to make
before
a point
that, on SIPs, right, and the distributor. Right, the distributor, mostly the responsible distributors today only do goal-based SIP. And this is a live example. One of the big distributors in Delhi, I met him. They do only goal-based SIP, and they've got 300 RM sitting over there. So when a customer says, and every SIP is with a goal. It is either my daughter's education SIP, my son's marriage SIP, my retirement SIP, etc., etc. When a guy asks for redemption, it is scripted for the relationship manager. When a guy asks for redemption, he is asked, sir, kahan se nikalu? Do I remove from your retirement plan or do I remove from your son's education? Invariably, the redemption stops. Right, so the distributors have become, if you see the behaviorally of the SIPs, as Sandeep pointed out, the distributor-backed SIPs are much more because there is a knowledgeable person sitting in between.
So you've spoken about the experience at the ground level for these distributors, and I think you have insight on that. So I would encourage you to give our audience some flavor of that, because we don't often speak about these technical details of the mutual fund industry. I'm sure some of my audience is aware. But you're talking about B30, beyond 30 cities, as it's called by the industry. And the regulator, again, you give credit at the start. I think you can give credit again. It is incentivizing the mutual fund industry to go out and sell in these B30 cities. It's going out and incentivizing, saying that you can, AMFI as a body is facilitating that, to say that you should go and sell to first-time women investors. But I just want you to give us a sense of what the experience currently in 2025 is in the much smaller towns and cities, because frankly the contribution from these cities is much, much more than it was even 1 year or 2 years back. Talk about some numbers here.
No, it's very interesting. B30 was introduced in 2012. Then from my point of view, the relevance of B30 is over, because today as industry we are working in B300. Okay. As recently as industry, we opened our first branch in Leh. Wow. Now it's gone to that level that I think today in Leh you have only 8,000 investors, but the branch is being opened. So that tells you industry itself, and I think we need to give credit to all of the industry players, some of the industry players, Nimesh firm, our firm, and some of the other colleagues, who've been there for so many years and having 200, 300 branches. We know as a matter of fact, initially you will not get business. We know as a matter of fact, initially these branches may be in losses for some point of time. But the point, the way we see it is, the entire story of India story, when you are, all the panelists who come to your channel every time, they talk of the India story is happening basically in the smaller cities. You say bikes are being sold there, the Colgates are being sold there, the Cokes are being sold there, everything is happening there. If the wealth is getting generated there, the biggest beneficiary of that is going to be the mutual fund industry. But we need to have patience. So what is happening if you move from B30 to what has happened now, the number of investors, I'm not talking about AEM, more investors are coming from smaller cities and towns. More sticky SIPs are coming from smaller cities and towns. And if you go to Google search, you check up from which cities mutual funds are being searched. Out of the top 10 cities, you'll be shocked to see cities, the names you will never expect them.
For example?
No, could be smaller cities, could be in Bihar, could be UP. These are the cities, I don't want to call my city Chandigarh a smaller city, that also pays in top 10, But the point what I'm trying to make is, our traditional thinking tells us it was Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore. Yes. So this is how the landscape is changing. And also, recently the regulator has also started something to do with the women investors.
Yes.
More women investors are coming from smaller cities and towns. So it's a changing landscape. We may not be able to figure out what is happening sitting in BKC, but on ground, actually the industry is changing, and it's changing in the smaller cities and towns.
You want to add any insights, for example, for your firm?
Digital has changed everything. The availability of the products in the smaller towns, whether there are distributors in smaller towns or not, money is coming from everywhere digitally. Everybody is equal. So I don't see it as B30, T30. I won't know the difference also. Wherever there are bank deposits, open a branch.
Okay. So let me ask you this then. A lot of headlines were devoted to the micro SIP and the potential that it has. Since we're talking about SIPs and we keep coming back to that topic, do you think that this could be a game changer? Do you think it's required? Only asking because I'm just wondering, and you may be having the insight to this, what per SIP value would be. There are people that can afford more than 500. I'm just saying, it requires awareness. You don't necessarily have the ability to spend 250 and not more than that. You can spend 500.
Today, digitally, it does not matter whether, once upon a time, we used to tell there was so much paperwork involved that we would say that 100 rupees SIP, we had in 2007 also 100 rupees SIP. But 100 rupees SIP was, we were talking whether it is worthwhile or not, right? So when I joined the ICICI Prudential, there was a 100 rupees SIP in ICICI Prudential, even in 2007. So, issue is that with digital, it does not matter, right? At that time, I used to see 1,200, I make 12 rupees a year. And how much do I spend on the paperwork? I remember Sandeep raising up the issue that we are selling an annual report which nobody reads, etc. The regulator has again made everything so digital. that today I don't mind taking 1200 rupees. I used to have an issue in 2007 that is a loss-making proposition. In 2007, collecting 100 rupees was a loss-making proposition. Today it is okay because everything is digital. So whatever is coming is okay.
Let me, let's see it a little differently. The SIP which has 2 choti SIP, 250 SIP, it's not from the value point of view. I think what the regulator is trying to do is basically trying to break that mental mindset that mutual funds are not for elite. Mutual funds are not for bigger cities and towns. That's the way you should see it. So today the average size of the industry.
So it's not about affordability.
It's not about affordability. So let's take it. I think as Damesh mentioned, we've been having SIPs at 100 rupees, 500 rupees. But today the average SIP size for the industry, and let's take it as an average, is about 2,500. Almost 3,000. So it is not that people stick to the minimum number. It is a sachetization of SIPs where what you're trying to say is just pehli baar aa to jao usme. That is the key thing. And once you are into it, and the beauty is, the biggest addiction in life is wealth creation. Once you create wealth through any product, you get hooked to it. And there cannot be better product than mutual funds for that.
Yeah, and they say the first crore is a milestone that you should reach, and then the consolidation and the growth that you have beyond that is amazing. Since we're talking about elite products, or we're talking about the mutual fund industry, the new product everyone's talking about is SIF. And the question that I have is, and you can both talk about it and tell me what you think. Is there not enough in the mutual fund industry currently that requires a SIP? I'm asking a question from the other side of the table. I know the answer, but I'm just asking.
See, this has been jointly created. The regulator took a lot of feedback from the industry before creating this product. It uses a lot of derivatives, right? And for risk management, etc. So the person needs to understand the product, right? The person who's buying it, the person who's distributing it, and the person who's manufacturing it. All three have to understand the product well. It has got technicalities in that. So maybe a person who understands the technicalities should buy that product.
Sure.
Or if it is used, if we can convince the distributor, and distributor understands that this has been used, it need not be high risk. It is just because it is in SIF, it does not mean it is a high risk product.
Sure.
Because it can also be used to manage risk. A product in SIF can have lower risk than the mutual fund part also.
Which is why
but since derivatives are used, and people should understand it better, that is why it is being put as SIF.
Yeah, which is why a lot of industry players are launching the hybrid long-short funds first, because they want to launch a product that will curtail the risk first before they launch. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is my interpretation.
So let me, just to, in the interest of taking the conversation forward and making it a little different, I have a little different view on it. I think your question, did the industry need it? I think I'm putting it the other way around. Why do we always think what the industry needs? We should see everything from the investor's point of view. Okay. Does the investor need it or not? So, so let's take this industry was always active. There was a question, does the investor need passive? So, and at that point of time, we used to think, no, active is so good, everybody can create so much alpha. But if the investor needs it, today the reality is passive is growing very fast. I'm not saying faster than the active. Similarly, there is a certain set of investors who want a complicated product like this. So I think we have to start changing the narrative. It is not about what the AMCs want. It is what the investor wants. And there are different set of investors who want different things. Some investors will want a risky or a sophisticated product like SIF. Some will like the most boring product like a passive fund or ETF. And there's some smart people will like smart active funds.
Okay, that's a very well answered, a very good answer. Let me ask you to sum this conversation up, and we're going to look a little bit into the horizon just to end this conversation for the industry. And I am asking both of you, knowing that you all are among the biggest players in the industry. Funnily enough, I read this headline, is the mutual fund industry in India getting a little overcrowded with more people coming in? And I know for a fact that the number of mutual funds in the US is many-fold higher than in India. As the largest couple of AMCs controlling the kind of assets under management that you do you think that there's going to be more consolidation with the larger players taking more share? Or do you think that competition in the space with new players coming in is going to change the way that people approach investing? And how do you see the landscape change, in your opinion?
I feel the market is infinite, right? I said what is the market. So market is infinite. There is huge amount of money in the country. as the country grows, a lot of traditional products will get converted into capital market products. So this industry, more people, there will be niche players, there will be all India players, there will be all kind of players. So more players are welcome. In fact, there should be more players, and I don't see it as competition. Frankly, we all are good friends, and this I'm not saying in this one, because there is enough, there is more execution. Suppose he has got a branch in Leh, and tomorrow I open a branch in Leh, right? His business will only increase because more people are making people aware. Right, so it is. We don't see it as competition. In fact, we want more fund houses to come in the town that we are there. The business only increases. Okay. Right, so there it is not, and here you don't require much capital also. Right, it requires expertise. Niche players will bring in their own expertise, which the existing players won't have. They will bring innovation also more. So it's okay. We should have more players.
Do you foresee a time in the next decade where India has 400 plus mutual funds?
So I think I agree. I mean, India has future for many AMCs, but I want to flip it also the other way around. India has great future. Many more AMCs can come. US has 4,000. India could be 400.
Yes.
I think, but it's very important for everyone to understand what game you are playing. We have to also understand the fact that I think 17 largest foreign names, the biggest of the names in the world, have exited India. So what that tells you, potential is there, potential was there, potential will remain there. Key is execution. And you need to know your investor and create value. All of us you introduce are big fund houses. We were also very small 15 years, 20 years back. But as long as you're creating value and you're executing well, and you have the patience to go to small cities and towns, I think you can succeed. I think more the merrier for us.
Absolutely. And this is one industry where it's very clear that when they succeed, the investor also succeeds. So put your hands together for for the success story that they represent also. If we can get the mementos, I can hand them over to thank them.
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है। और रहमान
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm not a royal. Please make your way to the stage. And Vikram and Hiral will be conducting this session. Please, both of you.
Festivities that began with the announcement of the GST reforms. Now, the consumption story at one hand, but here we're talking about the unlocking of demand in a huge way. And to be able to see how it's going to pan out, because it's the stock markets that are euphoric about the possibilities that could unfold because of this. But indeed, when you talk about what's happening on the ground, the pass-through, and of course different sectors are responding differently to the GST 2.0 reforms, at least so far, going by the data that has happened. So how differently is it for the discretionaries, the staples, and indeed for the luxury space as well? Because I imagine there is a difference, but how soon can we expect it? How much is the lag? All of that we are doing a status check on, aren't we, Hiral?
Absolutely. And you know, the best is to understand who is riding the wave how. I think let's welcome in all our guests over here. You know, we have, put your hands together for Mayank Shah, Vice President of Parle Products. We have Mohit Sood as well, who's joining us, who's the President of Unitary Cooling Products at Blue Star, and Rumit Dugar, who's joining us from Bluestone. I think we're covering all aspects over here, from consumer durables to FMCG and some bit of luxury as well. I think, you know, let me first come and ask this question to Mohit. How is the Josh on the ground? Because, you know, all your car dealers have been talking about, we've sold probably 10 cars in 2 minutes. We've sold probably 50 bikes in X number of minutes. What is the Josh on the ground looking like for a consumer durable company?
Okay, so I don't have the kind of number that some of the car, companies have been doling out. But I think if you just simply look at the period of 22nd to 30th, do we have double-digit growth? The answer is yes, right? Very short period of time, but clearly is a little bit of a crystal ball into the future. So very positive. Of course, a lot depends between now and Diwali. But hi, sir, is the answer.
So bigger baskets now, footfalls are growing. Is that actually happening? Are you actually seeing that happen already? Because a lot of data is suggesting that it's taking a bit of time.
Yeah. So I think if I look at consumer durables specifically and maybe air conditioners specifically, it is seasonal, right? The reality is that it is seasonal. So will we see the kind of uptick that some of the other more festive-led categories will see? The answer is no. But the pent-up demand between August 15th and September 22nd, where people kind of held back purchases, I think that's back, and that's back with a bang. So I think retailers are seeing it, manufacturers are seeing it. So the answer is yes.
Okay.
In fact, you know, I'll take another question with you, but before that, let me go to Mayank. You know, Mayank, we're talking about festivities right now. The question when GST was cut was, that consumers had was, kya packet size chota hoega? Grammage kam ho jayega? Ki sachi mein price kam hoega? Now, that was the major question that consumers had. What has happened on ground? Because when we talk to a lot of dealers and distributors, the translation is something which probably has taken time, and I'm sure it's because of systems as well. What is on-ground reality?
Well, so as you rightly said, you know, there is a bit of confusion, as we say, and as we speak about, you know, GST2. It has taken a bit of time for transition to happen. However, the entire transition is happening in two phases. The first phase is, one needs to understand how typically, you know, FMCG companies work. They work with a lead time of almost about 1.5 to 2 months. So sitting today, I would be planning for what I would be producing in December. Now that's the kind of lead time I have when I talk about, you know, production and those kind of things. So if I have to make any change, let's say even if I want to make, you know, a biscuit more or less, or if I want to increase 1 rupee or 2 rupee to my pack, I cannot do it. Given that, and given that the date which was given by government was 22nd by when, you know, companies were supposed to be compliant with the lower GST, it was difficult. So we somehow managed, and government also helped in terms of, you know, some relaxation that you can have old MRP and you can, you know, inkjet the new one and all those. So the first phase of transition is where we are seeing lower MRPs. Now that would continue for bigger packs, but for smaller packs where it's difficult, so a 5 rupee goes to 4 rupee 50 paisa, or a 10 rupee pack goes to 9 rupees. And those are the packs which contribute almost about 60 to 70%, 2/3 of the market is, you know, in those price points when you talk about FMCG products, most of FMCG categories. In a scenario like that, it takes a bit of time for any FMCG company to to move or do transition. It takes typically about 1.5 months. So mostly from November end to December is when you will start seeing the new packs coming in with, let's say, higher weights and stuff like that. Currently what's happening is that almost all lower MRP packs, or LUPs as we call them, you would see them at non-standard price points, and they would continue till probably about November end or December, post which you will start seeing regular price points.
But I wanted to ask, overall, when you heard about the new reforms and how it's going to roll out and what the government expects of you as well, as a company, what were your expectations? You must have done an assessment at that time. How is it going to reflect on your margins? How does that change the competitive landscape as well? Because your moot strategy is going to be your pricing mechanism over here. Now, how does that entirely change the picture, as it were, in terms of where you position your products in a market that's already flooded with other products, right? The competition landscape in your space, in FMCG, is very strong.
Yeah. So... So competitively, I think, it is going to make a difference because when we talk about possibilities with the kind of GST reduction that government has provided are huge. While, immediately, if I am talking about the next 6 months, since government has made it mandatory to pass back the GST, reduction, you will see a flat reduction of, whatever you have saved happening, and that would probably put almost all companies at par or whatever their competitive, relative positions were prior to this. Post that, it's going to be, challenging. Post 6 months, when companies probably would have a freedom of, revising the rates, largely also because of the inflation and other things, is when you will see competitive intensity increasing. Depending on which company decides to pass back or continue passing back how much.
So you haven't planned that far yet?
It would be depending on how, the competitive intensity at that time would be. Depending on what competition would be doing, a lot would depend on that.
So I think the question from here comes to Rumit, because we're talking of people who save, right? FMCG, yes, probably you'll not see a lot of savings. Cooling products, probably people will save. Are you seeing that money that is being saved by consumers become your demand? Because you're talking about a product which is luxury, and gold is not supporting your business right now, right? And you're talking about that dilemma whether I should buy real diamonds or should I buy lab-grown diamonds. Where are you in this entire scenario right now?
See, we are counting on Indian women and gold, right? So you can never go wrong with that. Look, I mean, we are looking at the gold price for, let's say, last month or so. But if you see over the last 2 years, 3 years, the price move has been quite substantial. Yeah. And even then, the industry growth has been pretty robust. So the way the consumer outlook and consumer behavior is, it's a very incrementally, it's becoming a more ticket size based behavior, where if it's your anniversary, birthday, and you have a ticket size of, let's say, 50,000, you will go and spend that 50,000, right? So maybe you will get smaller ring, a different type of ring, lower grammage, but that's more an outcome. But I think consumers are having a ticket size based behavior, and I think that is what has been reflecting in industry growth.
So what you're saying is the consumption pattern is now mirroring what's happening in the FMCG space, where small packets are selling. I think it's a world where I think from the HULs to parlays will say that, our 1 rupee packs, 5 rupee packs, these are the ones which are giving us volumes. That's what Mayank was mentioning. If that's the kind of market, Rumit, you're looking at, let's take into consideration, someone who's seeing growth, and you're talking of value-led growth versus volume-led growth. You mentioned growth has been good. Where is the growth coming from?
So, see, in jewelry, the ticket size is a very relative term, right? Because you could have a budget of 50,000, and for you it is a high AOV, high discretionary price point, and somebody could be spending 5 lakhs of AOV, and for them that might be okay, right? So So I think AOV is a very relative kind of term, especially in this category, because the category is so large. And it caters to different types of consumers, right? So demand-wise, I think there is demand across the board, across price points, and I think price point relevance is coming more from the fact in terms of how consumption pattern of jewelry is changing. So if you looked at jewelry, let's say 15, 20, 25 years back, it was largely jewelry for the locker, right? Heavy pieces, etc., which you would not wear. But slowly, it's women also want to wear, right? What they have bought, and thus they want to expand their selection in their wardrobes. So there is that transition slowly that is happening from jewelry for the locker to jewelry for the wardrobe, and that is where we kind of play in.
So overall, I was just wondering whether the GST reforms are good for your businesses or not. Are they actually something that you're looking forward to? Because the other way of looking at it is that if you're going to save that much more, then you're also going to invest, because now look at the way the markets are moving, look at the IPOs. You know, what are you going to do with what you're saving right now? And that's a strategy. And people are rethinking what they're doing with their money. So in terms of the GST reforms, do you think this is good for your business? Is it eventually going to show in stronger balance sheets? It's going to push up your profitability?
Okay, so simple answer, yes. But the way I see it, it's not so much a profit lever, but more a revenue and penetration lever.
Okay.
Right? So if you take ACs, for example, penetration is about 7-8%, depending on what source, right? The country is getting hotter, the country is getting richer. AC is now almost a necessity, if I may say it, right? After a very long period of time, a very tangible drop in price has come, right? Anybody who's going to invest 40,000 rupees in AC can see a very tangible 3,000 to 4,000 rupee drop in price, right? And price is always a great lever for underpenetrated consumer categories, right? FMCG is the example, but that's as true for something like AC. So is GST going to help? Definitely yes. Why? New users to the category, volume uptick, and greater penetration. I mean, the margins will follow, but I think fundamentally it's a great consumer driver.
In fact, to take this point forward, we are talking about the penetration and tier 2, tier 3 cities becomes important. In fact, the previous panel also mentioned SIPs of 100 rupees, 200 rupees, and the reason why the regulator is doing that is to see that penetration happens. Let's take that conversation forward here. What is the shift in trend that you're seeing when it comes to penetration? Because all this while, everyone is talking about growth from the rural markets. Urban market growth is yet to pick up. Are you seeing any change in terms of trends, Mayank?
Well, so for a good amount of FMCG categories, I think, penetration is something that's already given now. It's about the consumption. A little different from durables, where, we are talking about benchmarking our consumptions with the Western world. So while, most processed food categories or FMCG categories may have good penetration, but if we really compare our per capita consumption compared to the Western world, we are still, way behind them. And that's where, the next growth or next leg of growth will come from. So the way GST reforms or other reduction in GST or GST 2.0 is going to help us is that it's going to increase the disposable income in the hands of the consumers. They're going to buy more of it. They have that's indirect increase in their income, and that's what they are going to spend on multiple things, which would also include FMCG. A fair share of that would also come to FMCG, and that's what I think most FMCG companies are banking on. So the next lever of growth is going to be driving the consumption, given the penetration is already there.
And to add to that, just one question with Rumit. Are you seeing a shift in trend? Because here we are talking about penetration that's happened in tier 2, tier 3 cities already. You spoke about ticket size. Are you seeing aspirational buyers coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities? And is that a market that a company like yours wants to cater to?
So look, jewelry is again a very interesting category because if you look at the size, it's about $80-90 billion category, which is massive. So at an absolute jewelry level, India has good penetration, right? But when we go to tier 2, tier 3 markets, what we see is the product market gap is very large, right? So the consumer there is aspirational. The consumer there is on digital platforms, looking at trends, designs, etc. And they want to buy from brands. They want to buy new designs, new products. And when we enter some of those markets, we see very, very strong adoption because there is a massive product market gap. So I don't think it's so much tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. It's about, at least for us, it's about whether you are able to address that product market gap, which we think is still very, very large in our category.
So how much of investments are you making in creating touch points right now? I'm just wondering because in terms of the digital play, for you, this touch point is very important. And though you're talking about this uptake that, people will go through a lot of websites, they'll know what they want, but they want to try it out. Has that really changed your game at all, your strategy in terms of, because real estate is so expensive. And I don't know how many stores you've opened in recent times, but give us an indication of how this changes the dynamic of your industry.
So again, in this category, something very interesting that we are bringing to the table is, unlike all consumer categories, whether you're in a digital world or a physical world, you can actually go and browse, right? And you're not forced to buy. Typically in jewelry as a category, it's a over-the-counter kind of experience, which was there 40 years back in every category. It's a high-pressure environment and all of that. And consumers are experiencing every category online and offline in a free browsing, no pressure, interact with the product. But in jewelry, you can't do that. You can't create that kind of aisle experience in a store. And thus, what we are seeing is very, very strong adoption of digital, which allows women, men also, to browse freely, experience the product, but they still want to touch and feel. And thus omni-channel is the perfect experience where you use different channel for different purposes. And you rightly said it's also an experience category. You want to touch and feel it and you want to enjoy the pleasure of buying.
Correct.
It is like also buying a car, right? You'll never click a buy now button, right? Although you may make up your mind.
But is AI helping bridge that gap that is required?
So I think presenting jewelry online, so it's unlike again other categories, you just can't create a photo or take a photo and present it online. It doesn't look very good. It's not very engaging. It's not a specification based product. You need to make somebody fall in love with that product or the design.
But so there is like looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, okay, you don't have this product right now. And this has happened actually to friends who've gone to one of your stores and you don't have the product, but they will be able to show how this kind of product will look on you. So I'm just wondering how innovation is coming through even at these experience stores.
So absolutely. Innovation will come at all levels, right? In terms of how you engage with the product, in terms of the relevance of the products. For example, we use a lot of AI and machine learning in the way we merchandise our stores. And we take a lot of data in terms of traffic and what people are browsing online, how much time they're spending on that product. And thus, that is a product that should ideally make it to the store, right?
So you're making those decisions based on that data?
Yes, absolutely. So we don't have merchandisers in the company. We run more than 290 stores. And we have no merchandiser who decides this product should go in that store. It's all algorithm and machine learning driven, which is looking at various data points.
No, so to add to this, what about try-at-home facilities? Because a lot of jewelers, specifically when it comes to low ticket size products, are following a model where you send jewelry home. Is that something which is sustainable, number one, and doable?
See, it's absolutely doable. I think the way to think about this category is not in context of breaking it down through channels, right? Like, okay, this is online, this is offline, this is try at home. It's one integrated experience.
It's an important purchase, it's a high value purchase, and you want to create the best customer experience for the customer. So whatever works for them and the way they want to use any of the channels, you have to allow them to use those channels freely.
Okay, and this strategy I think applies across categories, right?
Yes.
When I come to even consumer durables, how is that omni-channel presence helping, a company like yours grow, number one? And two, for a company like Blue Star, what happens is you're talking about a lot of after-sales service that has to happen. So how do you solve for those challenges as well? Because right now you're talking about a surge in demand. Two, you're letting people probably buy at huge discounts online. And then the shebang follows.
Okay, so I think in any large durable category, any large appliance category, it's a very non-linear shopper journey, right? You might research online, buy offline. You might research offline, buy online, right? So there is no path to purchase, or there's no clear shopper path to purchase. It's all a big tangle, right? So I think being available everywhere is just fundamental and basic, right? I think the trick is for retailers or manufacturers to kind of take the shopper through this purchase and journey of choice, right? Yeah. Because it's a first time buy, right? She's not sure, or the family is not sure what AC to buy, how much does it cost, what's cost of after sales service, what's cost of installation, AMC. So it's there's lots of stuff that you need to teach her, and almost how to put it, you need to open up for her, right? So availability across channels, touch points, and taking the purchase, the family through the position is almost key. It's fundamental, and whoever does it well,
so
I think
is what I was
wins.
meaning, that when you're talking about the new GST structure, the new reforms, that perhaps is going to stimulate people into a buying decision for a consumer durable. But I'm just wondering, when you give out this kind of information, because there are electricity costs to consider, there are all of those permutations and combinations when you consider a certain product over others, would that change their mind? Because the GST reduction, like you said, would be this much, but the other costs involved are about these many. So that kind of, at a company level, how much does it change for you? And at a consumption level, does it actually materialize into real gains?
Okay, so I think almost connecting back to your previous question, there are two Indias today, right? There is, if I call it, there's the Sandra from Bandra, and there's the Geeta from Gorakhpur, right?
Who from Gorakhpur again?
Sandra from Bandra and Geeta from Gorakhpur.
Geeta from Gorakhpur, got it.
Right? This is off Damodar Mal's supermarket wala. But I think the amazing thing is that Geeta from Gorakhpur has aspirations no lesser than Sandra from Bandra, right? So reality is consumption. India is getting richer. The world is getting hotter. And prices are coming down, right? So it's almost like the perfect storm for growth, right? Because whenever you give access through any large ticket size item, volume's bound to come, right? And very confident of the profits, because with volume you get scale, with scale you get savings and you get profit. So I think.
But do margins get squeezed?
I don't think margins will get squeezed. I think margins will remain constant. We won't see an uptick in margins because of GST, but I think the volumes will really give you scale, right?
You agree? Margins don't get squeezed?
No, in fact, they would improve, because I think some of your fixed cost, they get apportioned very well. So
your economies of scale come to play, right?
So are coming into play. And is this... just go on.
No, okay. So my question to this was, all of this we're talking from a boost perspective, from a domestic market side of you, right? The reason the government came up with these reforms was tariffs.
Right.
To tread with what happens on US tariffs.
Absolutely.
So far, we conversations still continue. I think no one better than Rumik that I should ask you this. How are you dealing with that aspect? Do you think the domestic growth story will be able to tide the wave of the impact US tariffs could have?
See, I think all of us are largely focused on the Indian domestic market, right? And I think...
No, maybe from an industry perspective.
Look, I think from an industry perspective, see, the industry is quite large, and different parts of industry will have different kind of markets and problem statements. For us, we are largely, in fact, 100% India focused. I think this whole tariff noise is actually translating more at the asset prices level, especially at least in our context in how gold prices have been kind of moving, which has got like multiple variables, right? And tariffs is kind of one of them.
But now Diwali being the consumption season, I'm just saying that for the festivities, in terms of strategy, marketing strategies as well, how has that push been from your side to be able to latch on to the opportunity that has presented itself? Yes, tariffs, yes, GST reforms, but how does that really alter your approach to how to best make use of the situation that has been presented to you? Have you made any tangible changes in your strategies? And if so, what are they?
I think very simply put, given how seasonal a category ACs are, you typically tend to advertise only pre-summer, right? But I think we've taken a call because this is such a tangible consumer vector of growth to bring back advertising dollars during this season, right? Something that we've not done in the past, right? You typically tend to put all your advertising dollars right before summer, before the load-in equivalent. But this is such a great consumption opportunity that we have put some money into demand generation.
That's excellent. For you?
Yeah, see, typically festive seasons, augur very well for demand for FMCG products, and this would only act as a catalyst. So, in fact, most FMCG companies have increased their advertising spends. This is like double bonanza. You anyways were banking on, given that we had good monsoons and we were expecting, good demand. We've seen urban recovery happening, revival in demand in urban India in last few months. So we were expecting good demand. Add to it this GST booster. So most companies, I would say FMCG, have gone all out in terms of advertising and stuff like that. You will see that happening.
Like Sone Pe Suhaga.
Sone Pe Suhaga. And Rumit, one word from you. How would you describe this festive season for your business?
No, we always look forward to the festive season. We have a lot of seasonality in our business, of course, and the natural A&P, etc., is kind of reflects that seasonality. It's not so much driven by GST or anything, but just the natural seasonality that is there in our business.
So, I mean, obviously nothing changes too much as far as your business is concerned. That demand, like you said, women are always going to want great jewelry, and that doesn't change. So, good for you. But thank you very much. This gives us great insights.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us on this panel, because we're talking about insights from the consumer durable space, the FMCG space, and something which is luxury, which all of we women like. I think you're wearing a stud as well, so I think you're one of the prospects as well. So
good. Thank you very much
for joining us.
Thank you for very happy Diwali.
Thank you. Happy Diwali.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah.
Let's take a picture.
Yeah.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
NDTV Good Times is something that we're supremely excited about.
We just don't want to do live entertainment. We want to create experience for you.
And NDTV Good Times is one of the most marquee and iconic ideas that NDTV came up with.
मेरा जो रिश्ता है एनडीटीवी के साथ वो बहुत बहुत पुराना है।
सोनू निगम के लिए जोरदार तालियां।
Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
Profit Tamanna and Namdar, please join us on screen.
Hello. So the thing about Vijay Kedia is he knows how to belt out the hits. Now, वो एक हिट मशीन होती है ना, सो वो है केडिया जी. और मैं आपकी सिर्फ सिंगिंग की बात नहीं कर रही हूँ. I'm talking about the stock picks. And not just stock picks. आजकल केडिया जी का ध्यान सिर्फ लिस्टेड स्पेस में नहीं है, अनलिस्टेड स्पेस में भी है, तो हम उसकी भी थोड़ी बात करेंगे. But first of all, welcome Kedia ji. Thank you so much for joining us on NDTV Profit Ignite, the Diwali edition. And in true style, you've kicked off the festivities. मुझे बताया कि इस वक्त मार्केट में अंदर से वो फेस्टिव फीलिंग आ रही है या थोड़ा ऊपर से लगाना पड़ रहा है?
तो धन्यवाद, thank you very much for inviting me here on this auspicious month of Diwali, and it is always nice to getting interviewed, by Tamanna. तो आपका क्वेश्चन ये है कि मार्केट में मेरे को लगता है कि बड़ा सा मिक्स ट्रेंड चल रहा है मार्केट के अंदर में. तो 3 साल हम लोगों ने 3 साल से दिवाली मना रहे हैं. 2021, 2022, 2023 और 2024 के हाफ तक हम लोगों ने बहुत बड़ी दिवाली हम लोगों ने मनाई है. सो दिस मार्केट इज इन ए कंसोलिडेशन फेज थोड़ा चल रहा है, जो हो सकता है थोड़े टाइम और ये मार्केट चलेगा. तो उसके बाद में और तो हो सकता है अगले साल कुछ आसार, कुछ अच्छा सूरज निकले.
नहीं, लेकिन परेशानी क्या है? अगर आप देखें, एक इन्वेस्टर की तरफ से सरकार ने जीएसटी का रिफॉर्म कर दिया है. You have a sense that quarterly results are going to be better. ट्रेड वॉर को लेकर जो परेशानी थी वो भी थोड़ी कम ही हो रही. अब देखते हैं टैरिफ्स का क्या होता है. कंजम्पशन बढ़ रहा है, आरबीआई साथ दे रहा है, इंटरेस्ट रेट घट रहे हैं, बट नथिंग सीम्स टू बी मूविंग मार्केट्स. व्हाई डू यू थिंक सो?
तो उसका मेरे ख्याल से कारण ये होगा कि शायद जो भी बातें जो आपने बोली है,
आप पानी
नहीं, जो भी अभी टाइम हो गया 7 PM अभी.
नॉट पानी का टाइम, ग्रीन टी.
तो नहीं, 7 PM हंसे क्यों भाई, पानी भी 7 PM के बाद पी सकते हैं, ऐसा नहीं. तो झांकी रही भावना जैसी, प्रभु सूरत तीन देख ही तैसी. जिनके मन में जो था उन्होंने उसी हिसाब से उस वाक्य को पकड़ा. तो सॉरी. तो ऐसा मेरे को लगता है ना कि सारी चीजें ऑलरेडी ऐसे मार्केट ऐसा बता रहा है कि ऑलरेडी डिस्काउंटेड है. देखिए, मार्केट तभी जब बढ़ता है जब मार्केट में कोई सरप्राइज हो मार्केट के अंदर में. तो अभी जो आप बातें बोल रहे हैं, अर्निंग आ रही है, वैसे भी अर्निंग भी बड़ी मिक्स है. ऐसा नहीं कि हर कंपनियों की अर्निंग बहुत ही अच्छी, कोई बहुत तोड़फोड़ वाली अर्निंग आ रही है, ऐसा कहीं कुछ नहीं हो रहा है ऐसा. और जीएसटी वगैरह के रिफॉर्म्स आए हैं, ठीक है, वो ऑफ कोर्स ये बहुत लॉन्ग पेंडिंग रिफॉर्म्स थे जो आए हैं. उसका अभी फर्क पड़ना चालू होएगा, समझिए इस क्वार्टर में फर्क पड़ेगा जब सेल. एक जगह मैंने पढ़ा कि इस बार वेडिंग का जो सीजन जो आने वाली है, जो भी नवंबर के बाद में फरवरी तक जो भी लोग ये फंसने वाले हैं इसके अंदर में, नहीं फंसने वाले हैं, शादी करने वाले हैं, मतलब जो मैं वो मार्केट बोलता है 12-14 लाख करोड़ रुपया का इस बार वो वेडिंग पे खर्चा होने वाला है. सोचिए, तो वो एकदम अलग ही आयाम के अंदर में 12-14 लाख करोड़ रुपया लोग.
नहीं, तो यही बात है. ऐसा लग रहा है कि हर कोई कहीं पे खर्चा कर रहा है सिवाय मार्केट के. आईपीओ में खूब सारा पैसा आ रहा है, गाड़ियां खूब बिक रही है, वेडिंग सीजन खूब अच्छा चल रहा है, लाइक यू आर सेइंग, बट इट्स नॉट शोइंग इन द मार्केट. सो आई एम वंडरिंग इफ देयर इज नाउ अ डिस्कनेक्ट between the real economy and what's happening in the markets. Is it a valuation issue? प्राइवेट इक्विटी स्पेस में ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट चला गया है, ऐसा क्यों है?
नहीं, बिकॉज आई डोंट थिंक देयर इज एनी डिस्कनेक्ट बिटवीन द मार्केट प्राइस एंड वॉट एवर इज हैपनिंग इन द इकोनॉमी. आई थिंक इट इज ऑलरेडी इन द प्राइस. स्टॉक्स आर नॉट चीप. अभी मार्केट के अंदर में क्या हो गया, एज यू सेड कि ऑफ कोर्स लोगों का प्राइवेट इक्विटी में भी ध्यान चला गया है। लोग आईपीओ में देखिए क्या पागलपन चल रहा है आईपीओ के अंदर में।
आप इसको पागलपन मानते हैं?
अरे 100% पागलपन है भाई। जिसको थोड़े दिन में आप देखेंगे वो मुच्छड़ पान वाला वो भी आईपीओ लेकर आ जाएगा। वही बोलेगा मेरे 4 पान की दुकान है, 4 और मेरे को खोलनी है और 8 मेरे को नेटवर्क हो, वो भी एआई से मैं पान बनाऊंगा, डीप टेक लगाऊंगा उसके अंदर में। वो 2-4 शब्द लगा देगा, डेटा सेंटर में मेरा पान जाता है। वो तो ये बोलने वाला आपको कि जितने भी डेटा सेंटर है टीसीएस खोला उसमें सबके खाई के पान बनारस वाला, मेरा ही पान जाने वाला उसमें। तो
और अच्छा वो आईपीओ ओवर सब्सक्राइब होगा कि नहीं?
अरे वो 100 टाइम्स ओवर सब्सक्राइब होगा भाई। जितने पान खाने वाले वो भी करेंगे, जो नहीं खाने वाले वो भी करेंगे उसके अंदर में। अभी यही हो रहा है ना, देखिए कैसे कैसे सब्सक्राइब हो रहे हैं, बाद में 30% डाउन, 40% डाउन, 50% डाउन।
इसके लिए आप किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? मर्चेंट बैंकर को, कंपनी जो पैसे उठा रही है, या जो लोग पैसे डाल रहे हैं?
नहीं, ऑफ कोर्स मैं तो बोलूंगा जो लोग पैसे डाल रहे हैं। मर्चेंट बैंकर का काम है, देखिए वकील अगर झूठ बोल के भी किसी को बचाता है तो वो वकील है, उसका वकालत करना उसका काम है अपने उसके अंदर में। तो मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा मर्चेंट बैंकर झूठ बोलते, उसका काम है बैंकिंग करना। वो बेचारा अपना काम कर रहा है। यात्रीगण अपने सामान की रक्षा खुद करे, वो रेलवे में लिखा रहता है। आप अपना सामान इधर उधर छोड़ देंगे, चले जाएंगे इधर घूमने के लिए, नीचे उतर जाएंगे पानी भरने के लिए, टॉयलेट चले जाएंगे, तो मालूम पड़ा कि सामान खाली ताला रह गया आपके पास में वहां पे। तो आपको अपनी रक्षा खुद करनी है मैडम, सिंपल एक ही बात है। तो जो लोग हैं, अभी सरकार दारू भी बेचती है, दारू पर एक्साइज भी लेती है और लिखा भी देती है कि शराब पीना हानिकारक है, तो भाई बेचते क्यों? तो बेचना उनका धंधा है, तो तुम वॉर्न क्यों करते हो? वॉर्न करना उनकी नैतिकता है। तो ये शेयर बाजार के अंदर में है। तो मर्चेंट बैंकर अपना काम कर रहा है। आप पैसा दे रहे हो तो मैं पान की दुकान लगाकर भी पैसा ले सकता हूं। देने वाले को मालूम होना चाहिए कि मैं ऐसा क्यों कर रहा हूं, अल्टीमेटली ये कहां पर जाकर इनको इसका बेनिफिट मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा। तो अभी तक तो क्या था ना कि जो भी हो रहा था सब नैया पार हो रही थी। अभी पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है कि ये आईपीओ के सब डाउन होने लग गए हैं। अभी जो शेयर्स है, ये लोगों को एक सीखने का बहुत बड़ा मौका मिलेगा। अभी ये जाकर थोड़ा सा लगता है, हो सकता है शायद ये थोड़ा सा कम होए।
तो फिर सवाल ये है, इफ यू आर सेइंग दैट मार्केट्स आर ओवर वैल्यूड, अब किसी को पैसा लगाना है वो कहां लगाए? इफ दे लुक एट द ब्लू चिप्स, ओवर वैल्यूड, मिड कैप, जो मिड कैप कहलाते हैं उनकी मार्केट कैप खूब बढ़ गई है, वैल्यूएशन जम नहीं रहे हैं। यहां कम से कम लगता है चलिए नए कंपनी में आपको कुछ मौका मिल सकता है, तो कहां लगाएं पैसा? क्योंकि आप जो चुनते हैं वो न्यूज में आ जाता है कि आपने किसी कंपनी में इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है, फिर उसका स्टॉक भागने लगता है। तो वो क्या एक फॉर्मूला है आपका जिसमें आप सिलेक्शन करते हैं?
नहीं, फॉर्मूला तो ऑफ कोर्स ऐसा नहीं है। मैं जो शेयर्स लेता हूं वो मालूम पड़ता है तो बढ़ भी जाते हैं और बाद में गिर भी जाते हैं वो कि जब वो बुखार उतरता है तो मालूम पड़ता है कि प्रैक्टिकलिटी क्या है। मैं भी राइट नहीं होता हूं, मेरे भी 10 में से 2-3 कॉल 4 कॉल मेरे भी रॉन्ग हो जाते हैं, बुरी तरह रॉन्ग होते हैं, ऐसी बात नहीं है। तो और तेजी बाजार में एवरीबडी इज ए जीनियस इन ए बुल मार्केट। तो बुल मार्केट मिलता रहा मेरे को तो मैं भी अपने आप को शाना समझता रहा कि हाँ ठीक है मैं भी शाना हूं। तो वो तो मार्केट सबसे बड़ा शाना मार्केट है मैडम, ये समझ के चलिए। तो सॉरी आपका क्वेश्चन क्या था कि
नहीं, तो आप चूज कैसे करते हैं? आप कह रहे हैं आईपीओ में पागलपंती है, मार्केट ओवर वैल्यूड है, सब कोई प्राइवेट इक्विटी में नहीं जा सकता है, सो हाउ डू यू चूज?
तो यही है ना कि देखिए यहाँ पर क्या कीचड़ में कमल खिलता है, बराबर बात है। तो आपको तो क्या है कि अभी मैं कोई फंड मैनेजर तो हूं नहीं कि मेरे को 200 कंपनियों का पोर्टफोलियो बनाना है या 500 कंपनियां मेरे को लेनी है। मेरे को 10-15 कंपनियों में इन्वेस्ट करने का मेरे को। तो मेरे को क्या कि 6000 कंपनियां हैं, मेरे को 1 या 2 ही कंपनी का मेरे को चुनाव करना। जो हम बात कर रहे हैं इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि सारी की सारी कंपनियां ओवर वैल्यूड है और सारी की सारी कंपनियां अंडर वैल्यूड है, ऐसा तो कुछ है नहीं मार्केट में। तो मेरे को एक स्टोरी, अच्छी स्टोरी एक मार्केट में चुननी है जिसका फ्यूचर, मार्केट गिरे तो भी ठीक है, मार्केट बढ़े तो भी ठीक है, साइडवेज हो तो भी ठीक है, यूफोरिया हो तो भी ठीक है, इस तरह का एक ऐसा मेरे को स्टोरी चुनने का है। तो वो ऐसा मार्केट में भी ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी आप चुन सकते हैं। ऐसा बात नहीं है कि ये सारे जितने शेयर लिस्टेड है सारे के सारे खराब है, ऐसा बोलने का। ये हम बात कर रहे हैं इंडेक्स वाइज कि अभी जो इंडेक्स है और जनरल एक जो ट्रेंड है वो मार्केट में भी कोई पैसा नहीं कमा रहा है। ये तो खाली इंडेक्स जो है आपका समझिए ऑल टाइम हाई के थोड़े आसपास 5-7% इधर उधर है और जनरल आदमी अभी मार्केट के अंदर में पैसा नहीं कमा रहा है। लेकिन अगर आप संयम अगर रखें और ठीक से करें, अगर छोड़ना ना करना सीख जाए कि मेरे कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट नहीं करना है मेरे को, तो 10 में से एक स्टोरी या 100 में से एक स्टोरी आपको मिलेगी इस मार्केट में भी।
आपको दिन में कितने प्रपोजल आते हैं कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट करने के?
हाँ, मैं तो वही सोचने वाला कि मैं कुर्ता उर्ता पहन के आया हूँ, ये मैं शादी वादी करा रही है तो आज करवा चौथ है भाई, क्या बात कर रही है
इन्वेस्ट करने के।
हाँ, तो थोड़ा सा क्लियर बोला कीजिए, पत्रकार हुआ वो तमन्ना के साथ मेरा ऐसे ही चलता है थोड़ा। तो नहीं मैम, प्रपोजल तो बहुत आते हैं, रोज एक प्रपोजल तो आ ही जाते होंगे, और लेकिन भाई मैं बोल देता हूँ मैं हूँ नहीं मैं मिलता ही नहीं हूँ मैं लोगों से, तो प्रपोजल बहुत आते हैं इसी
सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग प्रपोजल फॉर इन्वेस्टमेंट, अ कंपनी दैट यू फाउंड वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग एंड एक कंपनी जो आपको थोड़ी बेकार सी लगी कि ये क्या आइडिया है, दोनों बताइए।
नहीं देखिए, जैसे मैंने अभी एक कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट किया था 5-6 महीना पहले, साइबर सिक्योरिटी कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट किया था, अहमदाबाद की कंपनी है, और वो मेरे को अच्छा लगा, मेरे को प्रोमोटर भी अच्छे लगे, उनका बिजनेस प्लान भी अच्छा लगा, वो सेक्टर भी मेरे को अच्छा लगता है। वो कंपनी अभी लिस्ट हुई थोड़े दिन पहले, 10-15 दिन पहले लिस्ट हुई, तो लिस्ट होने के बाद में संयोग से भाव समझिए डबल ट्रिपल कुछ उसका खड़ा होगा, तो ये तो समझिए अच्छा है। और एक कंपनी मेरे पास में आई और वो बोलता है कि जैसे मैं वो आर्टिफिशियल पत्तियां जो होता है आर्टिफिशियल प्लांट, वो मैं बनाता हूँ, और 2-3 दुकानें होंगी उनकी, तो बोले वो आर्टिफिशियल प्लांट है उसका करता हूँ, मेरे को और सारी दुकानें खोलनी है, मेरे को इसका IPO लेकर आने का है। तो मैं बोला भाई अभी फूल पत्ती मारे, अरे ऐसा उसके धंधे के अगेंस्ट में कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन तो ऐसे भी प्रपोजल आते हैं। तो मैं बोला भाई मैं तो ये सब IPO का काम करता नहीं हूँ, सब IPO में इन्वेस्ट करता भी नहीं हूँ। तो ऐसे बहुत सारे प्रपोजल आते हैं। कोई आदमी आया जो उसमें एक मेरे को मिला कहीं पे, तो बोले मैंने 6-7 रेस्टोरेंट खोल रखी है मैंने, और वो भी सब और 6-7 रेस्टोरेंट खोल रखी है, और मेरा कोई 7-8 करोड़ का कुछ उसका टर्नओवर होगा साल का, उसको भी IPO लेकर आने का है, तो उसको भी अब जोमेटो बनने का है या मैकडोनल्ड बनने का है उसको भी अभी। तो ये इस तरह के प्रपोजल ऐसे बकवास आते हैं कि मैं कभी सोचने लग जाता हूँ कि मैंने जो जिंदगी में जो भी यहाँ पर शेयर बाजार में टाइम गुजारी है, वो ऐसा तो कभी नहीं देखा कि ऐसा भी कुछ IPO आ सकता है, ऐसे भी लोगों का IPO आ सकता है। तो वो लोग भी बड़े अपबीट है कि मार्केट में मेरे को IPO लेकर आने का है।
नहीं तो इसमें दो चीजें हो रही हैं शायद। एक तरफ ये फ्रेंजी इसलिए है क्योंकि लोगों की एपेटाइट बढ़ गई है, जो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं दे वांट टू ग्रो, एंड द अदर एंड पीपल आर लुकिंग फॉर अपॉर्चुनिटी। तो उस गैप, उस फासले को कैसे मिटाए? क्या एट द एंड ऑफ द डे यू थिंक इट्स द मार्केट दैट विल प्रोवाइड दैट कंफर्ट? आपने पेशेंस की बात की, क्या आउटलुक आपको लग रहा है अगले 12 महीनों का?
तो पहले तो मैं आपको ये बता दूं, जो IPO आ रहे हैं ना, मेरे को लगता नहीं है जो IPO, मेरा ये आंकड़े गलत भी हो सकते हैं, मेरे को लगता है 10 में से जो 7-8 IPO आ रहे होंगे ना, वो तो खाली इसके लिए आ रहे हैं कि मेरी कंपनी लिस्ट हो सकती है। तो इसके लिए भी IPO आ रहा है कि मैं जाकर बोलूंगा मेरे ऑफिस में कि यार मेरे लोगों को कि देखो मेरी कंपनी लिस्ट है, तो लोगों को वो एक प्राइड फील होता है। तो 10 में से 7-8 लोग तो शायद इसीलिए IPO लेकर आ रहे होंगे, और फिर वो मर्चेंट बैंकर उनको वैल्यू बना देता है, तुम्हारे पास में 3 सब्सिडरी है, तुम्हारे पास में 4 कंपनी है, इसको इसमें जोड़ लो, इसको इसमें जोड़ लो, ये टर्नओवर बना लो, ये कर लो, बाकी की इंजीनियरिंग तो फिर मर्चेंट बैंकर कर देते हैं वहां पे। तो ये, और वो इसके लिए कर रहे हैं कि लोग पैसा देने के लिए रेडी है ऐसी कंपनियों को। तो ये यूफोरिया मेरे को लगता है इसकी डाउनफॉल की शुरुआत हो चुकी है, ऐसा मेरे को लगता है। ये यूफोरिया की मतलब, ये जो यूफोरिया है, ये इसकी शुरुआत हो चुकी है, और ये लोगों को समझ में आ जाएगा। और शेयर बाजार का ऐसा ही यहाँ पर सिस्टम है, यहाँ बिना मरे स्वर्ग मिलता नहीं है, और लोगों को सबको इतिहास पढ़ के स्वर्ग नहीं जाना, मर के ही स्वर्ग जाना है। तो यहाँ का पैटर्न ऐसा ही है, तो इसमें कोई खास बात नहीं है इसके अंदर में। और 12 महीने का जो आपने पूछा जो क्या लग, तो मेरे को लगता है मार्केट अभी थोड़े दिन और थोड़ा साइडवेज चलेगा, ऐसे मेरे को लगता है। कोई मेरे को बहुत बड़ा कोई इंडेक्स वाइज या कोई जनरल मार्केट में जो बूम हम लोगों ने देखा था 2021, 22, 23 में, वो शायद मेरे को लगता है अभी थोड़ा दूर है।
इवन इफ द टैरिफ प्रॉब्लम इज सॉल्व्ड, बिकॉज वो एक अब सर पे मंडरा रहा है। If the tariff problem is solved, if you see a lot of capex now coming in, GST pushes up consumption, we seem ripe for a move. But do you think there's some time for that?
I think अगर मैंने टेरिफ प्रॉब्लम अगर सॉल्व भी अगर हो जाता तब भी कोई मार्केट यहाँ पर कोई बहुत जोर से ऊपर जाकर कोई स्टेबल हो जाएगा या वापस कोई बढ़ जाएगा, ऐसा मेरे को लगता नहीं है। क्योंकि इसका उत्तर इस बात में छुपा है कि टेरिफ लगाने के बाद भी कोई मार्केट बहुत जोर से गिरा नहीं। तो इसका मतलब वो सारी चीजें डिस्काउंट है, लोगों को भी समझ में आ रहा है कि आदमी सुबह कुछ और बात करता है, रात को कुछ और बात करता है, तो ये आज टैरिफ लगा दिया कल हटा देगा, लोगों को भी ऐसा समझ में आता है। तो इस बोल के मेरे को नहीं लगता कि उससे कोई बहुत ज्यादा फर्क पड़ने वाला है।
आज का सबसे बड़ा जो बज वर्ड है वो है AI। ऐसी कोई कंपनी नहीं है।
AI माने एयर इंडिया। इंडिया में तो AI माने एयर इंडिया ही है, सब यही की बातें करते हैं सब।
नहीं, but serious question here. There is, I think no company, no PPT in any office, there is no proposal which does not have an AI element in it. Whether it fits or doesn't fit is a separate matter. But aapse main, I can openly ask this question. Do you think a lot of this AI push that we're seeing, is it really going to lead to improved revenues, bottom line, or is it now PR and a bit of fluff?
No, I don't think there is any company in India which are really into AI. And I will give you one more example. What is the AI बनाने वाले को कितना फायदा होगा, वो NVIDIA को आप छोड़ दीजिए, वो मेरे को नहीं मालूम है. जो AI अपने धंधे में यूज करेगा वो सबसे ज्यादा बेनिफिशियल होएगा. सो आई हैड गिवन दिस एग्जांपल समवेयर, लाइक जैसे इन्वेंशन हुआ सपोज रेफ्रिजरेटर का, तो रेफ्रिजरेटर का जो खोज हुई है, रेफ्रिजरेटर जब निकाला गया तो उसका सबसे बड़ा फायदा रेफ्रिजरेटर को नहीं हुआ, रेफ्रिजरेटर बनाने वाली कंपनियों को भी नहीं हुआ, उनको भी हुआ, लेकिन सबसे बड़ा फायदा हुआ पेप्सी को और कोका कोला को. उन्होंने अपना पूरी दुनिया के अंदर में जहां जहां सूरज जाता है समझिए वहां उन्होंने अपना नेटवर्क फैला दिया उन्होंने. तो उन्होंने रेफ्रिजरेटर को यूज करके अपनी कंपनी को मल्टीनेशनल उन्होंने ये कंपनी बना ली और आज तक उसका कोई अपवाद नहीं है पेप्सी का और कोका कोला का. अभी समझिए कोका कोला इंडिया में आ रहा है, जो भी जब होगा तब की बात है, आज के दिन ही है. तो रेफ्रिजरेटर का फायदा उसमें हुआ. रेफ्रिजरेटर बनाने वाली फिर भी 500 कंपनियां होगी वर्ल्ड वाइड, कोई भी एक कंपनी का मोनोपोली नहीं है, लेकिन पेप्सी का अपने आप में मोनोपोली है, कोका कोला में का अपने आप में मोनोपोली है. तो सेम थिंग आई थिंक इज गोइंग टू हैपन विथ एआई. द कंपनी विच कैन यूज एआई प्रूडेंटली और उसमें अपनी प्रोडक्टिविटी जो उसको इंक्रीज कर सकते हैं एआई को, दे विल बी बिगेस्ट बेनिफिशियल.
तो यहाँ पे वो पेप्सी कोला का पैरेलल क्या है? Because everyone is trying to use it productively, right? BFSI, IT service companies, in every sphere, people are trying to adopt AI. Which is going to be that one sector which will actually benefit? Do you think that the data center companies are at the forefront right now? खूब चलन चल रहा है data center कंपनियों के, उनके स्टॉक भाग रहे हैं.
तो डेटा सेंटर का ऑफकोर्स ये भी फ्यूचरिस्टिक है. डेटा सेंटर जो है ये तो अभी इंडिया में तो अभी शुरुआत हो रहा है, तो ऑफकोर्स मेरे को भी ऐसे लगता है कि इसका फ्यूचर है वो जरूर ब्राइट है. अभी लोगों को एक बार लगेगा कि हाँ ये यूफोरिया है, ये ऐसा है वैसा है. ये हर चीज जो भी कोई नया रेवोल्यूशन आता है ना, वो पहले उसके अंदर में पहले कोई नहीं आता. अभी सबको सेमीकंडक्टर बनाने का, अभी छोटी छोटी कंपनियां भी जिसको देखो सेमीकंडक्टर बनाने का, तो अभी वो बस का कंडक्टर है वो भी बोलता मैं सेमीकंडक्टर बनाऊंगा अभी. तो अभी ये जो यूफोरिया है ना, ये अल्टीमेटली डाई डाउन होने वाला है. बराबर बात. अभी मेरे घर में भी सर्वर लगाया तो मैं बोलूंगा मेरा डेटा सेंटर है, जो सर्वर रूम है बोलूंगा वो डेटा सेंटर है. अब किसी को मालूम नहीं है कि भैया क्या डेटा सेंटर है और क्या कंडक्टर और क्या सेमी कंडक्टर है यहाँ. तो अभी हम लोग सब नए नए वर्ड सीख रहे हैं, हम लोग फैशनेबल वर्ड है ये सब हम लोग सीख रहे हैं हम लोग. तो ये एक बार यूफोरिया जरूर डाई डाउन होएगा इसके अंदर में. लेकिन अल्टीमेटली आप सोचिए ई-कॉमर्स 2000 में इंडिया के अंदर में आया था, और एक बार वो इवन अमेजोन भी समझिए ये सब, तो ये एक बार डाई डाउन हो जाता है क्योंकि सब लोग उसके अंदर में घुस जाते हैं. फिर छोटे मोटे जो प्लेयर है वो आउट हो जाते हैं, इंडस्ट्री कंसोलिडेट हो जाती है, टेक्नोलॉजी नई आ जाती है. नई टेक्नोलॉजी अडॉप्ट करने के लिए पुराने छोटे लोगों के पास में पैसा नहीं रहता है, टैलेंट नहीं रहता है, कैपिटल नहीं रहती है, तो ये कंसोलिडेट होता है. तो मेरे को लगता है इनका फ्यूचर 10-20 साल इनका फ्यूचर अभी तो इनका रहना चाहिए. आप चाइना को देखिए, जो चाइना में हो रहा है वो अल्टीमेटली इंडिया के अंदर में होने वाला है. आप ये समझो, हम लोग चाइना से डेकेड्स पीछे, बहुत हम लोग पीछे हैं इसके. अभी कल ही मैंने पढ़ा कहीं बहुत 3 लाख रोबोट लगाने वाला है वो, कहीं 3 लाख रोबोट लगाए.
तो आज अनाउंसमेंट हुआ है, देयर इज एन इंडियन कंपनी दैट हैज टाइड अप विद अ जर्मन रोबोटिक्स कंपनी. वो बनाने वाली उनके लिए एबीबी का. अच्छा, सोना BLW. सो दे आर गोइंग टू बी मेकिंग ह्यूमनॉइड रोबोट्स. हाँ, तो ये सारी चीजें तो आज हो रही हैं. आई अंडरस्टैंड योर ट्रूथ बॉम्ब के कंडक्टर भी सेमी कंडक्टर बना है, लेकिन ये भी सारी चीजें हो रही हैं.
हाँ होगी, तो ही बोलो इनका फ्यूचर ब्राइट है. मैं आपकी बात को एग्री करता हूँ. अल्टीमेटली यही फ्यूचर है. ये आप रोबो के भी जो बातें कर रहे हैं और या जो भी आप यही की बातें कर रहे हैं, डेटा सेंटर, ये फ्यूचर है, ये रहने वाला है. ये एक बार हो सकता है थोड़ा सा ये कंसोलिडेट हो जाए, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली यही फ्यूचर है.
तो इस वक्त आप किस तरह की चॉइस कर रहे हैं? फ्रॉम व्हाट यू आर सेइंग इट्स साउंडिंग लाइक आपको लग रहा है सेमीकंडक्टर, डेटा सेंटर, एआई, ये सारे बज़वर्ड्स हैं. अगर विजय केडिया का पोर्टफोलियो देखें तो उसमें फ्रंट एंड सेंटर क्या है?
नहीं देखिए, अभी ऐसा है कि मेरा अब ऐसा भी नहीं है तमन्ना जी की अगर समझो एआई कई अगर खाली बातें करें या डेटा सेंटर ही चलेगा तो हम खाना पीना भूल जाएंगे. हम खाने में चिप्स तो नहीं खाने वाले, पोटैटो चिप्स ही खाएंगे हम. वो वाले चिप्स तो खाएंगे नहीं जो सेमीकंडक्टर की चिप्स बनती है। तो ये चीज़ें तो ख़त्म नहीं होने वाली है, तो ये चीज़ें अपनी जगह रहने वाली है। मेरे निगाह में भी ऐसी कोई कंपनी नहीं है कि जो एआई के अंदर में, जो एआई में सेमीकंडक्टर बनाने वाले करने, उन सबके भाव और आप सुनाब कहाँ से कहाँ पहुँच गए होंगे, मेरे रेडार में कोई कंपनी नहीं है। तो मैं आजकल थोड़ी सी जो स्टार्टअप्स हैं, जो ये सब कंपनियां, इनके अंदर में थोड़ा थोड़ा मैं इनमें इन्वेस्ट करता हूं। तो जैसे मैंने बताया, एक साइबर सिक्योरिटी कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट किया, 2 साइबर सिक्योरिटी कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट किया, एक सोलर की कंपनी में इन्वेस्ट किया अभी मैं। तो ये सब अनलिस्टेड प्लेयर है, तो मेरा भी फोकस उनके अंदर में है बजाय सेकेंडरी मार्केट के या बजाय पब्लिक मार्केट के। और ऐसा नहीं है, पब्लिक मार्केट में भी जैसे मैंने बताया कि ऐसा नहीं है कि यहाँ पर अपॉर्चुनिटी रहेगी नहीं, यहाँ भी अपॉर्चुनिटी रहेगी। जैसे मेरे को हॉस्पिटल इंडस्ट्री अच्छी लगती है कि अल्टीमेटली जिस हिसाब से इंडिया की पॉपुलेशन है, जिस हिसाब से लोगों में अवेयरनेस आ रही है हेल्थ के लिए, मेरे को लगता है ये सनराइज इंडस्ट्री है। टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्री मेरे को लगता है जैसे सनराइज इंडस्ट्री है। डोमेस्टिक टूरिज्म का भी यहाँ पर कुछ है ही नहीं यहाँ पे, तो ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी आपको यहाँ भी मिलेगी चुनिंदा सोचकर।
तो इस वक्त आपके पोर्टफोलियो का कितना हिस्सा प्राइवेट इक्विटी में है? यू नो, यू लुकिंग एट इंडिविजुअल नॉन लिस्टेड कंपनीज, हाउ मच ऑफ योर टाइम इज गोइंग इन दैट?
अभी मेरा टाइम ज्यादा उसी में जाता है।
तो मार्केट वार्केट आप रोज देखते हैं कि नहीं?
हाँ, मार्केट तो चलते रहता है साथ में, मार्केट तो वो साथ साथ ही चलते रहता है, लेकिन वो मेरा ध्यान उधर भी फोकस है। और कोई मेरा ज्यादा नहीं होगा, 10-15% पोर्टफोलियो का होगा स्टार्टअप में या इनके अंदर में।
ओके, सो गोइंग फॉरवर्ड केडिया जी, अभी हम दिवाली के पहले बात कर रहे हैं, जो लोग अपना पोर्टफोलियो बना रहे हैं वो एक संवत के दिन, दिवाली मुहूर्त के दिन भी थोड़ा ट्रेडिंग करेंगे। सबसे ज्यादा शगुन वाले किस तरह के स्टॉक्स होने वाले हैं अगले साल के लिए? कौन से आपको लगता है वो सेक्टर्स हैं जो बेटर रहेंगे? क्लियरली जो आपके प्लेटफॉर्म कंपनीज हैं, क्या उसमें आपको इंटरेस्ट लग रहा है? क्लियरली आपने कहा है कि एआई डेटा सेंटर वगैरह से आप दूर रहेंगे।
तो प्लेटफॉर्म कंपनी का जो फ्यूचर जरूर ब्राइट है, ये रहने वाली है। ये ऐसा नहीं है कि ये टेम्परेरी है और बाद में बंद हो जाएगी, ऐसा नहीं लगता है। लेकिन मैं ऐसे शेयर में इन्वेस्ट नहीं करूंगा क्योंकि ऑलरेडी दे आर वेरी एक्सपेंसिव, तो मेरा उनमें फोकस नहीं है। तो एज आई सेड दैट आई एम बुलिश ऑन हॉस्पिटल इंडस्ट्री एंड टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्री। मेरे को जैसे एयरलाइंस के शेयर्स मेरे को जैसे अच्छे लगते हैं, मेरे को लगता है, और हॉस्पिटल अच्छे लगते हैं, टूरिज्म इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के शेयर्स अच्छे लगते हैं मेरे को लिस्टेड में।
या यू नो, इस वक्त आई थिंक जैसे सबको पता चला कि आप आ रहे हैं, तो टी ब्रेक में मुझे लोग पूछ रहे थे कि आप केडिया जी से गाना गवाएंगे कि नहीं, क्योंकि ये तो ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है ही हमारा। तो आप कुछ तैयार करके आए या गूगली?
मैं आज वो नेशनल एंथम तैयार करके आया हूँ। सबको खड़ा होना पड़ेगा। एक बार गाना गाया था भाई, राहुल जी ने गाना गवा दिया था मेरे को मैडम के सामने, फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर के सामने दिल्ली में बुला के। उसके बाद में दूसरे दिन मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया कि आज मेरे को आज फिर जीने की तमन्ना है, आज फिर मरने का इरादा है। इन्होंने बोला तू चला जा भाई, ये तेरे को अंदर करवा देगी मैडम। नहीं, आपने नहीं बोला, आपने नहीं बोला, मैं ऐसे ही मजाक कर रहा हूँ, आपने नहीं बोला। लेकिन एक बार इन्होंने मेरे को मौका दिया।
आप नहीं, वो सब छोड़िए, आप बात कीजिए फॉर इन्वेस्टर्स लुकिंग फॉर अ ब्राइटर दिवाली। दिवाली में मुनाफा कमाने, हमारे चैनल का नाम है प्रॉफिट, हम बात करते हैं फॉर योर प्रॉफिट। दिवाली में जिनको मुनाफा कमाना है, अगले साल के लिए एक अच्छा पोर्टफोलियो बनाना है, उनके लिए कुछ, उनके लिए कोई मैसेज?
नहीं, उनके लिए मैसेज ये कि भाई सोच कर समझ कर इन्वेस्ट कर, रूमर पे टिप्पे न टाइम वेस्ट कर। नॉलेज और पेशेंस का बिजनेस है ये, अनुभव से सीख और बेस्ट कर। हार को भी अपनी डाइजेस्ट कर, लोगों के बहकावे में ना तू आ, अपनी विजय मैनिफेस्ट कर। तो यही उनके लिए ये है मेरा मैसेज उनको, कि सोचकर समझ के काम करो। बाजार के ये सब रुख में मत जाओ, नहीं तो बैंड बज जाएगी।
आप गाना गाइए,
ये तो सिर्फ पोएम था, अब नाउ गाने की भी पेशकश होनी चाहिए।
अभी गाना तो फिर वो बोले ना,
केडिया जी ने ऑलरेडी कहा कि फ्राइडे इवनिंग है और हम इनको पानी पिला रहे हैं। सो
7:30 PM।
7:30 PM। केडिया जी, फॉर द पोस्ट सेशन वी हैव टू हैव अ सॉन्ग।
तब मेरे को तो गाना सोचना पड़ेगा, याद ही नहीं आ रहा।
ये माइक इधर।
गाना सोचना पड़ेगा पहले।
नहीं बट
याद दिलाओ भाई, कौन सा गाना गाने का।
नहीं बट बहुत सारे आपने रिसेंटली भी किए हैं, स्पेशली जब जीएसटी के रिफॉर्म्स आए हैं उस पर भी किए हैं। मार्केट के हाल पे आप बता सकते हैं कि क्या है आगे, क्योंकि इस वक्त जो इन्वेस्टर्स हैं उनके मन में थोड़ा सा एक क्वेश्चन मार्क भी है, क्या कि आगे क्या होने वाला है आगे।
देखिए वो ये बना, किसी को भी तो ना समझ में तू आए, तू बढ़ता बढ़ता क्यों गिर गिर जाए, ये 90% लोग क्यों पैसे गवाए, जो सोचा समझा खूब समझ में ये आए, जो लेके गए बैठ वो ही तो है कमाए, ये 90% लोग बैठ न पाए। आंखों को खोलो भैया, थोड़ा तो सोचो भैया, 10 में से 9 लोगों का खोता ट्रेडिंग में रुपया, लगता ये सीधा साधा लेकिन है भूल भुलैया, कोई भी बच न पाया BACAM भैया।
केडिया जी, आई थिंक और कुछ नहीं तो आप अपने रिकॉर्ड लेबल में तो इन्वेस्ट कर ही सकते हैं, आपके खुद के रिकॉर्ड लेबल में ऐसे कोई प्लान्स हैं?
अभी प्लान तो नहीं, आपने आज आइडिया दिया, पहला इन्वेस्टर यही मिलेगा बाहर जाकर आपसे लेने का मेरे को भी। तुम्ही से सीखी अदाएं, तुम्ही पे किया मार।
अच्छा, ये बताइए, एज वी रैप अप दिस सेशन एंड यू लीव पीपल विद अ क्वेश्चन ऑफ होप, आपने एक वार्निंग तो दे दी कि 90% यहाँ पर FNO वगैरह में पैसे लूज करते हैं, आपने कहा है कि संयम बरतें, लेकिन एक मैसेज ऑफ होप। हमारे कार्यक्रम का नाम है NDTV Profit Ignite। हम एक नई उम्मीद की